If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 70, Retrieving Death's Cloak. Time flew swiftly, and before Harry knew it, the night before his journey to Hogwarts had arrived. The preceding weeks had been delightful rather than arduous. Having met his objective of matching a grown wizard in a duel for several minutes, a feat confirmed by Sirius's expert evaluation, Harry had scaled back his intense training schedule. Now, beyond his routine physical workouts and martial arts sessions, he devoted his energy mostly to refining his spell-casting abilities, deciding not to pursue any new magical disciplines for the time being. During his leisure time, Harry found joy in the company of Susan and her visiting friends at the Bones Manor. Notably, he became acquainted with Hannah Abbott and the Greengrass sisters, Daphne and Astoria. Their friendship was unexpected, considering the Greengrass family's historically neutral position and the Bones family's alignment with the light. This unexpected connection, Harry mused, might have been one of the many ripples he'd caused in the fabric of their world by making Sirius more politically active. Harry harbored a deep empathy for the Greengrass sisters, especially Astoria, who was to marry Draco Malfoy in the future and doomed to die young due to her family's blood curse. Daphne's fate was less clear, but Harry assumed she either met an early end or suffered from the same curse. Despite their contrasting personalities, Astoria being lively and outgoing, Daphne more reserved and demure, Harry had grown fond of them and felt a strong commitment to change their bleak futures, adding the search for a cure for blood malediction to his to-do list. From the influence of Cordelia and Emma, Harry had found himself more drawn to the path of a healer than that of an auror. Playing Quidditch with Cedric Diggory turned into a regular and enjoyable part of Harry's leisure time. Their friendly matches, set up with makeshift hoops in Cedric's backyard, not only brought them a lot of fun but also strengthened their budding friendship. Living in proximity to the Weasley family, Cedric had mentioned them a few times, but Harry had not yet had the chance to meet the Weasleys. Most of the older Weasley siblings were away at Hogwarts, and Harry preferred to form his own opinions about people before establishing any relationships. With Fred and George Weasley, known for their mischief, starting Hogwarts at the same time as Harry, he felt it wise to be cautious. The Weasley family's close association with Dumbledore was another reason Harry hesitated to immediately seek out their friendship. Yet, he couldn't deny that being friends with the Weasley twins might be advantageous to avoid becoming the target of their notorious pranks at school. The anticipation of starting at Hogwarts was heightened a week prior when Sirius presented Harry with an unexpected gift, an unmistakable snowy owl that Harry recognized as Hedwig from the books. Mixed feelings washed over Harry. While he was thrilled to have such a brave and intelligent companion, he was also unnerved by the thought that despite his interventions in the timeline, some events seemed predestined to unfold as they had in the books. This realization struck him particularly because he hadn't anticipated crossing paths with Hedwig, given the canon Harry met her nearly 2 years later in 1991. Nevertheless, Harry warmly welcomed the owl into his life, attempting to name her differently as a small test against fate. However, the owl showed a distinct preference for the name Hedwig, effectively choosing it for herself. This development, while intriguing, did not dampen Harry's enthusiasm. With Hedwig, Harry assured everyone he would stay in touch with them through letters while at Hogwarts. The night before his departure to Hogwarts was a hive of activity for Harry. Assisted by Myra, he was diligently packing his trunk, a task marked by a blend of excitement and meticulous planning. Despite his wishes for a magical trunk that could hold seemingly endless amounts of belongings, Hogwarts rules required him to choose a more conventional model. Yet, Harry didn't compromise on security. The trunk he selected was top of the line, equipped with advanced protective enchantments to safeguard his possessions. Myra had handled the acquisition of his other supplies from Diagon Alley, allowing Harry to focus on his other preparations. While Harry was getting his things ready for Hogwarts, Harry's thoughts drifted to a particular item of immense importance and rarity: the Potter family's invisibility cloak. This wasn't any regular cloak, it was incredibly special, known as one of the Deathly Hallows, perfect for sneaking around after hours without getting caught. He had last seen the cloak when his grandmother used it to conceal him from Voldemort. Now, he had no clue where it was. The cloak's whereabouts was a mystery though. It could have been secured in the main Potter vault or possibly kept by his father, James, on that fateful night. Another worrying possibility was that Dumbledore might have taken possession of it, given his interest in the Deathly Hallows. Faced with uncertainty about its location, Harry was clear on one thing: the cloak rightfully belonged to him as the Potter family's heir. James had already lost his claim over the family's heirlooms due to his failed lordship test, and Harry considered the cloak an essential part of his inheritance. Thinking hard about how to find the cloak, Harry asked Myra, his trusty house elf. Myra, Do you remember the Potter family's invisible cloak? Do you know where it might be? Myra looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, Myra remembers the cloak that makes people disappear, Master Harry, but Myra doesn't know where it is right now. Can you try to find it for me? Harry asked, thinking about how useful the cloak could be at Hogwarts. Yes, Master Harry. Since you're the cloak's true owner, Myra can search for it, Myra said, her eyes shining at the thought of helping. Then, please go and see if you can find it. I'll keep packing here, Harry told her. You might want to look with my dad, James, or Dumbledore since they're the most likely to have it. But be really careful around Dumbledore, and get away quickly if something feels wrong. Myra nodded and disappeared with a quiet pop to start her search, leaving Harry to finish his packing. The cloak was very important to Harry and there was no way he was giving it up. About an hour after she left, Myra returned to Harry, this time bearing the invisibility cloak. To anyone unaware of its significance, the cloak might have seemed ordinary, resembling nothing more than a shiny piece of fabric, something easily mistaken for a mere household item and perhaps relegated to storage or discarded. Myra has retrieved the cloak from the bad wizard at Hogwarts, Master Harry, Myra reported with a hint of pride. Myra was very cautious, waiting for the right moment when no one would notice, before taking it. The bad wizard will surely be puzzled to find it missing tomorrow. Myra's successful mission and her reference to the bad wizard left no doubts in Harry's mind. Dumbledore had been in possession of the cloak. Harry could only surmise that Dumbledore had held onto the cloak for many years, highlighting James's carelessness with a significant Potter family treasure. Harry was well aware of Dumbledore's fascination with the Deathly Hallows, making it unsurprising that he would withhold the cloak. The thought that Dumbledore might have eventually presented it to Charles was irksome, given that it was not his to bestow. Yet, retrieving the cloak felt like a significant victory for Harry. Thank you, Myra. You've done an excellent job, Harry thanked her sincerely, his hands grasping the cloak that was rightfully his. Before anything else, Harry scrutinized the cloak meticulously for any signs of tracking spells or enchantments that could betray its use. Satisfied with its purity, he then indulged in testing its capabilities. The cloak was as magical as it was practical, despite the odd sensation of moving about under what essentially felt like a sheet, it rendered him completely invisible. Catching sight of his head appearing to float without a body in the mirror brought a smile to his face. The knowledge that invisibility cloaks of such caliber were exceedingly rare, often losing their magic within a few years, made his possession of this enduring family artifact all the more special. Eager to share his excitement and spread a little mischief, Harry decided to put the cloak to use by surprising Sirius, Amelia, and Susan with an impromptu prank. They were all gathered in the living room of the Bones Manor, making it the perfect setting for his reveal. With the cloak draped over him, Harry stealthily entered the room, unseen by the trio. At just the right moment, he unveiled himself, appearing suddenly with only his head visible, floating eerily in the air. The reactions were priceless: shock, disbelief, and then laughter filled the room once the initial surprise wore off. For Harry, the thrill of their amazed expressions was so pure and joyful, that he mused it could be strong enough to fuel a patroness charm. After the laughter had subsided, Harry shared the story of the cloak's return, carefully omitting its connection to the Deathly Hallows. He believed that some secrets were best kept close, and the fewer people who knew about the Hallows, the better. Sirius, recognizing the cloak from the countless nights spent sneaking around Hogwarts with James, couldn't hide his amusement at Harry's retrieval. He was especially tickled by the thought of Dumbledore's bafflement upon discovering the cloak's absence, anticipating the awkward explanation James would have to endure. With the night's excitement behind him, Harry turned his attention back to the final preparations for his departure. He finished packing his trunk, ensuring everything was in order for the morning. With a sense of satisfaction, Harry looked forward to the dawn of a new chapter in his life at Hogwarts. Chapter 71, King's Cross Station. September 1, 1989. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station that morning to catch the Hogwarts Express, Harry and his companions quickly realized just how bustling one of London's busiest hubs could be. The station teemed with life commuters darting to catch their trains, families navigating the crowds, and children's excited chatter filling the air. Harry's entourage for the day included Sirius, Amelia, and Susan, making it quite the family outing. Emma had initially wished to join them, but Harry persuaded her otherwise. It would have been too embarrassing for Harry to have many people sending him off to Hogwarts. Though Sirius had initially planned for just the two of them to accompany Harry, Susan's eagerness to witness the Hogwarts Express firsthand transformed the journey into something of a family outing for Sirius's household. In a decision rooted in compassion for his feathered friend, Harry had sent Hedwig ahead to Hogwarts. The thought of her confined to a cage for the 9-hour journey didn't sit well with him, nor did he see the need to bring her cage to Hogwarts at all. Hedwig, with her keen intelligence and independence, was more than capable of finding her way to the school's aula or enjoying the freedom to explore as she pleased. Harry trusted her completely to look after herself without any issues. To further streamline their travel, Harry employed a combination of shrinking and weightless spells on his Hogwarts trunk, carrying it in his pocket instead of on a cumbersome trolley. This practical choice, however, made them somewhat of an anomaly amidst the throngs of travelers, their absence of visible luggage setting them apart in a place where nearly everyone had something to carry or push along. But that was nothing to worry about. Harry already had many complaints about several aspects of his train journey to Hogwarts. The idea of spending 9 hours on a train to reach Hogwarts seemed excessive to him, especially when one could apparate to Hogsmeade, a village close to Hogwarts, in just a few minutes. The concept of a magical railway station dedicated solely to the Hogwarts Express, which was used only 4 times a year, puzzled him even more. He questioned the necessity of creating an entire station for a train that served such a limited purpose. In Harry's view, the magical platform at King's Cross Station was an extravagant and unnecessary venture. Considering the wizarding community's access to more efficient means of travel, the investment in a train service seemed illogical. Harry couldn't understand how the Wizengamot, the wizarding world's governing body, had ever approved the construction of this station. It struck him as a waste of both time and resources. Harry had quickly learned that applying logic to many aspects of the wizarding world was futile. The decision-making processes within this community often seemed to lack sense, leading to a number of questionable practices and traditions. Among the other peculiarities of getting to Hogwarts was the method of accessing the platform itself, running headfirst into a brick wall. Harry mused over the numerous spells likely in place around the said wall to prevent this act from breaking the statute of secrecy, as families vanishing through a wall would surely attract unwanted attention from the non-magical world. Although there were alternative ways to reach the platform, such as the flow network, they came with their own set of complications. The platform's flow connection was singular, preventing direct access from individual homes to the platform. Families wishing to use the flow had to converge on a specific location in Diagon Alley, leading to congestion around the flow point, especially on departure days like today. As a result, many families familiar with the non-magical world preferred navigating the physical barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, opting to blend in with the Muggle surroundings rather than face the chaos of the flow point. As Harry was lost in his thoughts, he was brought back to the present by Sirius's voice, indicating they had arrived at the crucial spot. "The platform's right through here," Sirius announced, pointing towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Harry observed the scene carefully, noting how the bustling Muggles around them seemed oblivious to this particular part of the station, a testament to the magical protections in place to maintain the secrecy of their world. Sirius, ready to share a piece of Hogwarts tradition, instructed, "What you need to do is run straight at the wall, and you'll find yourself on platform 9 3/4 on the other side. Come on, pup, take a bit of a run up." Harry, however, wasn't about to be caught in what he suspected might be a playful test of courage. Ignoring Sirius's suggestion for a dramatic entrance, he opted for a calm and measured walk through the barrier, proving to himself and Sirius that a theatrical run was unnecessary. As he emerged on the other side, the sight of the Hogwarts Express greeted him, a striking red engine steaming patiently on the platform, its presence dominating the otherwise empty surroundings. The platform was alive with activity, students hustled about with their luggage, greetings and farewells filled the air, and the occasional screech of an owl added to the cacophony. The station was absolute chaos. Harry had timed their arrival to minimize waiting, so the train's departure loomed. Following Harry's calm passage, Sirius, Amelia, and Susan joined him, stepping through the barrier into the magical side of King's Cross. Sirius couldn't hide his disappointment at Harry's nonchalant approach. "You're no fun, Harry. It's a tradition for Hogwarts students to run through the wall. Walking through is just boring." Nevertheless, Sirius's spirits weren't dampened for long. Looking around at the bustling platform, he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. "Ah, just like I remember. Noisy and full of life. Let's go, pup," he said, eager to soak in the atmosphere of his own school days. The bustling platform was filled with chatter and the clatter of luggage as Harry and his companions navigated through the crowd, searching for an empty compartment for Harry to occupy during his journey to Hogwarts. Amidst the sea of faces and hurried goodbyes, Harry's ears picked up a familiar voice calling out to him. Glancing toward the source, he spotted Cedric Diggory's head poking out of a compartment window, waving enthusiastically in his direction. Harry returned the gesture, then turned to Sirius, indicating his decision. "I'll join Cedric, so there's no need to search any further. Plus, the train's about to leave." At that moment, Susan, who had been wide-eyed with wonder at the bustling platform, suddenly expressed her desire. "I want to go too," she said, her voice tinged with longing. Amelia gently reminded her, "You're not old enough yet. Your time will come soon, and then you can head off to Hogwarts with all your friends." "But that's 2 years away. And Harry won't be there at home. It'll be so boring without him," Susan protested, her disappointment evident. Harry tried to reassure her, "I'll write to you. You won't miss out on anything. I'll tell you all about Hogwarts, so it'll be like you're there with me. And when it's your turn, you can show your friends around just like a pro." Susan, only partially consoled, clung to Harry's arm, her plea soft but desperate, "I don't want you to go. Can't you wait 2 more years so we can go together?" As Harry prepared to respond, the train's horn sounded a warning, signaling the imminent departure. This allowed Harry to gently disengage from Susan's grip. Sirius, always the mischief maker, couldn't resist giving Harry a bit of advice: "Remember to have fun. If I don't hear about you causing a bit of trouble, I'll be disappointed. You're Padfoot's godson, after all. And if Snivellhouse gives you any trouble, remember those special pranks I showed you." Amelia, ever the voice of reason, added, "Ignore Sirius, Harry. Just focus on enjoying yourself and making some friends. It's high time you found friends your own age." Harry grinned at their remarks, assured them he would indeed enjoy his time, and then proceeded to say his goodbyes. His trunk, still magically reduced in size and weight, rested securely in his pocket, bypassing the need for any cumbersome luggage handling. There was no discussion about which Hogwarts house Harry might be sorted into. To them, it mattered little. Sirius had long since shed any bias against Slytherin, indicating his acceptance of Harry's potential placement within any of the Hogwarts houses. As the train's horn sounded once more, Harry, standing by the door, waved back at Sirius, Amelia, and a tearful Susan. Knowing she would be okay by the next day, Harry offered a reassuring smile, maintaining his wave until the platform faded from view. Making his way to Cedric's compartment, Harry was thinking of ways to pass the 9-hour journey without succumbing to boredom. Chapter 72, Hogwarts Express. When Harry reached Cedric's compartment, he pushed the door open without a second thought to knock, assuming formalities were unnecessary among friends. However, the sight that greeted him stopped him in his tracks, rendering him momentarily speechless. The compartment was teeming with life, far from the quiet space Harry had envisioned for a journey spent in Cedric's company. Aside from Cedric, there were 5 other occupants, all of whom were girls. Harry couldn't help but mentally tip his hat to Cedric's undeniable charm. Despite his young age, he seemed to effortlessly draw a crowd of girls. Glancing around, Harry realized he didn't recognize any of the girls. But this was expected, since even though he knew many characters in the Harry Potter books, he did not remember their character descriptions. Cedric, catching sight of Harry, beckoned him in with a warm smile. "Come on in, Harry. They're all first years like us. We'll make room," he offered, gesturing to the cozy assembly that had formed in his compartment. The girls, upon noticing Harry, a boy who shared Cedric's good looks but was a new face to them, were quick to shuffle around, eager to accommodate another friend. Yet, despite their welcoming gestures, Harry felt a tug of discomfort at the prospect of joining such a crowded space. "Actually, I think I'll find a different compartment," Harry demurred, his voice polite but firm. "I didn't get much sleep last night, what with all the excitement about starting at Hogwarts. I'm going to look for somewhere I can stretch out a bit. Catch up with you later, Cedric." Without waiting for Cedric's response, Harry gently closed the door behind him. The idea of spending 9 hours in a cramped space, surrounded by a group of lively 11-year-old girls, was more than he was prepared to endure. He silently wished Cedric the best of luck, imagining the energetic conversation that would undoubtedly fill the compartment in his absence. Roaming the narrow corridors of the Hogwarts Express, Harry was on a mission to find a quieter compartment. Given that first-year students were typically assigned compartments towards the end of the train, he focused his search there. Utilizing an easy spell, Harry was able to discern the occupancy of each compartment without needing to intrude, allowing for a swift and unobtrusive search. Despite his efforts, an empty compartment remained elusive, so he settled for the next best option, a compartment that housed only 3 other students. Before entering, Harry respectfully knocked, then gently pushed the door open. "Excuse me, but it seems every other place is full. Would you mind if I joined you here?" he inquired, addressing the compartment's current inhabitants, 2 girls and a boy. The trio seemed to be from affluent wizarding families, each carrying an air of aristocracy. One girl, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, was playfully interacting with a boy with long brown hair, while a blonde-haired girl was engrossed in a book. The playful girl warmly responded, "Of course, you're welcome to join us, provided you don't mind our company." The boy, eager to be helpful, offered, "Where's your trunk? I'll help you stow it above." "Thanks for the offer, but it's actually in my pocket," Harry revealed, hinting at the magic used to condense his luggage. "Curious?" the boy asked. "Interesting. But how will you enlarge it once we're at Hogwarts?" "I know the counter spell. It won't be an issue," Harry reassured him. Impressed, the girl speculated, "You must be a third-year student to know such magic, right?" Intrigued by her assumption, Harry asked, "What makes you think I'm in the 3rd year, Miss Thornwood, Arabella Thornwood? The irritating fellow here is Reginald Whitlock, and that bookworm is his sister, Elvinia Whitlock," she introduced. "But you do look older. Am I wrong?" As Harry settled into an available seat near Reginald, he clarified, "Pleasure to meet you all. However, I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm a first-year student, just like you." "Potter, Hadrian Potter?" Reginald's question cut through the small talk, his curiosity evident. "Potter? Are you related to Charles Potter, the boy who lived?" "Yes, that's my brother," Harry confirmed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "But please, let's not dwell on him. It's been years since we last met." There were security reasons. Elvinia, who had momentarily abandoned her book, chimed in with her own question, clearly intrigued by Harry's identity. "Are you the same Potter who's been all over the newspapers recently? The one who was emancipated?" "That would be me, miss," Harry replied, maintaining his composure despite the probing nature of the questions. Arabella, looking both impressed and puzzled, asked, "So, you've already passed your OWL exams? How did you manage that?" "I only received my wand 2 months ago. I had a training wand for a few years and focused on the theoretical subjects for my OWLs. Didn't need to cast a single spell," Harry explained, trying to simplify the complexities of his unusual academic path. Reginald couldn't hide his envy. "That sounds incredible. You mean you can use magic outside of Hogwarts without any restrictions?" "Well, yes, but it's not without its dangers," Harry cautioned, hinting at the responsibilities that came with such freedom. "You might want to discuss it with your parents for a fuller picture." The conversation shifted as Harry found himself fielding an array of questions about his life. Their curiosity spanned from why he wasn't living with his parents to the reasons behind his emancipation and his relationship with Sirius Black. Harry had anticipated this level of interest and had prepared answers to navigate through the inquiries without revealing too much. He explained that security concerns had kept him from living with his parents, his desire for independence led to his emancipation, and Sirius Black was his godfather, nothing more. As the questions continued to pour in, Harry found himself wondering if joining Cedric's compartment, despite its crowded state, might have been the lesser of 2 evils. At least the girls in Cedric's compartment did not look like the curious kind. Yet, Harry remained patient, understanding that this was likely just the beginning of the inquiries he'd face in his first week at Hogwarts. The calm of their compartment was momentarily interrupted when the door swung open, revealing a tall teenager adorned with a prefect badge, his dark hair framing a stern expression. A distinct, unpleasant odor wafted in with him, causing a wrinkle of noses among Harry and his new acquaintances. "Seen any red-haired troublemakers about your age?" he inquired, his gaze sweeping the compartment for any sign of mischief. The group shook their heads in unison, indicating their lack of knowledge regarding any such individuals. With a brief nod, the prefect closed the door and continued his patrol down the corridor, leaving the scent of dung bombs lingering in the air. "Any guesses on what that was about?" Arabella asked, curiosity piqued by the prefect's unexpected visit and the peculiar smell. "Seems like someone's idea of a joke," Reginald speculated, identifying the source of the stench. "I'd bet it was dung bombs." Harry, connecting the dots, added, "Red hair, you say? That's got to be the Weasley twins. Cedric, who lives near them, told me they're quite the pranksters." Reginald's concern was evident. Should I be on guard? Only if you end up in Slytherin, Harry advised with a hint of amusement. From what I've gathered, the twins have a particular fondness for targeting Slytherins. Elvinia, intrigued, questioned, what's so bad about Slytherin? Actually, it's quite simple. Slytherins tend to be more serious and have a no-nonsense attitude. If I were a prankster like the Weasleys, I'd find it more entertaining to play pranks on those kinds of people, Harry clarified. Harry was unsure about the Weasleys' relationship with the Potters. If James had any influence on Fred and George Weasley, Harry suspected they'd be even more troublesome than they were known to be in the books. Should James and Remus have been mentoring them, Hogwarts could expect its fair share of chaos. Harry anticipated that the coming years at Hogwarts might be particularly challenging for those often on the receiving end of the Weasley twins' pranks, especially the students of Slytherin House. Arabella broached the topic of Hogwarts houses, turning her gaze towards Harry. Which house do you reckon you'll end up in, Hadrian? Harry's response was nonchalant. Any house works for me, though I'd rather not be in Slytherin. Elvinia, puzzled, inquired, why's that? Harry elaborated, being sorted into Slytherin might just make me front-page news. Boy who lived's brother turns to the dark side. Sounds like trouble, and I'm not fond of trouble. Reginald chimed in, expressing his preference. I'm leaning towards Ravenclaw. It seems like it'll be a quieter environment, from what I've gathered. Arabella teased, you're aiming to be with the nerds? Doesn't sound like much fun. I'm thinking Slytherin could be interesting. Plus, I can't let Elvinia wander into Slytherin alone. Harry offered some advice. Ultimately, your house doesn't define your entire life. It's just a part of your 7 years at Hogwarts. Choose the house where you feel you'll be happiest. He knew that those brought up in pure-blood aristocratic families often favored Slytherin, but he was also aware of the house's complexities. Joining Slytherin meant navigating a political minefield from a young age, a daunting prospect for any 11-year-old. He hoped Arabella and Elvinia were prepared for such an environment. After spending a bit more time conversing, Harry excused himself to visit Cedric's compartment. Along the way, he spotted the Weasley twins in a dash but decided against engaging. He sought a tranquil Hogwarts experience, not a rivalry filled with pranks. In Cedric's compartment, he was introduced to future Gryffindor Quidditch stars Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet. After getting acquainted, Harry returned to his own compartment for some rest. As darkness fell, an announcement indicated their approach to Hogsmeade Station. They took turns changing into their Hogwarts robes, anticipation building for their first night at the castle. Upon the train's arrival at the station, the students began to disembark, buzzing with excitement about starting their Hogwarts journey. Chapter 73, Hogwarts. When Harry and his fellow first-year students disembarked from the Hogwarts Express, they were instantly enveloped in the bustling atmosphere of Hogsmeade Station. The dimly lit platform was alive with the chatter of older students, weaving their way home, weary yet excited. Amidst this bustling scene, a distinct voice cut through the chatter, drawing the attention of the newcomers. It was Hagrid, the half-giant groundskeeper of Hogwarts, his voice resonant and welcoming as he called out to the first years. Clad in his trademark oversized coat, his bushy beard and twinkling eyes made him an imposing yet friendly figure. First years, this way please, he beckoned, his large hand waving them over. No amount of reading could truly prepare Harry for the sight of the half-giant in person. Hagrid's size was staggering, he towered over everyone, matching the descriptions Harry had read in the books. He estimated Hagrid's height to be around 11.5 feet, with a breadth to match. His arms alone were thicker than some of the students, presenting a figure both awe-inspiring and slightly daunting. The initial shock of Hagrid's size had a brief, silencing effect on the first years. It took the courage of one student, who stepped forward to stand beside Hagrid, to break the spell. Encouraged by this act of bravery, the rest of the group gathered their wits and moved closer, ready to follow Hagrid's lead. Harry decided not to join Hagrid and the other first-year students for their traditional journey across the Great Lake. He wasn't looking forward to a boat ride in the chilly evening air, especially because he knew that the trace would be cast on him during this voyage. Since Harry was already legally independent, he could have the trace lifted at the Ministry of Magic without any trouble later on, but he preferred to skip the process entirely if he could help it. So, Harry cleverly used the bustling crowd as a cover to slip away and distance himself from the friends he had just made. His gaze swept over the sea of older Hogwarts students, searching for one distinctive figure. Despite the challenge of finding someone amidst the throng, Harry's eyes quickly spotted the unmistakable flash of pink hair that marked his target. Approaching her with a confident stride, Harry tapped her shoulder lightly. "Watcher Tonks," he greeted with a friendly tone. Nymphadora Tonks, whom Harry had met during a visit to her family's home the previous month, turned around with a grin. "Watcher Harry. What brings you here? Shouldn't a ickle firsty like you be heading off with Hagrid for the boat ride?" Harry shrugged off the suggestion with a small smile. "Not really in the mood for a boat trip tonight. I'd much rather join you for the carriage ride if that's all right." Tonks's hair danced through shades of pink and purple, a clear sign of her playful nature. "You're welcome to, but don't blame me if Professor McGonagall gives you a hard time later," she warned, her expression light-hearted yet earnest. Harry dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand. "I'll manage. Better than braving the cold with the rest of the first years on the lake." "All right then, follow me," Tonks replied, signaling to her friends that she'd catch up and guiding Harry towards the waiting carriages. Harry and Tonks left the busy platform behind and made their way to where numerous carriages were lined up, waiting to transport students to Hogwarts. While these carriages might seem to be moving on their own to most, Harry could see what was really pulling them thestrals. These creatures, resembling skeletal horses with leathery wings, were only visible to those who had experienced death. Harry, having witnessed his grandmother's death, was one of the few who could see them. Approaching one of the carriages, Tonks hopped on without hesitation. Harry, curious, reached out to gently pat one of the thestrals on its head. To his surprise, the creature accepted his touch quite calmly, contrary to what he expected from a being classified as XXXX, meaning highly dangerous. Harry mused that perhaps Hagrid's care or a misunderstanding in their classification made them seem less threatening than they were reputed to be. Tonks, noticing Harry's actions, asked, "What are you doing?" Harry explained as he climbed into the carriage beside her, "I was just petting a thestral." Tonks looked puzzled, "Petting what?" "I thought these carriages moved by magic alone." "No, they're pulled by thestrals," Harry clarified. "You can only see them if you've seen death. Just be a bit cautious around the carriages from now on. Thestrals are considered dangerous." Tonks laughed off the warning, "Don't try to scare me, Harry. If they were that dangerous, I'd have heard about attacks by now in my 5 years here." Harry explained, "They're well behaved because Hagrid has done a great job taming them. Still, they're inherently dangerous creatures. Imagine being attacked by something you can't see, not knowing where they are or how to protect yourself from them." Tonks, half joking, half admiring, responded, "Okay, Mr. Know-it-all, let's head to Hogwarts." "Why are you even coming to Hogwarts? You seem to know more than me." Harry, smiling, replied, "Think of it as me coming to Hogwarts to have fun." The conversation shifted as the carriage began its journey. "Which house do you think you'll be sorted into?" Tonks inquired. "I'm hoping for Ravenclaw, but it's up to the sorting hat," Harry shared. Tonks sighed, "Too bad you won't be in Hufflepuff with me. We Puffs know how to have fun. Ravens can be a bit dull." As the carriage rolled towards Hogwarts, they continued to chat, filling the night air with their idle talk and laughter. As Hogwarts came into view, Harry realized that his memories of the castle from a brief visit years ago didn't do it justice. This was truly his first time appreciating the grandeur of the magnificent structure before him. He sensed a powerful aura of magic enveloping the castle, a feeling that convinced him the environment would be immensely beneficial for his magical education. The castle seemed to have a life of its own, leading Harry to ponder if it possessed some level of sentience. Perhaps the house elves that served the castle were not under the headmaster's command but the castle itself. This thought intrigued Harry and promised an interesting topic for further exploration. Upon their arrival at the grand entrance of Hogwarts, Harry bid farewell to Tonks and hurried to join the first-year students, as Tonks had instructed. To avoid any potential reprimand for his unconventional arrival, he swiftly donned his invisibility cloak. Moments later, Hagrid arrived, escorting the first years. Seizing the moment, Harry merged silently with the group, invisible to their eyes. Hagrid led the group of first years up to the grand entrance of the castle, giving a solid knock on the imposing doors. In the moment when all eyes were drawn to the opening doors, Harry swiftly removed his invisibility cloak and tucked it away, hoping his action went unnoticed. As the doors gracefully opened, they were met by the sight of Professor McGonagall, clad in her distinctive emerald green robes, her expression stern as she surveyed the group of new students. Hagrid introduced the group with a hearty, "The first years, Professor." McGonagall, with a nod of acknowledgement, replied, Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take over from here. She then led the first years deeper into Hogwarts. As they approached the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall paused, turning to face the students with a formal welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began. The start of term banquet will soon commence, but before you join the feast, you will be sorted into your houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Here, your achievements will contribute to your house's points, while any rule infractions will deduct points. The house with the most points at the end of the year wins the House Cup, a prestigious award. Now, please form a line and follow me. The grand doors to the Great Hall opened, and the students followed Professor McGonagall inside. Harry quietly made his way to Cedric's side, taking in the surroundings. He noticed the hall wasn't as populated as he had anticipated, housing no more than 300 students, a stark indicator of the wizarding world's struggle to recover from recent wars. The hall itself was a sight to behold, with enchanted candles floating above and the 4 house banners prominently displayed. The professors were seated at a high table at the front, overseeing the hall. The first years were excited and nervous for what was about to come next. Chapter 74, Sorting. The first-year students, wide-eyed and filled with wonder, made their way to the front of the Great Hall, eagerly anticipating the moment that would define their next 7 years at Hogwarts. Amidst the quiet murmur of the hall, a soft cough echoed, drawing everyone's attention to a seemingly ordinary hat perched on a stool before the teacher's podium. This was no ordinary hat, however, it was the renowned sorting hat, famous not only for its pivotal role in sorting new students into their respective houses but also for its annual song. With a flourish, the hat burst into its latest composition, a tradition that marked the beginning of every school year. The song, crafted with care over the course of the year, began with a self-boast about the sorting hat's wisdom and insight, then continued into the description of each house's core virtues. While the song resonated with the younger members of the audience, enchanting them with tales of bravery, loyalty, intelligence, and ambition, Harry found it somewhat lacking. To him, it seemed tailored more to the tastes of children, failing to stir any particular fondness in him. As the final notes of the sorting hat's performance faded, a polite round of applause filled the hall. Professor McGonagall, holding a lengthy scroll with the names of all the first-year students, stepped forward. Clearing her throat, she announced that she would begin calling names, instructing each named student to approach the podium for their sorting. She began the ceremony by calling out, "Alan, Ray." A Muggle-born boy, clearly nervous, stepped up to the podium. With a reassuring smile, McGonagall gestured for him to sit on the stool and placed the voluminous sorting hat atop his head, enveloping him completely. A hush fell over the Great Hall, punctuated only by the murmur of the hat as it deliberated. Then, for all to hear, it announced, "Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table burst into applause and cheers, welcoming Ray as his robes magically transformed to reflect his new house colors. Grinning, he hurried to join his new housemates, while McGonagall proceeded with the next name. Roger Davies was next, a name Harry recognized. As expected, he was sorted into Ravenclaw, moving to his house's table with a confident stride. Diggory, Cedric, McGonagall called a few names later, drawing Harry's attention. Harry offered a supportive smile as Cedric approached the stool with composure. "Hufflepuff," was the hat's declaration. Cedric removed the hat, his smile broadening as the hall cheered. He then made his way to the Hufflepuff table, taking a seat near Ray Allen. As the sorting continued, Harry observed the number of new students in his batch. The group was small, about 30, reflecting the impact of the last war on wizarding families. Harry mused that this trend of reduced student numbers might persist for the next few years due to the fact that the war lasted for that many years and wizards, fearing for their lives, had no time to make babies. The sorting ceremony continued and saw familiar faces like Angelina Johnson, Lee Jordan, and Alicia Spinnet all being sorted into Gryffindor. Other names Harry didn't recognize were dispersed among the houses, with Hufflepuff receiving the most new members so far. "Potter, Hadrian," Professor McGonagall's voice echoed in the Great Hall, pulling Harry back from his wandering thoughts. The mention of his name caused an immediate hush, followed by a murmur of whispers among the students. Harry knew the whispers were likely due to him being the rumored brother of the boy who lived or due to his recent emancipation news, perhaps both. Walking to the stool with a casual demeanor, Harry ignored the eyes he felt on him, especially the gaze of Professor Snape and Dumbledore. Harry could bet their gazes would be filled with annoyance or anger. The moment the sorting hat settled on his head, Harry was met with an unexpected internal conversation. "A bright mind I see, and sturdy shields for occlumency. Would you mind lowering them, or shall I attempt to bypass them? It might take a moment, the hat proposed inside Harry's mind. If you try, I'll remove you and walk away. You're too close to Dumbledore for my comfort to access my thoughts, Harry retorted firmly. The hat reassured him, fear not, Mr. Potter. My duty is to the school, and your secrets are safe with me. I must delve into your mind to sort you properly. Harry, however, remained unconvinced. No, I can't risk it. Why don't you just ask me questions, and based on my answers, decide my house? I'm indifferent to the outcome, it's merely 7 years of school. The hat hesitated, I cannot easily break tradition. It's typically a swift process. Harry stood his ground firmly, wary of the Sorting Hat potentially revealing his many secrets. He wasn't willing to risk Dumbledore learning anything more about him through the Sorting Hat. Let's not remove me just yet, the hat quickly said, sensing Harry's determination to remove it from his head. Given your unique stance, I'll make an exception. But let's keep this adjustment between us. Now, let's move on to some questions. How do you perceive the houses, Mr. Potter? Harry explained, my original views align somewhat with your song, yet how you've sorted students over the years has changed my opinion about the various houses. Gryffindor now seems suited for the bold and somewhat reckless, Ravenclaw for those who cherish knowledge and solitude, Slytherin for the ambitious, often under familial pressure, and Hufflepuff serves as a haven for everyone else. The hat acknowledged, a keen mind indeed, Mr. Potter. Of late, ensuring children find their place, not feel alienated, and meeting their parents' expectations, has been pivotal in my sorting. It's a grave matter when a child fears disappointing their loved ones. So, where do you see yourself? Harry responded, Gryffindor's bustle doesn't appeal to me, and Hufflepuff may lack the privacy I crave. Slytherin, well, I'd rather not fuel rumors of becoming the next Dark Lord. That leaves Ravenclaw as my preference. Indeed, your logic is sound, the hat concluded. While Slytherin could be fitting, your concerns hold weight. Therefore, it's decided better be Ravenclaw. This final word, the hat proclaimed aloud for the hall to hear. Harry removed the sorting hat with a sense of achievement, handed it back to Professor McGonagall, and hurried towards the Ravenclaw table. The Ravenclaws welcomed him with open arms, their chants of "We got Potter" filling the hall with excitement. While the Ravenclaws around him extended their congratulations, their curiosity was piqued by the length of Harry's conversation with the hat. To their inquiries about the delay, Harry offered a cryptic response about discussing the meaning of life with the Sorting Hat, which, though unsatisfying, ended their probing. Harry really didn't think his bold move with the Sorting Hat would actually pay off. He had brainstormed several strategies about how his sorting might unfold, focusing on whether the hat could directly dive into his memories. Harry's main worry was if the hat managed to read his thoughts, there was a chance it might share his secrets with Dumbledore. To Harry's relief, the hat couldn't directly access his memories, prompting him to activate his Plan B, threatening to leave Hogwarts if the hat tried anything funny. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. Harry figured that if the hat couldn't peek into his mind in an instant, it wasn't as powerful as he'd assumed, which also meant there was a risk his secrets could end up in Dumbledore's lap. Not willing to take that chance, Harry stood his ground, ready to walk out if pushed into a corner, hoping Dumbledore would intervene to keep him at Hogwarts. In the end, Harry was glad his gamble succeeded, otherwise, he'd have been stuck continuing his education at home or possibly seeking schooling abroad. After a short while, the sorting ceremony concluded. Harry watched as his companions from the Hogwarts Express found their new homes within Hogwarts. Reginald was sorted into Ravenclaw, joining Harry, and the girls, Arabella and Elvinia, were placed in Slytherin, as Harry had somewhat anticipated. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, landed in Gryffindor, a decision that surprised no one. Slytherin welcomed 2 new members, Adrian Pusey and Cassius Warrington. Harry wasn't familiar with either boy, but he got the sense that Adrian might be alright, whereas Cassius gave off the air of a potential troublemaker for the year. With the sorting out of the way, Headmaster Dumbledore rose to speak. He delivered a few words that made no sense and then signaled for the start of the feast. The tables were magically filled with a vast assortment of British cuisine. Harry, whose palate had been refined by the international dishes Myra prepared, was less than thrilled by the offerings. The prospect of dining on this fare for the next 7 years was not appealing, but given his rigorous physical training and the need for sustenance, he began to eat. Thanks to the security measures imbued in his Potter heir status, Harry was confident that his food was safe from any harmful potions or tampering, a necessary precaution at a school known for its mischievous pranksters who might slip something into the meals. Chapter 75, Professors and Ravenclaw Common Room. As Harry wrapped up his dinner, his gaze wandered to the staff table, where the professors were also enjoying their meal. Among them, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was impossible to miss. His high-backed chair and the vibrant, shiny robes he wore set him apart from the others. Harry had already formed an opinion about the headmaster, seeing him as a politician, manipulative, and willing to do anything for the so-called greater good. So, he didn't spend much time watching Dumbledore and instead scanned the rest of the professors. The faculty was largely as Harry remembered from the canon. Minerva McGonagall served both as the Transfiguration teacher and the head of Gryffindor House. Harry planned to maintain a distance from her, knowing her close ties to Dumbledore. Pomona Sprout, the herbology teacher, also carried the role of Hufflepuff head. She seemed kind and approachable. Phileas Flitwick, the charms teacher, was the head of Ravenclaw. Known as a dueling champion in his younger days, Harry was eager to learn if he could coax some dueling tips out of him. Then there was Severus Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin House. Harry anticipated challenges with Snape and was ready to retaliate if Snape caused any problems. Snape's actions had contributed significantly to his grandparents' demise, and Harry had no plans to forgive him as easily as his book counterpart did, despite any regrets Snape might have or his love for his childhood crush. Furthermore, with Lily still alive in this world, Harry was curious and wary about how Snape would behave once the war arose again. Then there were the professors for other subjects. Septima Vector was in charge of arithmancy, and Baths Haida Babbling was in charge of the study of ancient runes. Aurora Sinistra took the night sky as her domain in astronomy. Care of magical creatures was under the old and enthusiastic Sylvanus Kettleben, while Sybil Trelawney wasted everyone's time with divination. Hagrid, the gentle giant, kept his role as the gamekeeper, not yet a teacher of magical creatures. Quirinus Quirrell, who currently taught Muggle studies, had yet to encounter his dark future with Voldemort. Overseeing the broomstick lessons was Rolanda Hooch, with her sharp eyes and whistle always ready. The library was the realm of Irma Pants, guarding her books fiercely, while Madame Pomfrey healed wounds and soothed fevers in the hospital wing. This year's defense against the dark arts, Dada, Professor caught Harry's eye, not for good reasons. His shabby appearance and demeanor immediately signaled to Harry that this was yet another temporary holder of the cursed position. Harry couldn't be bothered to learn his name, considering the professor would likely exit Hogwarts by year's end, as all Dada teachers had since the curse. The existence of the Dada curse, allegedly cast by Voldemort, puzzled Harry. It seemed odd that neither Dumbledore nor the Hogwarts board had effectively addressed it. Surely, the combined efforts of the best curse breakers from Gringotts and the Ministry should overcome any curse, even one cast by Voldemort. Absent from the feast was the ghostly Professor Binns, confined to the history of magic classroom. Harry figured the less said about him, the better, given his notoriously dull and outdated lectures that could put even a ghost to sleep. After the feast concluded, Dumbledore rose to introduce the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Barnaby Fletcher. Harry wasn't particularly impressed. Fletcher seemed to lack any notable credentials, raising doubts about his effectiveness. The name Fletcher itself hinted at potential trouble, but Harry hoped this professor wouldn't cause the same issues as other Dada professors in the canon. Dumbledore then shifted the evening towards announcements. Firstly, he began, addressing the hall with a reminder from Mr. Filch about the prohibition of magic in the corridors. His voice carried a hint of mischief, which Harry found more annoying than endearing. The headmaster continued, additionally, the second week of term will see the tryouts for your house Quidditch teams. Sign-up sheets will be available in your common rooms, though I must note that only students from the second year and above are eligible to participate. Harry listened with mild interest. Quidditch would have to wait for another year. Harry had no hopes of getting the special pass from Dumbledore like the canon Harry. Dumbledore's next caution was a familiar one: I find myself needing to remind you all once more that the Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits. It houses creatures that are far from benign, some of which pose considerable danger. The evening concluded with the Hogwarts school song, a tradition Harry found boring and annoying. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, seemed to delight in the song, adding their own flair to it. Harry, however, remained silent, firmly deciding against participating in the singing. As the song ended, the prefects rose, gathering the first-year students. Forming an orderly line, the group followed their leaders to the Ravenclaw Tower. Along the way, they passed enchanting moving portraits that greeted them with waves and remarks. The fifth-year prefects leading the way took the opportunity to point out significant locations within the castle, providing a brief orientation for the newcomers. Upon reaching the fifth floor, the group of first-year Ravenclaws was directed to a corridor ending with a notable door. This door, distinct from others throughout Hogwarts, boasted a bronze eagle knocker at its center, signaling the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. The girl prefect took a moment to explain the uniqueness of their house's entrance. Unlike other houses that use passwords, Ravenclaw values intellect above all. This eagle knocker will pose a riddle, and only by solving it will you gain access. Fail, and you'll be left outside until a kinder soul aids you, she remarked, a hint of disdain in her voice for those who might struggle with this intellectual challenge. As if on cue, the boy prefect knocked, prompting the knocker to articulate a riddle. Reginald provided the correct answer with ease, impressing his peers and granting them entry. Harry quickly realized he might have made a mistake choosing Ravenclaw. Even though solving the riddles to enter wasn't hard, having to answer a riddle every single time he wanted to sneak back in was going to be a problem. Harry had plans to sneak out for training sessions in the Room of Requirement, and this riddle system made that much harder. He had totally forgotten that Ravenclaw's entrance worked this way and now thought maybe Slytherin would have been an easier choice for his sneaky plans. Still, regretting it wasn't going to help. Harry hoped he could figure out some sort of workaround to this riddle issue. Walking into the Ravenclaw common room, Harry was struck by its spacious and airy feel. The room, bathed in the house colors of bronze and blue, was filled with comfortable couches and armchairs perfect for relaxing and reading. Large arched windows offered stunning views of the outside, and the curtains fluttered softly, adding to the serene atmosphere. A statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, the house's founder, stood proudly by the entrance to the dormitories, symbolizing the wisdom and intellect that defined Ravenclaw. A small library to the side was an added treat, promising hours of exploration and learning for the students. The prefects quickly briefed everyone on the house rules and curfew times before showing the first years to their dorms. In the Ravenclaw Tower, just like in Gryffindor, 2 staircases divided the way to the boys' and girls' dormitories, each spreading across 7 floors to accommodate students from respective years. The first floor was designated for the first years, ascending up to the 7th for the seniors. The dormitory for the first-year boys was surprisingly spacious, divided into 3 distinct sections. Each section came equipped with its own bed, cupboard, and study table, catering to the fact that there were only 3 boys in Ravenclaw's first year, Harry, Reginald, and Roger. Harry entered first and immediately chose the bed nearest to the door, preferring easy access for his frequent nighttime escapades. Roger and Reginald settled on the remaining beds without fuss. With everyone's living arrangements sorted, it was time for formal introductions. The dark-haired boy introduced himself as Roger Davies, to which Harry responded in kind. Reginald, already acquainted with Harry from their train journey, exchanged a friendly greeting with Roger. Roger, intrigued upon hearing Harry's name, asked about his background. Harry, anticipating he would be sharing the next 7 years with Roger, patiently answered his questions, eager to maintain a harmonious relationship from the outset. Being Ravenclaws, both Roger and Reginald exhibited a reserved demeanor. Following brief introductions and a light conversation about their families, the boys turned their attention to unpacking. The house elves had delivered Roger and Reginald's trunks to the room, while Harry produced his trunk from his pocket and enlarged it with a spell, earning an impressed glance from both of his new roommates. Exhaustion from the day's events soon took over, and after settling in, the trio exchanged goodnights and retreated to their beds for some much-needed rest. Chapter 76, First Day. Harry, ever the early riser, found himself waking up at the break of dawn, at 5 a.m., without the aid of an alarm. He silently made his way out of the dormitory to freshen up, being careful not to disturb his new roommates. Descending to the common room, he discovered it empty, enveloped in the tranquil silence of the early morning. The common room windows offered a breathtaking view that captured the essence of Hogwarts' surrounding beauty. The Black Lake shimmered under the first light, the Forbidden Forest stood dark and mysterious at its edge, and the distant mountains painted a serene backdrop. This scenery, enhanced by the sunrise, provided Harry with a moment of peace and beauty. With the common room as his starting point, Harry ventured outside, relying on his memory from the previous night to navigate the grounds of Hogwarts. His morning jog took him past the school's many iconic locations. The foggy Whomping Willow loomed large and somewhat menacing in the early morning mist. The Forbidden Forest was as dark and unwelcoming as the stories made it out to be, promising adventure and danger in equal measure. He noticed Hagrid's hut, quiet and still, possibly indicating that the gamekeeper was either still asleep or out attending to his numerous magical creatures. Harry also passed the training grounds and Quidditch pitch, as well as the sprawling greenhouses and gardens that contributed to Hogwarts' magical learning environment. Towards the end of his jog, Harry encountered a group of students clad in Quidditch robes, identifiable by their colors as Gryffindor team members. Among them, he spotted a red-haired boy who he assumed was Charlie Weasley, a member of the Weasley family not prominently featured in the books. After exchanging brief, polite greetings with them, Harry continued his way back to the castle. Navigating the labyrinth of staircases within Hogwarts, Harry made his way back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry returned to his dormitory and found both Reginald and Roger awake, starting their day. "Morning. Did you go for a run?" Reginald greeted, looking curious. "Yeah, it's been part of my routine for a while now. Plus, I wanted to explore the castle at sunrise," Harry explained, sharing his morning adventure. "That sounds great. Mind if I tag along tomorrow? I'm aiming to try out for the Quidditch team next year, so I need to stay fit," Roger chimed in, expressing his interest in joining Harry. "Absolutely. This morning, I even caught the Gryffindor Quidditch team heading out for practice. They're pretty dedicated," Harry added, noting the competitive spirit of the Gryffindor team. "I've heard they're one of the strongest teams this year," Roger responded, impressed by Gryffindor's reputation. "And what about you, Reginald? Interested in joining us?" Harry turned to include their other roommate in the conversation. "Thanks, but I'll pass. I value my sleep too much," Reginald declined, preferring to stick to his comfortable routine. With a nod of understanding from Harry, the trio continued their morning routines, preparing themselves for the first day of classes. Once fully dressed in their Hogwarts robes, they descended to the common room, where they noticed the notice board had already been updated with the week's class schedule. Their class schedule was far from set in stone, covering a total of 8 subjects for the term: Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, History of Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Astronomy, Herbology, and Flying. The timing for each class varied, with Potions alone taking up nearly 5 hours on the days it was scheduled. Astronomy classes were held at night, leading to a lighter load of morning classes on those days. Despite the varied schedule, it was a full plate for the students, though they were granted Saturdays and Sundays off for some much-needed rest. However, this Saturday was an exception. Since it was their first day at Hogwarts, they had classes to attend, a morning session of Transfiguration paired with Gryffindor and an afternoon Charms class with Slytherin. Fortunately, the following day, Sunday, promised no classes. Roger, after a glance at the gem-packed schedule, couldn't help but complain, "It's back-to-back classes all day until 5 in the evening. I'm going to be exhausted. Harry, I might have to rethink joining you for those morning runs." Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Roger's dismay. "Just wait until the 3rd year. We'll have to squeeze in at least 2 electives on top of all this. Our weekdays will hardly have a moment to breathe." Both Roger and Reginald moaned in unison at the thought, clearly dreading the intensified schedule. Harry just shook his head, amused by their reactions. He understood that, for them, who had never experienced a structured academic environment, the transition would be challenging. But, for Harry, who was accustomed to managing his time efficiently, the schedule seemed manageable. "There's no point in fretting over it now," Reginald chimed in with a pragmatic tone. "Let's grab some breakfast and then make our way to the Transfiguration classroom. I'd rather not start off by being late to our very first class." Walking towards the Great Hall, they noticed it was already bustling with students by the time they arrived. The atmosphere was more relaxed, with students filtering in, grabbing their breakfast, and then hurrying off to their first class of the day. As they settled down for breakfast, the room was filled with the flapping of wings as owls swooped in, delivering mail. It seemed that many of the first-year students, including Harry, were the main recipients of these deliveries. Harry's attention was caught by an owl heading straight for him, carrying a letter that he recognized to be from Sirius. Opening it, he found Sirius inquiring about his first impressions of Hogwarts and curious about which house Harry had been sorted into. It dawned on Harry that he had missed sending a letter back the previous night, as he had intended. Making a mental note, he decided to ensure he sent a reply via Hedwig later that evening, remembering his commitment to keep Susan updated with regular letters. Harry had just finished his breakfast when Cedric approached him with a friendly greeting. "Cedric, good morning, Harry." "Harry, morning, Cedric. How's life in Hufflepuff?" Cedric's voice was full of enthusiasm as he shared his experience. Great! The seniors and prefects are so helpful and caring. They're even willing to guide us to our classes today so we don't get lost. Reginald, upon hearing this, was impressed. Wow, that's a great initiative. Our seniors seem too preoccupied with their studies to offer any guidance on where our classes are. Cedric, with a hint of surprise, responded, Really? That's unfortunate. But we were given a map of the school that marks all the important locations. He then pulled out a large piece of parchment, unfolding it to reveal a detailed sketch of Hogwarts layout, including classroom locations and other key areas, a tool that seemed incredibly useful for navigating the castle. Seeing the value in the map, Harry asked, Cedric, would you mind if I made a copy of this? It looks like it could really help us get used to where everything is during the first week. Of course, Cedric replied, the seniors didn't say anything about not sharing it with students from other houses. But you might not have enough time to copy it by hand before classes start. Harry smiled, reminding Cedric of their magical abilities. We are wizards, after all. With a flick of his wand and the word Gemino, the parchment duplicated itself into 4 copies. Handing the original back to a bewildered Cedric, Harry shared the copies with his dorm mates, who were equally astonished by the spell work. Cedric, slightly bemused, commented, I wish I'd pestered my father for a training wand too. You're already so far ahead of us in your studies, Harry. Harry offered a reassuring smile. It required some sacrifices, like less playtime. But don't worry, I'll help you with your spells. You'll master everything we need to know this year in no time. These spells are pretty straightforward. Reginald, encouraged by Harry's offer, said, We'll hold you to that promise, Hadrian. Having someone to help us with spell training should make this tight schedule much more manageable. Harry, seeking a less formal interaction, replied, No problem, and please, just call me Harry. I don't want to be addressed as Hadrian for the next 7 years. Reginald agreed with a chuckle, Okay, Harry. Then you can call me Reggie. As breakfast came to an end and it was time to head to their first class, Cedric parted ways with Harry and the others to join his fellow Hufflepuffs, marking the start of their academic journey at Hogwarts. Chapter 77, Transfiguration. Harry and his friends quickly headed to their first Transfiguration class. Thanks to the map Cedric shared, they found the classroom easily and arrived before the rest of their classmates. The room was spacious, clearly too large for the small group of 14 first-year students who were expected. At the front of the room, on the teacher's podium, sat a tabby cat, calmly observing the newcomers. Looks like we've got some time before class starts. Let's grab seats at the front, suggested Roger, leading the way. Reggie, eyeing the cat curiously, suggested, Whose cat could that be? Let's play with it until the professor arrives. Harry, knowing well who the cat actually was, couldn't help but smirk at the suggestion. He chose not to intervene, finding amusement in what was about to unfold. Reggie approached the podium, attempting to pet the cat, but despite his efforts, the cat skillfully avoided every touch. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Reggie's futile attempts, choosing a seat beside Roger and settling down comfortably. Roger, puzzled by Harry's reaction, asked, Why are you laughing, Harry? It's just a cat avoiding being petted. You'll see soon enough, Harry replied with a grin, keeping the reason for his amusement to himself. As the room began to fill with other students and Reggie finally gave up his pursuit and returned to his seat, Harry decided to reveal the truth. Enjoyed your game with Professor McGonagall, Reggie? Harry asked with a playful tone. Reggie, caught off guard, replied, What are you talking about, Harry? That cat is actually Professor McGonagall. She's an animagus, registered with the Ministry of Magic, Harry explained. Refusing to believe, Reggie protested, That's not a funny joke, Harry. Still amused, Harry continued, You'll find out it's true soon enough. My godfather told me about her unique ability. If you look closely, you can even see her eyes resemble Professor McGonagall's. Sirius even told me about the time he pranked her with catnip, said it was hilarious. He suggested I try it too. At that moment, Harry caught the cat's glare directed squarely at him. It seemed he had underestimated the cat's, or rather Professor McGonagall's, ability to overhear. Offering a sheepish smile to the now obviously perturbed cat, Harry turned back to his friends. Reggie, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, lamented, Harry, why didn't you warn me? Now the professor might have a poor impression of me right from the start. Harry, half apologetic and half amused, replied, "I'm sorry, Reggie. The opportunity to see you trying to catch and pet her was too good to miss. I was curious to see if you'd actually manage to do it." Reggie could only groan in response, while Harry and Roger shared a laugh at his expense, eagerly awaiting the reveal of Professor McGonagall's true form to the class. Soon it was time to begin the class, but the cat did not move since everyone had not come yet. A few minutes later, Fred and George Weasley sauntered into the classroom with their usual cheeky demeanor. Fred, spotting the tabby cat perched nonchalantly on the professor's desk, elbowed George with a mischievous grin. "Oi, George, reckon the professor's decided to skip today? Gives us the perfect chance for a bit of early term fun, wouldn't you say?" George matched his brother's grin, pulling a small object from his pocket. "Absolutely, Fred. If the professor can't appreciate the importance of punctuality, perhaps a little surprise might teach her a valuable lesson in timekeeping." The two brothers approached the desk, their hands busy preparing their prank, much to the amusement of Harry, Roger, and Reggie. Reggie, still smarting from his earlier encounter with the cat, was secretly pleased to see someone else potentially landing in hot water. Just as they were about to set their plan into motion, the cat sprang into action. With a grace that belied its previous indifference, it launched itself from the desk, transforming mid-leap into Professor McGonagall. In a fluid motion that was both astonishing and slightly terrifying, she snatched an ear of each twin, holding them firmly in her grasp. Professor McGonagall, with a pointed look that managed to convey both disappointment and a hint of amusement, addressed the twins directly. "I see we have our resident jesters already trying to establish their reputation. Unlike your brothers, who've shown a commendable dedication to their studies, you two seem intent on mischief. Rest assured, Mr. Fred and Mr. George, I've dealt with far more challenging cases in my time. Return to your seats, and let's not have any more interruptions." The rest of the class, initially shocked by the sudden transformation, erupted into a mixture of applause and laughter, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Even Reggie, who had been apprehensive about the professor's reaction to his earlier antics, couldn't help but chuckle at the twins' predicament. Fred, ever the quick-witted one, managed a grin despite the circumstances. "Well, George, seems we've been officially inaugurated by the professor herself. Onwards to making history, eh?" George, rubbing his ear gingerly, smirked back. "Indeed, Fred. But let's aim to make it into the history books for something slightly less ear-tugging next time, shall we?" Their brief exchange elicited more laughter from their classmates as they sheepishly took their seats, their initial prank forgotten but their spirits undampened. As the class settled, Professor McGonagall took her place at the front, signaling the start of their first Transfiguration lesson. "Open your textbooks to the very first chapter of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration," she instructed. "We'll be starting with the foundational concepts of this subject." While the room filled with the sound of flipping pages, Harry set his dictaquill to work, capturing the lecture verbatim. Freed from note-taking, he quietly practiced some wandless magic under his desk, a subtle way to both kill time and refine his magical control. After a thorough discussion on theory, McGonagall moved on to practical application. She presented each student with a simple matchstick, and their task was to transfigure it into a sharp needle. With a flick of her wand, she effortlessly demonstrated, her matchstick promptly reshaped into a gleaming needle. "Try your best," she encouraged, her eyes sweeping across the eager faces. The first attempts were predictably unsuccessful, with most students' matchsticks remaining stubbornly unchanged. The atmosphere was filled with concentration, punctuated by moments of frustration and the occasional giggle. Fred and George's matchsticks, however, chose a different path. With a spark and a small pop, their attempts resulted in a mini-explosion rather than the intended needles. Their delight was evident, drawing a collective laugh from the class, though McGonagall was less amused. After a swift clean-up and a stern look, she handed them fresh matchsticks to try again. After some time, Harry shifted his focus to assisting Roger and Reggie, guiding them through the spell-casting fundamentals. Their Ravenclaw inclination for quick learning shone through, and soon, they managed to achieve a reasonably shiny needle. Happy with their progress, Harry also easily transformed his matchstick into a shiny needle. 15 points to Ravenclaw for successful attempts, announced Professor McGonagall, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and approval. She had observed Harry's effective mentoring, noting Roger and Reggie's rapid improvement. While Harry's own success was expected given his background and his guardian Sirius's proficiency in transfiguration, his impact on his classmates' learning was particularly noteworthy. Emboldened by points gained, Harry, Roger, and Reggie began helping everyone else. By the lesson's end, every student had managed to transfigure their matchstick into a needle, thanks largely to the guidance of the Ravenclaw newcomers gaining them another 10 points. The class wrapped up on a high note, with the only homework being to refine their transfiguration skills for a perfect demonstration in the following session. Chapter 78, Other Classes and House Dynamics. History of Magic was the next in the day's schedule. Harry surprisingly found himself enjoying this class, a reaction that was unusual compared to most students. The general expectation was boredom from listening to Professor Binns, a ghost who monotonously lectured about ancient goblin wars, causing many first-year students to doze off. However, Harry used this opportunity differently. With Professor Binns paying little attention to the class, Harry could easily bring out another book and study something else. This class became an unexpected boon for Harry, providing him valuable time to continue his personal studies amidst the busy Hogwarts schedule. When the class wrapped up, the students woke up from their naps, refreshed yet dismayed when Professor Binns assigned homework on the very goblin wars he had lectured on. Lunch followed, and then came the charms class with the Slytherins. Reginald was quick to greet his sister and Arabella before joining the Ravenclaw side of the classroom. House rivalry was something the first years were quickly introduced to, particularly between Gryffindor and Slytherin due to their conflicting ideologies, and between Ravenclaw and Slytherin for the coveted House Cup. This rivalry was so serious that students were discouraged from mingling with members of the rival house during classes to avoid losing points. Reggie found himself separated from his sister in class due to this rule, a testament to the intensity of house loyalties at Hogwarts. As Professor Flitwick entered the classroom, the chatter among the students died down, making the room silent. Harry, seeing him for the first time up close, couldn't help but notice his height. Professor Flitwick was quite short, standing only about 3.5 feet tall, which Harry knew was due to his part goblin heritage. Despite his small stature, Harry couldn't look down on him, knowing that he was a 3-time winner of the International Dueling Championship, a testament to his formidable magical abilities. Making his way to the front, Professor Flitwick approached a desk where a pile of books lay. He skillfully climbed these books as if they were steps, allowing him to stand on the desk and be more visible to the class. In a voice that was unexpectedly squeaky but high-pitched, he greeted the class warmly. "Good morning, first years," he began, his tone cheerful and welcoming. "My name is Professor Flitwick. I am the head of the Charms Department and also have the honor of being the head of Ravenclaw House. During your time here at Hogwarts, I will be teaching you the art of charms. Please remember, my door is always open to any of you who might need assistance or have questions about your studies." When Professor Flitwick started the lesson, his energy was immediately noticeable. He was so passionate about teaching that he made the entire classroom come alive. It felt like watching someone who had found their true calling, teaching and guiding young minds. Professor Flitwick was small in stature, but his presence was anything but. He zipped around the classroom with such zeal that you'd mistake him for a youngster if you didn't know better. The lesson began with a broad overview of charms, laying a solid foundation before moving toward spell casting. The Lumos charm was the spell of the day, an introductory spell that allowed wizards to light the tip of their wands. It was the perfect place to start for beginners. To everyone's delight, they all managed to cast the spell successfully after just a handful of attempts. Though simple, the Lumos charm was incredibly practical, especially when navigating in the dark. Professor Flitwick didn't stop there, he delved deeper into the mechanics of the spell. He emphasized the critical role of visualization in enhancing the spell's effectiveness and explained how the Lumos charm could be used for learning to control your magic. At the end of the class, Professor Flitwick asked the Ravenclaw first years to stay behind. Professor Flitwick gathered all the Ravenclaw first years around him for a chat. "As many of you might be aware, I'm not just your charms professor, I'm also the head of Ravenclaw House. It's my responsibility to guide you during your time here at Hogwarts," he started, his voice filled with a mix of seriousness and warmth. "I'm sure Professor McGonagall briefed you about the house point system yesterday evening. I expect each one of you to behave respectfully towards all your teachers. If you ever find yourself disagreeing with a teacher or caught in an argument, I want you to come to me. We'll sit down together, after class, and find a solution." He paused for a moment before adding, "To ensure we're all on the same page, I hold monthly meetings with our house members. These sessions last about half an hour, and it's an opportunity for us to talk about any issues, share your achievements, and discuss anything that might help you in your studies." Professor Flitwick then flashed a reassuring smile. "That's pretty much all I wanted to cover for now. Remember, my office is right next door. If you run into any trouble or just need someone to talk to, my door is always open. Any questions? The room remained quiet, everyone nodding in understanding, to which he concluded, well then, I hope you all enjoy your time at Hogwarts. It's a special place. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. Echoed around the room as the students expressed their gratitude. As they stepped out of the Charms classroom, Harry and Reginald noticed two familiar faces waiting for them, Arabella and Elvinia. The rest of their Ravenclaw classmates had already headed back to the common room, leaving the four of them in the corridor. Hey, Reggie, Arabella called out with a smile. What was that meeting about? Just our head of house, Professor Flitwick, giving us a welcome talk, Reggie explained. Oh, really? Professor Snape had our Slytherin introduction last night, Arabella responded, her tone shifting a bit. Harry, curious, jumped in with a question. How's Slytherin so far? Is it really as dark and dreary as they say? Arabella took a moment before answering. It's too early to judge fully, but yet, it's a bit more somber than I'd like. Without Elvinia, I think I'd feel quite out of place. And what about Professor Snape? Harry prodded further. Professor Snape? He doesn't meddle too much with house affairs. In Slytherin, we sort of run our own ship. The most influential student in our year gets to lead, and we're all expected to fall in line, Arabella shared. Influential in what sense? Their external connections, or their strength? Harry asked, intrigued. It's more about their standing within Slytherin itself, Arabella clarified. That sounds like quite the responsibility. Who's looking like the frontrunner this year? Is it you, sister? Reggie asked, turning to Elvinia. I'd like to take on the role, but Cassius Warrington has a better shot. He's well connected with the older students, Elvinia admitted with a hint of disappointment. Arabella scoffed at the mention of Warrington. That arrogant fool. Just because his dad is tight with the Malfoys, he thinks he can run the show and push everyone around. Reggie nodded in understanding. Ah, so it's the Malfoy connection that's bolstering his position. Harry, intrigued by the Slytherin dynamics, couldn't resist asking, is the Malfoy family really that influential? Elvinia responded with a nod, yeah, the Malfoy family has a long history and holds significant sway, especially in the darker circles of the Wizengamot. They're not on the same level as the Blacks historically, but lately, Lord Malfoy has been cozying up to the Minister of Magic. That's made them quite the figures to impress. So, what side does your family align with? Harry inquired, curious about the broader political landscape. We're aligned with the neutral faction, along with families like the Green Grasses, Elvinia shared. Harry mused aloud, I figured as much since you're engaging with someone from a light family without any hesitation. This conversation was reassuring for Harry. Knowing they weren't tied to the dark faction meant he didn't have to hold back on his friendship with Reggie. Harry was cautious about aiding someone who might later oppose him in conflicts, understanding that neutral families often chose their stance to avoid war rather than because of their beliefs. Our family doesn't really pick sides, Reggie added, eager to clarify. Harry nodded, I understand, but it's likely some in Slytherin might not take kindly to you mingling with the brother of the boy who lived. Elvinia didn't seem bothered, well, I see more advantage in being your friend. That's very Slytherin of you, Harry chuckled, but seriously, let me know if anyone gives you trouble. I'd stand up for you regardless, especially for the sister of my roommate. Thanks, Harry. I've always been concerned about their well-being in Slytherin. It's pretty cutthroat, Reggie admitted. It's manageable, Elvinia countered, just keep an eye on Arabella, she's the one who truly stands out in Slytherin. The pressure is good for me, it drives me to improve. Still, knowing we have support is comforting. Once they had finished discussing the more serious matters, the conversation shifted to the topic of their living quarters at Hogwarts. Arabella and Elvinia expressed a bit of envy towards the boys for their Ravenclaw Tower dorms, which boasted a spectacular view of the Hogwarts grounds. In contrast, the girls' Slytherin dorms were located in the dungeons, lacking any natural light from windows. They shared that they had herbology class with the Hufflepuffs that morning and had grown quite fond of Professor Sprout. Harry nearly shared the story of Reggie's attempt to pet Professor McGonagall, but a stern look from Reggie quickly silenced him. It was probably for the best that the girls didn't know about McGonagall's animagus abilities. Who knows, they might actually manage to pet her if they tried. Realizing time was getting on, they exchanged goodbyes and made plans to meet the next day for an adventure to explore more of Hogwarts. Chapter 79, Room of Requirements and Ravenclaw's Diadem Part 1. In the cozy Ravenclaw common room, Harry retreated to his own space and breezed through the history of magic assignment. Having aced his owls in the subject not long ago, the task was a piece of cake for him. Once done, he dedicated some time to write letters to Sirius, Emma, and Susan, sharing the news of his sorting into Ravenclaw and his experiences on his first day at Hogwarts. With the letters sealed and ready, he then made his way to the Owlery. The Owlery, perched high in the west tower of Hogwarts Castle, served as a home for both the school's owls and those owned by students throughout the year. Harry found his way there without difficulty, entering a tower room designed for the owls' easy access to the open skies. The ground was layered with straw, generously sprinkled with owl droppings and the remnants of their meals, bones of mice and voles. About 50 owls were either circling the space or resting within it when Harry arrived. Hedwig, Harry's own snowy owl, didn't make him wait or search. She glided gracefully towards him and landed softly on his extended arm, nipping at him lightly as if to chide him for something. Harry couldn't help but laugh at her antics, reaching for the owl treats he'd brought along. The moment the treats made an appearance, several other owls showed interest, but a stern screech from Hedwig sent them back, establishing her dominance. Harry observed, amused and somewhat bemused, as Hedwig signaled for more treats. When provided, she didn't keep them all to herself but shared them with 4 other owls that approached at her call. This little display of leadership from Hedwig left Harry both surprised and immensely proud. It seemed Hedwig had not only adjusted to her new home but had also quickly established a network of sorts among the other owls. Harry made a mental note to bring extra treats next time, half-jokingly considering the possibility of Hedwig forming her own owl army. With a fond smile, Harry attached his letters to Hedwig's leg, instructing her on the delivery order, Emma first, followed by Sirius, and finally, Susan. After wishing her a safe journey, Harry watched her take off into the sky before he exited the Owlery, his thoughts lingering on the remarkable scene he'd just witnessed. Harry had something special planned for the day, something he'd been eagerly anticipating for many years. The time had finally come for him to visit the Room of Requirements. This mystical Room of Requirements, also known as the Come and Go Room, was a hidden gem within Hogwarts Castle. It had a unique and incredible ability to morph itself into anything the user needed at that moment. While it couldn't conjure food, the room's capabilities were still astonishingly versatile and powerful, making it a coveted spot for those in the know. However, before Harry could embark on his adventure, he had to attend dinner. He knew his adventure might take a significant amount of time, and he didn't want to worry his friends by disappearing without explanation. So, after enjoying his meal in the Great Hall and making a plausible excuse to his friends, Harry set out for his destination. Slipping on his trusty invisibility cloak to ensure his movements went unnoticed, Harry stealthily navigated towards the 7th floor. His heart was full of excitement and anticipation for what was to come. A short walk later, Harry found himself in front of the tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach trolls ballet. Recalling the details accurately, Harry paced in front of the tapestry 3 times, each time concentrating deeply on his need for a place where he could hide something. Upon his 3rd pass, the wall before him began to shift, unveiling a door that hadn't been there before. Harry glanced around to ensure the corridor was empty before he stepped through the door, entering the Room of Requirement, which had transformed into the Room of Hidden Things. The sight that met his eyes was one of chaos and clutter. Mountains of objects, ranging from broken furniture to forgotten trinkets, filled the space. Everything was piled haphazardly, indicating that searching for anything specific in this mess would be no easy task. With a specific goal in mind, Harry called out, "Oxio Ravenclaw's diadem." Harry hoped to summon the diadem to him directly, but that had failed. Harry's interest in the diadem was to see if he could replicate the success Sirius had with absorbing the soul fragment from the locket Horcrux. The diadem, being one of the more accessible Horcruxes of Voldemort, located within Hogwarts, had been on his mind for a while. However, his spell yielded no results, confirming Harry's suspicion that the items in the room were protected by an anti-summoning charm. This meant he would have to search for the diadem manually, an endeavor that promised to be time-consuming and laborious. Undeterred, Harry began to sift through the mountains of forgotten items. Among the sea of discarded objects, he spotted the vanishing cabinet that Draco Malfoy would later use to smuggle Death Eaters into Hogwarts during Canon Harry's 6th year. The potential uses for such a device sparked ideas in Harry's mind, and he made a mental note to acquire its twin from Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley. After an hour of diligent searching, Harry finally spotted the object of his quest. Resting atop an old wooden box, next to a stone statue of a wizard, was a seemingly mundane tiara. Yet, this was no ordinary piece of jewelry, it was the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, adorned with sapphires and bearing the famous quote from the house's founder, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." This was the same diadem Harry had seen replicated on the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in the common room just the night before. Although the diadem was reputed to enhance the wisdom of its wearer, Harry's interest lay in its darker aspect. It housed a fragment of Voldemort's soul. With a deep breath, Harry approached the diadem cautiously, checking for any hidden curses or protective enchantments that might have been placed upon it. To his surprise, he found none. It seemed Voldemort's confidence that the room of hidden things would remain undiscovered had led him to forego any additional protections for the diadem. Carefully levitating the diadem into a bag made of moonskin, Harry prepared to leave the room of requirement. The task of dealing with the Horcrux had to be undertaken outside this chamber. With the room's eclectic collection of objects, Harry couldn't risk an unexpected dark artifact interfering with the delicate process of destroying the soul fragment contained within the diadem. Chapter 80, Room of Requirements and Ravenclaw's Diadem Part 2. After leaving the Room of Hidden Things, Harry watched as the doorway vanished, merging seamlessly with the rest of the wall. He paused momentarily, then paced back and forth in front of where the door had been, concentrating on finding a secure location within the castle to both destroy the Horcrux and repair the diadem of Ravenclaw. As he focused on this new requirement, another door materialized on the previously blank stretch of wall. Eager and undeterred, Harry stepped into the newly formed space. This room was shrouded in darkness, resembling a ritual chamber one might find in a castle devoted to darker arts. At the center stood a pedestal, atop which sat a bowl filled with a mysterious liquid, and beside it, a mannequin head designed to hold a crown or tiara. On a nearby surface, Harry noticed a piece of parchment. The parchment laid out detailed instructions for the task at hand. To rid the diadem of its Horcrux, Harry needed to immerse it in the provided liquid. The instructions then guided him to place the cleansed diadem onto the mannequin's head and cast a simple reparo spell to mend any damage it might have sustained. The magic inherent to Hogwarts itself would bolster the spell, ensuring the diadem was restored to its original state. Harry couldn't help but appreciate the room's foresight and generosity. Although he didn't require the liquid for the Horcrux's destruction, having other plans for that, the method to repair the diadem was indeed a fortunate discovery. Harry carefully placed the diadem on the pedestal in front of him. With a deep breath, he took out his wand, focusing intensely on the crucial task ahead. He drew upon the memory of the specific spell Sirius had used to destroy the Horcrux within Slytherin's locket, aiming to replicate its effect on the diadem before him. As Harry cast the spell, a dazzling burst of white light erupted from his wand, enveloping the diadem in a fierce battle of light against darkness. Though Harry couldn't see the process directly due to the blinding brightness, he sensed the intense conflict as the light grappled with the malevolent force within the diadem. Suddenly, a spectral form, bearing a striking resemblance to Voldemort, emerged over the brightness, issuing a harrowing scream as it was vanquished by the light, which then gently dissipated and seemed to merge into Harry. The aftermath left Harry feeling unchanged, an outcome he anticipated, aware that the benefits of absorbing soul energy weren't immediately apparent. He anticipated, however, that this action might accelerate his learning ability in the days to come, a subtle yet profound enhancement to his magical prowess. Turning his attention to the diadem's restoration, Harry positioned it atop a mannequin specifically provided for this purpose. He then uttered the reparo spell with confidence. To his amazement, the spell initiated a process of magical repair, facilitated by the glow emanating from the mannequin's head, indicating Hogwarts' own magic lending aid to the task. This glow seemed to purge the diadem of any lingering dark influences while mending its physical form. Witnessing the transformation, Harry saw the diadem regain its pristine condition, now rid of the dark taint it once carried. In mere moments, he had successfully preserved another piece of Hogwarts heritage, adding the fully restored Ravenclaw diadem to his growing collection of significant magical artifacts. Curious about the diadem's magical abilities, Harry tried it on. He felt a bit silly wearing it, but quickly noticed his thoughts were sharper and more focused. There didn't seem to be any other obvious benefits, but he was eager to explore its capabilities further. Pulling out a charms textbook for 6th years from his bag, Harry dove into reading. The more he read, the clearer the diadem's true power became to him. To test its effects, he chose a new spell he hadn't tried before and started practicing. To his delight, he found the results thrilling. The diadem didn't make him smarter in the traditional sense. Instead, it enhanced his ability to understand complex information quickly. Previously, Harry needed time to grasp a paragraph's meaning, but now, he could comprehend it almost immediately. This improvement also applied to learning spells. He could identify and correct his mistakes much faster than before, allowing him to master new spells in significantly less time. The diadem was a marvel, a testament to Rowena Ravenclaw's genius in crafting such a powerful magical artifact. It felt like it defied the very laws of magic. This discovery filled Harry with joy. He now felt he could fully enjoy his Hogwarts experience, engaging in fun activities without the pressure of falling behind in his studies. Thanks to the diadem, his ability to learn and understand new information had greatly improved, effectively doubling his learning speed. After placing the diadem safely back into his bag, Harry exited the room. Wrapping himself in the invisibility cloak, he navigated his way through the corridors, aiming to reach the Ravenclaw common room before curfew. Harry was keen on avoiding any trouble for being out late during the initial weeks of school. Once he was back in his dorm room, Harry spent some time assisting his roommates, Reginald and Roger, in refining their skills with the transfiguration spell they had learned that day. After a productive session of spell practice, Harry prepared for bed, his mind already on the adventures that awaited him the next day. He and his new friends had arranged to embark on an exploration of Hogwarts. Now that he had the Ravenclaw diadem safely in his bag, the overwhelming burden of academic pressure had lifted from his shoulders. This extraordinary artifact didn't just boost his ability to grasp and understand complex concepts swiftly, it granted him the liberty to immerse fully in the enchanting experiences Hogwarts had to offer. The worries that once clouded his mind about keeping pace with his studies and strengthening himself for the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort had reduced considerably. Embracing the second chance life had presented him, Harry was eager to dive into the untapped joys of youth and the vibrant school life he had once overlooked. With the diadem's aid, he was assured of not just keeping up with his magical education but excelling in it, thereby freeing up his time to live in the moment. Chapter 81, A Day of Adventure Part 1. The morning light broke through the curtains of the Ravenclaw dormitory, heralding a Sunday morning at Hogwarts remarkably free of any classes. Harry, accustomed to his morning routine, quietly rose from his bed, careful not to disturb his still sleeping roommates, Roger and Reginald. The night before, Roger had already opted out of joining Harry's morning routine, preferring the warmth of his bed after yesterday's exhaustive school day. Donning his exercise clothes, Harry slipped out of the room for his daily jog, leaving the castle's sleeping corridors behind as he embraced the crisp morning air. Upon his return, the dormitory was buzzing with excitement. Today wasn't just another day, it was the day they and other first-year friends had all agreed to explore the wonders of Hogwarts together. Ready for an adventure? Harry asked Roger and Reginald, who were now eagerly getting ready. Their enthusiastic reply, "Absolutely," rang through the room, setting the tone for the explorations ahead. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a lively affair, with Harry and his dorm mates discussing the day's plans. They were joined by Cedric, who brought along Patricia, a fellow first year from Hufflepuff. Soon, they were joined by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet, and Slytherin's Arabella and Elvinia, making for a diverse and enthusiastic group ready to dive into Hogwarts' many wonders. After breakfast, the group assembled on the Hogwarts grounds near the Great Lake, the perfect starting point for their day of exploration. The morning sun reflected off the water, casting sparkling lights around them, creating a magical atmosphere that only Hogwarts could offer. "Let's start with introductions, shall we?" Harry suggested, noticing some of the group members were meeting for the first time. One by one, they shared their names and a little bit about themselves, the air filled with laughter and curiosity as they discovered common interests and subjects they all dreaded. With the introductions out of the way, the group decided to kick off their adventure at the Great Lake, a vast body of water known for its depth and darkness, shrouded in mystery. The lake's waters were so dark and deep that peering into it revealed nothing of its hidden depths. "I've heard there's a whole community of mer people living down there," Reginald shared excitedly, sparking curiosity among the group. The idea of encountering a merperson was thrilling. None of them had ever met an intelligent creature of a different species before, and the prospect was fascinating. Suddenly, the water's surface stirred, and they caught sight of the Great Lake's most gentle giant, the enormous squid. Its massive tentacles lazily surfaced, creating ripples that reached the shore where they stood. "Look at that!" Cedric pointed out, as the squid playfully flicked water towards a group of older students daring to dip their toes into the lake. The sight was met with laughs and shrieks of surprise from their group. Patricia, equally astonished, couldn't help but express her wonder. "It's incredible. I didn't think a squid could be so big. After a moment more of watching the squid's peaceful display, they decided to continue their exploration, leaving the Great Lake behind them. The group's next destination was the enigmatic Forbidden Forest, situated on the outskirts of Hogwarts. As they approached its threshold, the towering trees cast a foreboding shadow, hinting at the mysteries lurking within. The mere sight of it evoked a mix of awe and slight unease among them. Angelina, unable to hide her fascination, whispered, "Wow, it looks even more intimidating up close," her voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of fear. Alicia, equally intrigued, chimed in, "Yeah, I've heard some wild stories about what's inside," her gaze fixed on the dark gaps between the trees, as if expecting something to emerge. Cedric, ever the voice of caution, gently reminded everyone, "We should remember the rules. It's off limits for a good reason. Plus, I don't fancy a detention this early in the year." The group nodded in agreement, but Harry couldn't help but add, "I heard there's a unicorn herd living inside this forest." His words rekindled a spark of interest in their eyes. Arabella, caught up in the excitement, pondered aloud, "Really? Then maybe we can go inside and search for one." Harry continued, "Of course. We could also meet the centaur tribe that lives inside the forest. But I hear they don't like humans coming to their lands. We just need to be careful. Oh, and there's a nest of dangerous acromantulas. But they are just large spiders. Also, I heard there's a herd of thestrals inside, but even though they are called creatures of death, they are harmless. That's all I know of, there may be more creatures inside the forest." Arabella's initial excitement quickly waned upon hearing the full list of potentially dangerous creatures. "Maybe we shouldn't go any closer," she suggested, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. The rest of the group, especially the girls, readily agreed, deciding it was best to appreciate the forest's enigmatic beauty from a safe distance. Harry, however, couldn't suppress a laugh at their reaction, secretly wishing he could encounter a unicorn, a creature as revered in his past life as it was in the magical world. The group then began exchanging stories and rumors about the mysterious entities believed to dwell within its depths. Their conversation, filled with a mix of curiosity and cautious awe, revolved around the many legendary creatures rumored to inhabit the dense woods. It was during this lively exchange that Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, emerged from his hut. With his booming voice carrying across the distance, he called out, "Interested in the forest and its mysteries, are ye? Don't be too scared, they're mostly harmless, just like me dog Fang here." His words, spoken in his characteristic warm and reassuring tone, were meant to ease their apprehensions. No sooner had Hagrid finished speaking than Fang, a dog of impressive size that instantly caught the group's attention, bounded towards him. The sight of Fang leaping onto Hagrid, their playful tussle resembling more of a gentle wrestling match from the group's perspective, served as a clear yet unspoken warning about the forest's inherent dangers. Despite Hagrid's comforting words, the visual contradiction of Fang's imposing presence underscored the unpredictable nature of the Forbidden Forest. With a collective understanding of the caution needed when dealing with the forest's residents, the group offered their thanks and farewells to Hagrid. Chapter 82, A Day of Adventure Part 2. Moving on from the Forbidden Forest, the group set their sights on the infamous Whomping Willow. Known for its aggressive and unpredictable behavior, the tree stood as an imposing figure on the Hogwarts grounds. As they neared it, they couldn't help but marvel at the sight of its branches swinging wildly, each movement filled with power and purpose. "Wouldn't want to find yourself on the wrong end of those branches," Harry remarked, his voice laced with a mix of fascination and caution. He watched the tree's movements with a curious eye, keeping a safe distance all the while. Roger responded with a light-hearted laugh, "Absolutely not. I'm quite fond of my arms and legs, thank you very much." His comment drew chuckles from the rest of the group, easing the remnants of unease left from their visit to the forest's edge. The sight of the Whomping Willow in action was both terrifying and captivating. It was as if they were witnessing a dance, albeit a dangerous one, performed by the ancient tree. Circling the tree at a respectful distance, Harry spotted the small, nearly hidden knot at its base. He knew that pressing it would temporarily pacify the tree, revealing a secret passage that led directly to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. However, Harry chose to keep this piece of information to himself. Revealing such a secret could potentially threaten Hogwarts' security, and some knowledge was better left unsaid, especially in a group as large and diverse as theirs. Arriving at the next location, the Quidditch pitch, the group was filled with excitement, especially for those among them who were passionate about the sport. Cedric, Angelina, Roger, Alicia, and even Harry couldn't hide their enthusiasm. They all shared a common dream, to soar through the air on their brooms, deftly maneuvering around the pitch in a game of Quidditch. "Oh, how I wish we could just grab our brooms and fly right now," Cedric mused, his eyes tracing the familiar outline of the pitch with a longing look. The sentiment resonated with the others who shared his passion for flying. They spent a considerable time there, running across the field, discussing Quidditch tactics, and sharing their aspirations of one day taking to the sky on their brooms. Despite the disappointment of not being able to fly, their spirits were high with the shared excitement for the future. For the rest of the group, who might not have been as keen on Quidditch as their friends, the pitch still held a certain allure. Even those who weren't avid fans found themselves caught up in the excitement, appreciating the grandeur of the stadium and imagining the spectacle of a live match. The vast stands, the meticulously maintained grass, and the imposing hoops all contributed to a sense of awe and anticipation for the day they too might witness a game from the stands. Hunger eventually called them back to reality, and they made their way to the Great Hall for lunch, chatting animatedly about everything they had seen and experienced so far. Their morning of exploration had only fueled their desire to discover more of Hogwarts' secrets. After their satisfying lunch, the group decided to spend their afternoon exploring the inside of Hogwarts, beginning their journey from the very top. Their first stop was Gryffindor Tower. Here, they made their way to the entrance guarded by the portrait of the Fat Lady. While Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet, both Gryffindors, introduced the group to the Fat Lady, they wisely kept the tower's password a secret, ensuring the security of their house. Moving on, they headed towards Ravenclaw Tower. Harry, along with his Ravenclaw roommates, proudly presented the tower's entrance to their friends. However, Harry refrained from knocking on the tower's iconic eagle-shaped knocker, thereby avoiding initiating the riddle challenge that granted entrance. Just as the Gryffindors had kept their password secret, Harry and his fellow Ravenclaws chose not to divulge the details of their unique entry mechanism. They were cautious not to reveal too much, aware that the security of their dormitory depended on the challenge of the riddles, which, despite not being overly difficult, served as a gatekeeping measure to ensure only Ravenclaws could access their common room. Their next destination was the Owlery. Upon arrival, Harry quickly noticed that his owl, Hedwig, was not present. He assumed she was probably visiting the Black Castle, but he wasn't concerned, confident in her ability to look after herself. The atmosphere in the Owlery was lively as some of the group members began to feed treats to their own owls. Those who didn't own an owl enjoyed interacting with the friendly school owls, marveling at the variety, and exchanging curious glances with the magnificent creatures. Following their exploration of the Owlery, the group's adventure continued towards the Hufflepuff dormitory entrance. Cedric and Patricia, both from Hufflepuff, eagerly described the warmth and welcoming nature of their common room. Their descriptions painted a picture of a cozy haven, making it slightly enviable, especially to Arabella and Elvinia from Slytherin, who found themselves the subjects of light-hearted jests from their companions. Cedric and Patricia did not disclose the secret entrance to the common room though, but from what Harry knew, the entrance was ingeniously hidden near the kitchens, cleverly concealed behind barrels. Unlike the other houses, Hufflepuff didn't use a password. Instead, their security relied on a specific rhythm tapped on the correct barrel, a homage to Helga Hufflepuff herself. Nearby the Hufflepuff common room was the Hogwarts kitchen, but Harry chose to keep these details to himself. He felt it was best to preserve the tranquility of the elves' workspace from potentially frequent student visits for snacks. The day's exploration concluded with a visit to the entrance of the Slytherin dormitory. Led by Arabella and Elvinia, the group found themselves in a deserted corridor within the dungeons. The Slytherin girls could only hint at the proximity of their common room, wary of the strict rules and potential reprimands from their house's upperclassmen. This respectful discretion was met with understanding from their fellow adventurers. Knowing the reputation of the Slytherin house, the group did not blame the girls. After their structured exploration, the group wandered through Hogwarts with no particular direction, absorbing the details of the castle's layout. They made mental notes of key locations like classrooms, professors' offices, the headmaster's office, the vast library, and the indispensable hospital wing. Each corner and corridor added to their understanding and appreciation of Hogwarts, making the castle feel more like home with every step. As is often the case when enjoying good company and exciting new experiences, time flew by unnoticed, and before they knew it, dinner time had arrived. After satisfying their hunger with a hearty meal in the Great Hall, they sought refuge in an empty classroom nearby, a quiet space where they could unwind and reflect on the day's adventures. Despite the physical exhaustion from their extensive explorations, the air was filled with contented smiles and an atmosphere of shared joy. Chapter 83, Unwelcome Company. As the evening wound down, Harry and his new friends found themselves spread out on benches within an empty classroom, basking in the glow of a day full of adventure and laughter. They exchanged stories of their favorite parts of the day, each tale bringing a wave of nostalgia for moments just hours old. The peaceful reflection was abruptly shattered by the entrance of 4 individuals, uninvited and unwelcome. Leading the quartet were Cassius Warrington and Sebastian McDowell, fellow first years from Slytherin, followed closely by 2 second-year students also donning the green and silver of their house. Arabella, recognizing the intruders, didn't hesitate to question their presence. "What do you want, Warrington, McDowell?" she demanded, her voice steady yet filled with an undercurrent of tension. Warrington wasted no time, his words dripping with contempt. "Rumor has it you've been cozying up to the enemy. Since when do Slytherins fraternize with the likes of Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors?" He sneered, his eyes scanning the group with evident disgust. Reginald's patience snapped at the insult towards Arabella and his sister. "Arabella can be friends with anyone she chooses. You're in no position to tell her otherwise," he retorted, his protective instincts fully ignited. Cedric, ever the peacemaker but with a firm resolve, added his voice to the chorus of dissent. "Hogwarts doesn't prohibit anyone from mingling with students from other houses. I think it's time for you to leave." Unmoved, Warrington doubled down, embodying the Slytherin elitism he was taught. "Slytherin has its own rules. Thornwood, Whitlock, you're to come with us to the common room. This will be brought before the prefects," he declared, expecting compliance. Reginald, however, was unyielding. "They're not going anywhere with you. It's time for you to leave," he said, a definitive edge to his voice that left no room for argument. Tension crackled in the air as wands were drawn on both sides. Despite their bravado, it was clear that Harry's companions, apart from him, were not confident in their magical capabilities, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the confrontation. At that moment, Harry felt a strong sense of responsibility toward his new friends. The adventures they had shared that day had quickly forged a bond of friendship among them, creating memories that Harry valued deeply. He was determined to protect this newfound fellowship. Warrington's scorn was palpable as he mocked their readiness. "Planning to poke us with those wands? Show us a real spell if you can," he jeered, his confidence buoyed by the presence of the senior Slytherins, Bull and Derek. Their wands were drawn, signaling their readiness to support Warrington and adding to the already tense atmosphere. Harry, recognizing the critical juncture they had reached, stepped forward to shield his friends. It was crucial to defuse the escalating situation without resorting to violence. Given Harry's unique situation as an emancipated minor, he was acutely aware of the implications of his actions. His emancipation granted him freedoms but also placed him squarely within the jurisdiction of the adult wizarding world's laws. This meant that any conflict, especially one initiated by him, could have serious legal consequences. Engaging in a physical altercation with minors like Warrington and his accomplices risked escalating the situation beyond a mere schoolyard squabble, potentially leading to a legal battle. Harry had the political support to navigate such a scenario successfully, but he preferred to avoid the complications and unwanted attention it would entail. With a calm but assertive tone, Harry challenged the notion of their helplessness. "Who says we don't know any spells?" he posed, ready to demonstrate his magical capabilities without revealing the full extent of his skills. With a precise flick of his wand, Harry targeted a nearby table, invoking Wingardium Leviosa. The table lifted effortlessly, hovering ominously above the heads of the unwelcome Slytherins. Derek attempted to downplay the situation with a smirk, addressing Harry with a tone of condescension. "Potter, a levitation charm? That's basic stuff. I expected more from the brother of the boy who lived." But Harry remained unfazed, his reply was measured and strategic. "Sometimes, it's the simplest spells that are the most effective. I'm not here to duel. I just want you to leave without causing a scene. Imagine the noise if I dropped this table. Would you really want the professors rushing in?" Bull, with a hint of mockery, questioned, "So what? What consequences do we face?" Harry's response was pointed, "A couple of second years intimidating a group of first years on their very first day? You think that won't have repercussions?" Derek, confident in their impunity, countered, "There won't be any consequences. As long as we stay within the bounds, the professors won't touch us." Harry internally noted the brazen confidence of these bullies but had no intention of seeking the professor's intervention, given his reservations about their impartiality. Shifting the conversation, Harry introduced a different angle. "Who said anything about complaining to the professors? Are you aware of who my aunt is? This question sowed confusion among them, with Derek asking, who? The color drained from Warrington's face as he realized the potential consequences. He knew Harry's aunt was Amelia Black, née Bones, the formidable new head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE, a fact not widely known. Potter, Hogwarts matters are under the professor's jurisdiction. The DMLE has no power here, he retorted, banking on Professor Snape's leniency towards Slytherins. Harry subtly hinted at his connections. That may be, but Sirius Black, my godfather, doesn't see eye to eye with Snape or the headmaster. He's advised me to reach out directly to him for any trouble. Understanding the predicament and fearing the repercussions, especially given the influential backgrounds of some of the first years, Warrington conceded, albeit reluctantly. All right, Potter, you win this time. But this isn't over, you can't guard them all the time. Harry's retort was swift and firm. Maybe so, but remember, you can't always rely on your seniors to bail you out. Cross me again, and you'll regret it. My skills with a wand are not to be underestimated. Warrington and his group left the room in a huff, clearly defeated. Just as they were leaving, Harry, wanting to leave a lasting impression, discreetly cast a wandless tripping spell on McDowell, causing him to stumble into Warrington, both tumbling to the ground in a clumsy heap. The whole room burst into laughter, thinking McDowell's fall was just a case of nerves. Warrington, now red-faced and furious, quickly gathered himself and led his group out of the room, without anyone suspecting the real cause of their tumble. The laughter that followed lightened the mood, and the tension dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. Thanks, Harry. That was close, Arabella expressed her gratitude, echoed by Reggie's concerns for his sister's safety upon their return to the Slytherin dorms. Elvinia reassured them, they won't dare retaliate, Reggie. At most, we'll face some stern words, but nothing more. Thank you, Harry. Don't worry about it, Harry reassured them. I wish I could have done more, but I've got to be careful about how I handle things at Hogwarts. Elvinia nodded, understandingly. We get it, Harry. And we're grateful you were here for us. As the others talked, Harry pondered his next moves. Despite his emancipated status, Harry had ways to retaliate against Warrington without drawing too much attention or breaking the rules. The emancipation didn't leave him powerless. So long as his involvement in any magical mischief remained undetected, he could still take covert action against those who wronged his friends. This strategic approach will allow him to protect his friends while maintaining his innocence in the eyes of Hogwarts administration and the wizarding law. Harry's choice to use a simple levitation charm earlier was strategic, intended to de-escalate the situation without revealing his true capabilities. This way, if he ever needed to use more advanced spells covertly, his opponents wouldn't suspect him, maintaining his innocence and keeping his friends safe. The incident out of the way, everyone in Harry's group felt better and started to say their farewells. Cedric summed up the day perfectly, today was unforgettable. Everyone agreed with him, nodding and smiling at the memories they'd created. Aside from the brief conflict towards the end, it had been one of the most enjoyable days they had ever experienced. With cheerful goodbyes and waves, they all separated, each running back to their own dorms, already looking forward to their next adventure together. Chapter 84, Dawn of a Prankster. The next morning after his routine jog around the castle grounds, Harry decided to take a quick side trip to the Room of Requirements. He had a plan brewing in his mind, a way to add a little excitement and maybe even out the playing field against any bullies targeting his new friends at Hogwarts. During the previous visit to the Room of Hidden Things in search of the Ravenclaw diadem, Harry had noticed an assortment of abandoned wands scattered amongst the myriad of lost and forgotten treasures. Curious and hopeful, he ventured back to see if any of these discarded wands could be of use to him in his current quest for a bit of harmless mischief. Diving into the chaos of the room, Harry sifted through countless wands, many of which were clearly past their prime, broken, or showing signs of significant wear and tear. After many tries, he finally discovered a wand that, despite its less-than-ideal appearance and unknown history, responded to him surprisingly well. The wand's origin, including its maker and the core material, remained a mystery to Harry, but that mattered little. What was important was that it seemed to function well enough for the light-hearted pranks he had in mind, though he was under no illusion that it would serve well in a serious duel. With a bit of careful cleaning and repair, the wand's performance improved to a satisfactory level, making it suitable for his prankster purposes. However, Harry knew that if he were to engage in any serious magical confrontations, he would need to invest in a custom-made wand tailored specifically to his needs. But that was a thought for another time, for now, he had just the tool he needed to bring a bit of unexpected joy and perhaps a touch of justice to Hogwarts. Having secured a wand for his plans, Harry knew it was a step in the right direction, but his preparations couldn't stop there. Given Professor Snape's well-known bias against the Potters, Harry anticipated that his actions, especially any potential pranks, would be under close scrutiny. There was even the risk that his wand could be inspected for traces of magic linked to any mischief, adding an extra layer of challenge to his endeavors. Magic, while wondrous, leaves behind a faint trail in the air immediately after a spell is cast. This magical residue could easily betray Harry's involvement in any pranks, as Hogwarts professors, with their keen senses and swift response times, could detect these traces at the scene of any magical hijinks. However, Harry was not one to be deterred by such obstacles. In his arsenal of knowledge was a solution he had discovered within the vast collection of the Black Library, a runic structure capable of obscuring the magical signature of spells cast by a wand. Carving these runes onto a wand would scramble its magic trace, effectively concealing the caster's identity. This technique, though highly effective, was also highly illegal and could lead to severe consequences if discovered. It was precisely for this reason that witches and wizards refrained from marking their primary wands with such runes. But Harry, with his specific need for anonymity in his prankster endeavors, found the idea perfectly suited to his current predicament. After carefully carving the runes into his newly acquired wand and conducting several test spells to ensure effectiveness, he was satisfied with the results. The wand now had the ability to cast spells without leaving the usual trace, perfect for his plans. Despite the thrill of successfully preparing his prankster's tool, Harry couldn't help but wish for a Hogwarts where such measures weren't necessary. He had enough challenges to deal with without adding the role of Hogwarts clandestine prankster to the list. However, Harry was determined to guard his friends while also teaching the bullies of Hogwarts a lesson. With his preparations complete, Harry hurried back to Ravenclaw's common room to prepare for the day's classes. His timing was perfect, allowing him to join his dorm mates for breakfast in the Great Hall. As Harry walked into the bustling Great Hall for breakfast, he immediately sensed something was off with Arabella and Elvinia. They weren't hurt, but the clear distance between them and the rest of the Slytherins spoke volumes. It seemed like the Slytherins had decided to ostracize them as punishment for fraternizing with students from other houses. Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of responsibility. It was clear that it was time for a bit of mischief, a distraction that might just help his friends. With a plan forming in his mind, he excused himself, stepping out of the Great Hall for a few moments to set things in motion. Upon his return, he joined Reginald at the Ravenclaw table, where a spot had been saved for him. Harry couldn't help but notice how lively the Great Hall was today, a stark contrast to the past 2 days. The tables were filled with chatter and laughter, and even the staff table was occupied by all the professors. It seemed the start of a new week brought everyone together. Headmaster Dumbledore sat contentedly at the staff table, sipping his tea and observing the lively scene below. He found joy in watching the students engage in animated conversations and enjoy their breakfast. His gaze often wandered to Gryffindor's table, where the antics of the newest members, Fred and George Weasley, amused him. Their storytelling had their audience captivated, even causing their brother Percy some embarrassment. Although Dumbledore couldn't catch their words, the laughter and smiles of the surrounding students indicated it was all in good fun. His attention then shifted to the Slytherin table, noting the stark contrast in demeanor. The Slytherins ate with a sense of order not present at the Gryffindor table. Many of these students came from families with dark affiliations, and Dumbledore believed it was part of his responsibility to guide them towards change, albeit a gradual one. During his observation, Dumbledore couldn't help but notice 2 new girls being subtly ostracized by their Slytherin peers. This isolation suggested they had somehow upset the delicate balance within their house. Yet, Dumbledore saw these trials as essential for growth, believing that overcoming such challenges would make them stronger. He understood that each house had its dynamics and preferred not to interfere directly. Finally, Dumbledore's gaze found Hadrian Potter, at the Ravenclaw table. The boy's indifferent, almost emotionless, look whenever their paths crossed signaled a lack of respect towards him which was expected. Dumbledore lamented the growing distance between him and the Potter family after the truth of Hadrian's life was shown to James and Lily. The relationship had only become more strained over time, and now he had only a few interactions with them, usually during his rare visits to train Charles. Dumbledore saw potential in Harry to mend this rift, but he was under no illusions about the challenge ahead. Harry had been educated by Lord Black, indicating that winning the boy's trust would not be straightforward. Over the last couple of days, Dumbledore had noted Harry's intelligence and his advancement beyond his peers, making it clear that he couldn't be easily swayed or manipulated as others might have been. Rebuilding a bridge to Harry and with his help, to the Potters, would require careful thought and strategy. Out of nowhere, the Great Hall was suddenly filled with a loud bang. That caught everyone's attention, including Dumbledore's. He turned his head just in time to witness a shower of balloons descending upon the Slytherin table. Before anyone could react, the balloons burst, splattering pink paint all over some of the students sitting there. Dumbledore didn't need to look twice to recognize the students covered in paint. Among them were some of the most troublesome Slytherins, about whom he'd heard numerous complaints. Marcus Flint, a notorious third-year, and a fifth-year prefect, both well known for their less-than-stellar behavior, stood out, visibly fuming and scanning the hall for the prankster responsible. It was a scene reminiscent of the pranks pulled by the Marauders back in their day, mainly targeting the Slytherins. Dumbledore found himself momentarily suspecting Harry, given his lineage and potential for mischief. However, he had been observing the boy closely and had not witnessed any indication that he was behind the prank. Laughter erupted from all around the hall, save for the Slytherin table, where frustration and anger were the prevailing emotions. Snape, standing next to Dumbledore, was visibly seething with anger. This has to be the Potter boy's doing. He's walking in his father's footsteps, I'm certain of it. This needs to be stopped, Snape insisted, barely containing his fury. Dumbledore responded calmly, trying to temper Snape's bias. Let's not jump to conclusions, Severus. I've been watching the boy, and there was no sign from him. We shouldn't make assumptions without evidence. But it must be a trick taught by Black, Snape countered, convinced of Harry's involvement. Their conversation was interrupted by peals of laughter emanating from the first-year Slytherin section of the table. In the midst of the commotion, Snape's irritation grew as he watched two first-year Slytherins, Warrington and McDowell, laughing heartily. To Snape, a house was akin to a family that needed to stand united, especially during such incidents. The prank, clearly aimed at the Slytherin house, demanded a response, particularly towards those he deemed traitors for their lack of solidarity. Before Snape could intervene, Flint, along with another Slytherin who had been targeted by the prank, charged at Warrington and McDowell. In a fit of rage, they delivered punches that sent the two laughing first-years crashing to the floor, unconscious. Still not appeased, Flint and his companion added a few kicks for good measure. At this point, McGonagall stepped in, her voice stern, Mr. Flint, I'm deducting 10 points from Slytherin. While I understand your anger, resorting to violence against fellow students, especially in such a public setting, is unacceptable. Please, go change and calm down. Snape, without further ado, directed the prefects to carry the unconscious boys to the hospital wing for medical attention. He then proceeded to investigate the scene, hoping to find any leads on who might have orchestrated the prank. Meanwhile, Dumbledore rose to address the entire hall, his tone carrying a mix of reprimand and guidance. A little humor now and then is perfectly acceptable, but let's try to keep things within bounds and not disrupt our meals. Those responsible for this prank, I urge you to come forward and speak with your head of house for a chance at leniency, otherwise, be prepared for serious consequences. Let us now continue with our breakfast. With that, the hall gradually returned to its usual buzz of conversation and laughter. Back at the Ravenclaw table, Harry and his group couldn't contain their delight over the morning's events. Reginald, unable to hide his satisfaction, remarked, "That was perfect. How I wish I could have added a kick of my own." Roger added, "And I would have loved to land a punch." His face was just asking for it. Harry, with a smile that hinted he knew more than he let on, kept his comments to himself. The prank had been a spur-of-the-moment plan, yet it unfolded exactly as he had envisioned. He prepared balloons, rendered them invisible and filled with durable paint, then levitated them to hover just beneath the ceiling right above where his targets usually sat. A timer was set to ensure they would burst precisely when needed. Now, those marked by the prank would be sporting pink stains for days, unless Dumbledore decided to intervene. The whole point was to distract the Slytherins, shifting their focus from Arabella and Elvinia. Unable to aim directly at Warrington without drawing too much attention, Harry instead targeted the notorious bullies of Slytherin with his paint balloon surprise. And, as a bonus, Warrington and McDowell got a dose of laughter courtesy of Harry's jinx, making them the new objects of ridicule among their housemates. Harry felt a sense of accomplishment watching his plan unfold. However, he couldn't shake off Snape's scrutinizing gaze. The professor's obsession with anyone bearing the Potter name was almost eerie. Knowing he had potions class later that day, Harry prepared himself for an extra layer of caution. The incident brightened the morning for everyone, except the drenched Slytherins, of course. With spirits lifted, the group finished their breakfast and headed off to their classes, ready for whatever the day might bring. Chapter 85, Potions. Following a lively breakfast filled with laughter and camaraderie, Harry and his fellow students eagerly made their way through the dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts towards the potions classroom, nestled deep within the castle's dungeons. On this particular day, Harry was slated to attend potions class alongside his Hufflepuff counterparts. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to avoid a session with the notoriously competitive Slytherin house. Not only would he dodge potential sabotage to his potion from the Slytherins, known for their cunning and competitiveness, but he was also relieved not to endure the chaos that typically ensued in classes with the Gryffindors, which often involved a fair share of accidents and mishaps. Upon entering the classroom, Harry acknowledged Cedric Diggory with a friendly wave, finding his fellow Hufflepuff already seated and ready for the lesson. Choosing a spot next to Reginald, he settled in, preparing for what was to come. The classroom, with its walls adorned with glass jars containing an assortment of pickled creatures, promised an intriguing yet slightly unsettling experience. The anticipation in the room was palpable, and as the clock struck the hour, the door swung open with dramatic flair. Professor Severus Snape made his entrance, his expression stern and his black robes billowing ominously behind him. Harry could sense Snape's lingering frustration, no doubt a residue of anger from the prank that had disrupted the morning's peace. Known for his unforgiving nature towards those who crossed him, Snape had a long history of being the butt of jokes during his own school days at the hands of the Marauders, which only deepened his disdain for such antics. Harry caught Snape's glare and braced himself, understanding that he, perhaps along with the rest of the class, might bear the brunt of Snape's bad mood today. As soon as everyone had settled into their seats, Snape commenced the lesson with a roll call, his voice dripping with disdain each time he called out a name. However, when he reached Harry's name, his tone took on a particularly venomous edge. "Hadrian Potter," he sneered as if the very name left a bitter taste in his mouth. "It appears we're graced with a celebrity among us, attempting to walk in his famous younger brother's footsteps. I'm baffled as to how you managed to persuade the Sorting Hat to place you among the House of the Intelligent. Rest assured, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. No mischief will be tolerated in my class." The change in Snape's demeanor when addressing Harry caught the other first years off guard, sparking whispers and puzzled glances. Harry's friends, equally bewildered, looked to him for an explanation, but Harry subtly signaled them to hold their questions for later to avoid provoking Snape further. Once the roll call was complete, Snape turned to face the class, his eyes as dark and chilling as a bottomless abyss. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." A hush fell over the classroom, punctuated by Snape's piercing gaze sweeping over his students. "Potion making," Snape continued, "stands as one of the oldest magic arts. It is the most versatile out of any branch of magic. If done correctly, you can bring someone back from the edge of death, turn someone invisible, even bottle luck." As Snape delved deeper into the essence of potion making, Harry couldn't help but acknowledge Snape's profound knowledge of the subject. Despite this, Snape's delivery underscored his reluctance to teach. Every time he spoke, Snape glared resentfully at the class as if he was offended by having to teach students who didn't meet his high standards. Harry had heard from older students that Snape was great at making potions. Yet, Snape didn't seem to like teaching or getting the students interested. It seemed like he just wanted to get through the lessons fast and didn't care much about making students love potion making. Suddenly, Snape turned his attention to Harry, challenging him with a question: "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Harry calmly replied, "A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat." Snape responded skeptically, "Lucky guess. Now, tell me the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane." Without hesitation, Harry answered, "There's no difference. They're the same plant, also known as aconite." Pushing further, Snape asked, "And what happens if wolfsbane is taken incorrectly?" Harry simply stated, "It poisons the person who takes it." Harry remembered from his past life that Snape's questions had deeper meanings, suggesting Snape played the complex role of protector and spy. But Harry was not ready to overlook the past, especially Snape's part in his grandparents' demise. However, Harry was open to giving Snape a chance at redemption. Not through spying though. Harry wanted Snape to redeem himself by using his potion skills for the good of the wizarding world. Snape was undeniably talented in potion making, far more than being a spy or a Death Eater. Yet, Harry's future opinions would depend heavily on Snape's actions at Hogwarts. At that moment, Snape was visibly frustrated. He had hoped to embarrass Harry, thereby venting some of his own frustration. But instead, Harry's correct answers only gave him more opportunities to demonstrate his knowledge, much to Snape's chagrin. Snape's annoyance grew with each smile Harry offered after answering correctly. The morning's prank still fresh in his mind, Snape's irritation boiled over, and he sought to put Harry in his place. In a moment of heightened tension, Harry, sensing Snape's brewing malice and guessing his next move, subtly lifted his hand to show Snape a specific finger. This wasn't just any gesture, it was a calculated one, displaying the prominent Potter heir ring. Snape's brewing storm of anger came to an abrupt halt. He had been on the verge of launching a discreet legilimency attack on Harry, a tactic covered enough that no one would question Harry's sudden discomfort or fainting in class. It would have been a perfect way for Snape to discipline Harry without drawing any blame upon himself. However, the sight of the Potter heir ring on Harry's finger stopped Snape cold. Snape was well aware of the ring's capabilities. While the ring couldn't block a mental intrusion, it could record any attempt of such an attack. Given Snape's unique skill set, he would be the prime suspect if the ring logged such an incident. Snape, despite his disdain for Sirius Black, recognized the trouble the man could cause if he decided to act on this evidence. Harry felt both relieved and disappointed when Snape stopped himself. Angry at how Snape was treating him but also knowing that Dumbledore would protect Snape, Harry understood that fighting back directly would not solve anything. Dumbledore's support for Snape and the tricky nature of proving a mental attack even with the ring evidence meant Snape would probably not face any consequences. The only consequence Snape could face was pureblood families started doubting him and not wanting him to teach their kids. But that wouldn't help Harry in any way, and the mind attack would also reveal the fact that he was a master accoutrement to Snape and Dumbledore. So, Harry decided to show the ring and stop Snape before he could do anything. It was a sad reflection of what Harry had to do just to hide some of his strengths, but it was the best way to avoid trouble and fight in the shadows. Frustrated yet unable to act against Harry, Snape redirected his ire towards the entire class. "Stop staring!" Snape barked suddenly. A bezoar, for those of you who don't know, is a stone found in a goat's stomach and can counteract most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are indeed the same plant, also known as aconite. Well? Why aren't you all copying that down? The class scrambled for their quills and papers in a rush. Snape was clearly irked but had no grounds to penalize Harry. Harry had indicated with the way he acted that he was aware of his rights, suggesting any unfair deduction of points would be contested. "Now, open your textbooks to the first chapter," Snape instructed, a hint of resignation in his voice. "There, you'll find the recipe for the pepper-up potion. I expect a sample from each of you by the end of today's session." The students hesitated, not accustomed to such an abrupt start to a practical lesson without any prior theoretical introduction. Confused, they opened their textbooks, only to realize they had no idea how to proceed. The instructions seemed like gibberish, which ingredients to chop, how they looked, or the correct way to stir the cauldron remained mysteries. Faced with no support from Snape, the class decided to fend for themselves. They ventured to the supply cabinets, trying to match ingredients to those listed in their recipe. Harry wanted to help his classmates but knew better. Snape's hawk-like gaze was fixed on him, eagerly awaiting a misstep as an excuse to dock points. So, Harry concentrated solely on his potion. As the class progressed, it was evident this session comprised mostly of cautious students from Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Although errors were made, there were no disastrous outcomes like explosions or toxic fumes. Snape went around, scolding everyone for the mistakes they made. This approach, while far from inspiring, was at least somewhat a way of teaching. About 2 hours later, the potions were bottled and handed over to Snape, and the students left the dungeon with much lower moods. Reflecting on the lesson, Harry concluded Snape's presence at Hogwarts was doing more harm than good. He understood Snape might be important for Dumbledore as a spy in Voldemort's ranks, but having someone who doesn't like teaching to lead a crucial subject like potions was not good for the wizarding world. Harry could bet that the number of healers, aurors, and potion masters in Britain should have drastically gone down since Snape started teaching at Hogwarts. Harry wasn't sure if Snape always taught like this or if it was just because he was mad about the prank. Either way, it wasn't right to teach the first potions class like that. Snape probably didn't enjoy staying at Hogwarts either, but he stayed for the protection it offered. Without Dumbledore's protection, Snape would be questioned under Veritaserum about his past as a Death Eater, and even his skills in occlumency couldn't save him from that since the Ministry had ways around that. Snape would probably prefer working quietly in a potion lab rather than teaching. But the mistakes from his past meant he was stuck at Hogwarts, teaching students he didn't seem to enjoy teaching. After the class, everyone felt drained but relieved that they had no more classes for the day. The general feeling about potions class was pretty negative, and the thought of enduring more sessions with Snape was something they all dreaded. Harry could have offered his help, but he knew he wasn't responsible for tutoring his classmates. While he was willing to clarify their doubts, taking over Snape's teaching duties wasn't something he was prepared to do. Besides, Harry had his own studies to focus on and simply didn't have the time to teach others. He did take a moment to share with his friends some background on the bad blood between his father, his godfather, and Snape. He explained that because of this history, he needed to tread carefully in potions class, as Snape was just looking for a reason to dock points. Harry emphasized the importance of staying out of trouble in Snape's class. Later, the Ravenclaws decided to hit the library to brush up on their potions knowledge. They understood that they would have to learn much of it on their own. Harry excused himself from joining them, claiming he had other commitments. He headed towards his private study space, the Room of Requirement, eager to dive back into his own studies. Chapter 86, End of the First Month. Time flew by for Harry as he settled into his new routine at Hogwarts. His days were filled with classes during the morning, hanging out with friends in the evening, and then sneaking off to study at night in the Room of Requirements, with the help of the Ravenclaw diadem to boost his learning. To make sure he wasn't caught on his late-night adventures, Harry decided to secure the Marauders map. He remembered one day using a slime bomb to distract some Slytherin bullies, which conveniently created a mess for Filch, the caretaker, to clean up. With Filch occupied, Harry sneaked into his office, rummaged through a cupboard labeled dangerous items, and swiftly located the old parchment he was looking for, along with a few prank items he thought might come in handy later. Harry had heard many things about the Marauders map from Sirius, who had regaled him with stories from his school days. He was curious about how it was created, especially since the item was very useful, and even Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, did not have a similar item to monitor the castle. Sirius mentioned they had help from a defense against the dark arts teacher at the time. The map utilized sophisticated magic, including the homunculus charm for tracking everyone's movement in the castle and another spell for real-time updates. Normally, such magic shouldn't work within the heavily warded castle, but it seemed their teacher knew a way around it. Harry suspected that the teacher must have had a deep understanding of wards and perhaps exploited a loophole, since it was the only way he could think of for the map to work. To activate the map, Harry knew he needed to tap it with his wand and declare, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." This revealed the map's detailed layout. After checking for any nearby people, Harry then used Mischief Managed to blank the map again before leaving Filch's room, careful to erase any signs of his presence to avoid being tracked by Filch's cat. Another clever trick Harry employed to avoid detection during his nocturnal studies outside of his dorm involved using magical two-way mirrors, similar to those Sirius gave the Canon Harry in his 5th year. Harry didn't have the original magical mirrors with him, thinking they would be more useful to Susan when she started at Hogwarts. However, Harry remembered how the mirrors worked and decided to create a similar set himself. After dealing with Voldemort, Harry even thought of creating a magical version of a mobile phone using this technology. With the new two-way mirrors in hand, by placing one mirror in a hidden spot within the Ravenclaw common room, Harry could check from the other mirror if the coast was clear before making his entrance unnoticed. Thanks to these precautions, Harry managed to visit the Room of Requirements every night without alerting his dorm mates. He would quietly close his bed curtains, leaving the inside of his bed hidden, and then slip away into the night. This gave him several hours of peaceful study time, far from the eyes of his fellow Ravenclaws. As Harry settled into his Hogwarts routine, he became familiar with the different teaching styles and subjects offered. In Transfiguration and Charms, the focus for first years was largely on understanding the theory behind the magic rather than practicing spells. This meant a lot of reading and not as much wand-waving as Harry had expected. Potions classes showed improvement after their rocky start. Snape began to share his own potion recipes on the blackboard, complete with detailed instructions that deviated from the standard textbook. These modified recipes resulted in better potions, and Harry found himself intrigued by Snape's knowledge and spent time analyzing the changes to understand their benefits. This deep dive into potion making became an unexpected source of learning for Harry. Harry found more use in Snape's class than in any other class he attended at Hogwarts. Talking about the other classes, astronomy, a core subject, was kind of dull. It dealt with the study of stars, planets, and other celestial phenomena. This class was a lot like how the non-magical people learn about space, but the Wizarding World's way was a bit old-fashioned. They didn't know as much as Muggles did and still used old-style telescopes. Even though learning astronomy mainly helped with timing magical rituals correctly and was an important class at Hogwarts, it didn't seem very useful in everyday life, especially since the Ministry of Magic had bans against a lot of magical rituals. Herbology was a better experience, with Professor Sprout leading engaging lessons on plant types, cultivation techniques, and their myriad uses. Her expertise and passion for the subject made these classes enjoyable and informative. Defense against the dark arts, was another class that Harry found troublesome. He wondered how Dumbledore always ended up choosing such unreliable teachers. The current teacher, Professor Fletcher, seemed even less interested in teaching than Snape was. All he ever did in class was pick a student to read from the textbook aloud to everyone else, while he just sat at his desk, fiddling with some odd trinkets. So far, they hadn't even practiced a single spell in his class. Seeking to optimize his time, Harry approached Professor Flitwick to discuss his history of magic classes. With owls in the subject already under his belt, Harry proposed skipping these lessons in favor of independent study, promising to sit for the final exams. Professor Flitwick, understanding Harry's unique situation, granted his request. Originally, Harry planned to use the history of magic class time for alternative learning, but his priorities changed with the help of the Ravenclaw diadem. With the diadem's power to enhance his understanding, he saw no point in staying in class and reading books the old-fashioned way. Hogwarts also became a lot more interesting in the past month. In the wake of Harry's initial prank, the school witnessed a surge in pranking activities. The Weasley twins, not ones to be outdone by a mysterious prankster, launched their own mischief the very next day, setting off beautiful fireworks in the Slytherin corridor. Although it caused quite the spectacle, no one was harmed. However, their antics didn't go unnoticed, and they quickly found themselves in Snape's detention. This, however, didn't deter the pranking spirit at Hogwarts. Harry took it upon himself to investigate bullies across all houses, targeting them with a series of harmless pranks aimed at embarrassing them. The smarter bullies quickly understood the reasons behind these pranks and made efforts to change their behavior. Those who were slower to understand found themselves frequent targets of Harry's playful schemes. Busy dealing with the aftermath of the pranks, like changing their skin color back or regrowing their hair, these bullies had little time left to bother anyone else. The Weasley twins, meanwhile, embarked on a pranking spree without a specific target in mind, simply seeking to spread chaos and laughter. Harry remained vigilant, careful not to fall prey to their unpredictable pranks. He was particularly impressed by their ingenuity in discovering secret passages to Hogsmeade and acquiring prank supplies in such a short time, all without the aid of the Marauder's map. As time progressed, pranking became a common pastime among students, fostering a more light-hearted atmosphere at Hogwarts. Professors generally turned a blind eye to these antics, so long as they didn't escalate too far or provoke complaints from the victims. The pranks at Hogwarts led to some unexpected good outcomes. One of them was that Warrington didn't end up as the leader of the Slytherin first years. After the first day's prank and several more embarrassing moments caused by Harry, Warrington lost his cool status and became somewhat of a joke in Slytherin. Arabella and Elvinia, due to their association with Harry and students from other houses, also didn't emerge as the leaders. Instead, Adrian Pusey, who was one of the more well-behaved among the Slytherin first years, became their leader. Harry was quite happy with this turn of events. By the end of the month, everyone at Hogwarts had gotten used to the place. Getting lost in the corridors was a thing of the past. Harry began to shine among his classmates as the year's prodigy, earning recognition and even some special allowances from his professors. Harry was far from reserved about showing his talent, bolstered by the strong backing of Arcturus Black, Sirius, and Amelia. This network of support made him feel untouchable. As the days filled with assignments and classes flew by, Harry truly enjoyed his time at Hogwarts. Harry hoped nothing unusual would happen this year, but deep down, he wasn't too optimistic. After all, every year in the stories of Harry Potter, something big always seemed to happen. Chapter 87, Hallows Eve 1989. As another month flew by at Hogwarts, the days unfolded smoothly, without any notable disturbances. Harry's birthday came and went, marked by a small celebration in the gardens near the Great Lake. Harry did get some presents from his family, like clothes and supplies for pranks, which Sirius had sent. Harry had been writing to Sirius about all the prank wars going on at school, and Sirius was thrilled to hear Harry was keeping up the pranking tradition. Sirius was a proud godfather. Of course, Harry made sure to magically seal his letters well because he didn't want anyone snooping and finding out what was inside. During this time, Harry's self-studies advanced at an astonishing speed. He was on the verge of completing the 6th year coursework and was poised to embark on the 7th year Newt coursework soon. Harry was very confident in completing his Hogwarts coursework this year. Thanks to the Ravenclaw diadem, his nightly study sessions were incredibly productive, showcasing the magical artifact's remarkable abilities. The 31st of October rolled around, marking the occasion of Halloween, a day steeped in traditions and celebrated with fervor in both the non-magical and wizarding communities. Hogwarts was adorned with festive decorations, though they were somewhat subdued compared to the grandeur of the opening feast. Nevertheless, the day wasn't without its share of mischief and pranks. Students roamed the corridors, some with pumpkins jammed onto their heads, others smeared with pumpkin pie, and a few even shrieked in surprise as they navigated the dimly lit passageways and got scared out of their wits. The evening promised a grand feast, similar to the lavish dinner that welcomed them at the start of the academic year. However, Harry had decided to sit this one out. Years had passed since the tragedy that marred this date for the Potter family, and though he had found a way to live with the memories, celebrating Halloween with the same joy as his friends was beyond him. The day was a stark reminder of the events that had irrevocably changed the course of his life. To respect those memories, he decided not to take part in any pranks that day and just wished for the day to go by fast. Harry also felt sad because he couldn't visit his grandparents' graves like he used to do every year, breaking a tradition he held dear. The day's classes got over and Harry informed his dorm mates that he wouldn't be attending the evening feast. They were shocked that Harry did not want to eat the lavish meal of the feast, but when Harry explained the reason for his absence, they understood. 11-year-old children in the wizarding world had more emotional intelligence than normal, and Harry did not need to explain in detail why food was not important for him this day. Choosing not to join the grand feast yet not wanting to go without dinner, Harry decided it was the perfect opportunity to explore the Hogwarts kitchens for the very first time. So, after the rest of Hogwarts made their way to celebrate, Harry went down to the basement near the Hufflepuff common room to find the kitchen's hidden entrance. The doorway to the kitchens was cleverly disguised in a corridor filled with paintings of various foods. The secret to gaining entry to the kitchen was simple: you had to tickle a pear depicted in a painting of a fruit bowl. When Harry tickled the pear, it giggled delightfully before transforming into a large green door handle right before his eyes. With a pull on the handle, the door swung open, granting him access to the kitchens beyond. Inside, Harry was met with a vast expanse that was spotlessly clean, its stone floors, walls, and ceilings shining under the lantern light. The kitchen housed 4 long tables at its center, arranged to mirror the layout of the house tables in the great hall above. Along one wall, stoves stretched out in a continuous line, while preparation tables were scattered throughout the room. Gigantic ovens were embedded into another wall, and the opposite side was lined with an extensive array of cooking utensils and tools. A corner of the room was dedicated to a massive sink system where water flowed, and brushes and rags moved of their own accord, ensuring everything was cleaned, dried, and put away properly. Many house elves bustled about the place, diligently preparing meals and managing the feast's demands. Already, dishes from the ongoing feast were being returned for washing, indicating the dinner upstairs was in full swing. Noticing Harry, one of the house elves cheerfully approached him, eager to know if the young wizard needed anything. Harry explained his situation calmly, sharing that he had decided to skip the feast but still wished to have dinner, and he wondered if it would be all right to eat there in the kitchens. The elf was more than willing to assist, quickly providing Harry with the meal he requested. As Harry ate his food, he observed the house elves working tirelessly around him. Despite their workload, there was a sense of joy and satisfaction among them as they went about their duties, a testament to their kind-hearted nature. Harry was touched by the elves' dedication and the warmth they showed him, making his meal all the more enjoyable amidst the company of these hard-working magical beings. As Harry enjoyed his meal in the kitchen, he also kept an eye on the Marauders map, scanning the castle's various floors for any sign of mischief. Given the history of troubles that tended to find Harry, especially on this day, he felt it best to stay one step ahead. As Harry browsed through the Marauders map, he quickly noticed a challenge with the map, with everyone gathered in the great hall for the feast, it struggled to display all the names. The map flickered through the attendees, making it hard for Harry to spot if anyone was notably absent. Giving up and sweeping his gaze across the map to the staff table, Harry saw it was just as packed. Even Madame Pants, who typically preferred the quiet comfort of her library for meals, was there among the crowd. However, as Harry reviewed the list of professors, he realized one name was missing: Professor Fletcher, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. This absence set off alarms in Harry's mind, confirming his suspicion that trouble might be brewing. It seemed almost a tradition for the Dada professor to be at the heart of any disturbances at Hogwarts, and Harry braced himself for what might come next. Setting aside his plate, Harry focused on the map, searching the castle for any trace of Fletcher. It didn't take long before he spotted his name in the school library, likely up to no good. Harry considered the situation but decided against intervening. The library held little danger, and Fletcher's presence there probably meant he was searching for something specific. Madame Pants's usual presence in the library had probably stopped him from going there until now. Harry couldn't help but draw parallels between Fletcher and the notorious thief Mundungus Fletcher from the Harry Potter books. The same family name and the shared penchant for pilfering, left Harry puzzled over Dumbledore's decision to employ such a character. Surely, Dumbledore should be aware of Fletcher's notorious reputation. Deciding that any potential problems were for the professors to handle, Harry returned to his meal. His life at Hogwarts wasn't about policing the faculty or jumping into every possible fray. Curiosity tugged at him, but not enough to abandon his dinner and investigate. Surrounded by the bustling yet content house elves, Harry continued to eat. While he was enjoying his peaceful meal in the kitchen, Harry noticed that the house elves became less busy as the evening progressed. Seeing that they could free themselves from some work now and intrigued by their unique roles within the castle, Harry struck up a conversation with Inky, the elf who had kindly served his dinner. Harry was curious about everything from whom the elves were bonded to their responsibilities beyond cooking, and even the hierarchy of who they answered to. Inky was more than willing to share. She explained that she and the other elves were bonded directly to Hogwarts itself. They took their orders first from the castle, then the headmaster, followed by the professors, and finally, the students. Harry found it fascinating, and a bit surprising, that the elves claimed to receive instructions from the castle itself, hinting at some form of sentience within the ancient walls of Hogwarts. However, when Harry pressed for more details, the elves couldn't offer much beyond somehow knowing it when someone needed their help or Hogwarts wanted them to do something, suggesting a mysterious connection between the castle and its caretakers. Inky went on to detail the elves' other duties, which included taking care of the castle, cleaning dormitories when the students were in class, managing the hallways during curfew, and assisting with various tasks to support the professors and the upkeep of the school's facilities, like the greenhouses. As Harry's conversation with Inky unfolded, providing him with new insights into the life of Hogwarts' unseen helpers, the castle suddenly trembled, shaking as though caught in an unexpected earthquake. Chapter 88, The Unsettled Library. As the Hogwarts kitchen quivered from the unexpected shake, Harry didn't flinch. Pulling out the Marauder's map once again, he was on the hunt for Professor Fletcher. He wasn't worried about being in any danger from the shake-up. Harry had a lot of faith in the sturdiness of the castle's construction. Plus, he was surrounded by a bunch of house elves who could quickly get him to safety if needed. Feeling completely at ease about his own safety, Harry used the map to zero in on the library. There, he saw Professor Fletcher's steps hastening away from the library, likely heading to his own quarters. Something about this told Harry that Fletcher was probably the reason behind the castle's sudden disturbance. Maybe he had messed with something or set off some kind of protective spell within the castle. Now, Harry's curiosity was piqued. He felt a strong urge to go check out the library himself to see what exactly had gone down there. After a quick peek at the map, he saw his chance. The professors and students were all still at the Great Hall, which meant they'd take time to respond to whatever caused the disturbance. Harry figured that Dumbledore did not have a way to instantly know what or where something was happening in the castle, otherwise, a lot of events in the books wouldn't make any sense. They should not directly go to the library and hence Harry would have time to see the place himself before the professors. Noticing the house elves were calm and not panicking, Harry politely said his goodbyes and left the kitchen. He draped himself in his invisibility cloak and cast spells to make sure he didn't make a sound or leave a scent as he moved, then dashed off toward the library. He knew he had very little time to dig into what happened. While on his way, Harry kept a watchful eye on the professor's movements using the Marauder's map. It looked like Dumbledore had decided to hold the students back in the Great Hall while some professors started scouring the castle's depths, seeking the source of the unsettling tremors. The library was just on the first floor, so Harry made it there quickly, running at top speed. The professors seemed to be searching the basement and ground levels first, far from his objective. This left Harry free to investigate the library without the risk of running into any professors. As he stepped through the library's entrance, Harry was met with a scene of chaos. From the outside, the library had appeared untouched, but inside, it was a different story altogether. Shelves lay in ruins, and books, once treasured, were now scattered and torn apart. It was a heartbreaking sight. The Hogwarts Library, celebrated across the wizarding world for its extensive and comprehensive collection, was a repository of knowledge and history, a treasure trove for any curious mind. The heaven for all knowledge seekers now lay in shambles. The sight cut deep into Harry's Ravenclaw heart, and he deeply mourned the senseless destruction before him. As Harry cautiously navigated the aftermath within the library, he determined it was crucial to pinpoint where the chaos had originated. Stealthily advancing through the destruction, shielded by his invisibility cloak, he ventured towards a section that seemed to have borne the brunt of the devastation. This part of the library, known for its extensive collection on warfare and combat strategies, was a place Harry had seldom explored. Now, it lay in ruins before him. It seemed to Harry that Professor Fletcher had targeted this specific area in search of something, but was thwarted by a protective mechanism. Harry reasoned that the mere act of ransacking the library wouldn't have been enough to shake the entire castle. There must have been a hidden chamber or a secret vault hidden behind the ravaged bookshelves, protected by strong wards or some other forms of magical protection. Fletcher's aggressive attempts to access it might have inadvertently activated a protective alarm designed to alert the castle's guardians. Harry imagined Fletcher, fueled by frustration and rage at being denied his prize, wreaking havoc on his surroundings. In a fit of temper, he demolished the area, and, realizing his actions would soon draw the attention of others, made a hasty retreat, leaving a path of destruction in his wake. Despite a thorough search, Harry found no hidden levers or magical triggers on the shelves or walls that might reveal Fletcher's objective. With time running short and the professors expanding their search to the first floor, Harry acknowledged the need to withdraw. Harry was caught in a bit of a puzzle about whether Dumbledore, or any other professor for that matter, could spot him beneath his invisibility cloak. Given it was the famed Deathly Hallows cloak, theoretically, Dumbledore shouldn't have been able to detect him. However, Harry remembered from the books that Dumbledore and Moody seemed to have ways around it. The whole situation was rather confusing, and Harry didn't think this was the right moment to put it to the test. As he stepped out of the library, Harry's thoughts lingered on the hope that the professors would be able to fix the damaged books. He himself felt pretty confident that he could fix most of them with a simple reparo spell, given enough time. Harry silently wished that Dumbledore could restore them instantly with his special Elder Wand. If not, the wizarding world would indeed suffer a great loss from the destruction of such invaluable books. Turning his attention to Fletcher, Harry decided not to pursue him or uncover whatever it was he had been searching for. The level of destruction Fletcher had wreaked in the library in a short time hinted at a considerable magical strength, a stark contrast to the somewhat weak Mundungus Fletcher Harry was familiar with from the books. Harry wasn't sure he was ready to face a wizard of unknown strength in a direct confrontation just yet. Instead, Harry decided to keep a close eye on the Dada Professor for the rest of the year through the map. He figured he'd let Fletcher continue his hunt for whatever secrets lay behind those shelves, and only when Fletcher seemed on the verge of success would Harry sneak up on him and swoop in to claim whatever treasure was found. Admittedly, Harry wasn't at all interested in exploring the mysteries behind the library's walls just yet, particularly since he hadn't delved into the topic of wards deeply enough to dismantle any of the strong wards and other protective mechanisms that might be in place there. Just then, noticing the approach of two professors on the Marauders map, Harry quickly hid as an extra precaution and stealthily made his escape, heading back towards the comfort and safety of the Ravenclaw Tower, away from the curious and possibly accusing eyes of the faculty. The Great Hall still buzzed with the rest of the student body, none the wiser of Harry's secret adventure. Harry returned to the Ravenclaw Tower and his dormitory calmly, settling in to wait for Reggie and Roger to return from the Great Hall. He expected it would take some time, considering Dumbledore would likely be investigating the incident in the library, trying to uncover the mystery behind those shelves before allowing the students to leave. True to Harry's predictions, he watched the unfoldings in the library through the Marauders map, almost able to piece together the scene from the movements he observed. Indeed, it took nearly an hour for the professors to conclude their investigations and release the students back to their dormitories. Upon Reggie and Roger's return, Harry asked them about the evening's events, but they had little to offer in terms of explanation. The professors had just kept everyone waiting in the Great Hall without sharing any details about what caused the disturbance. Curious, Reggie and Roger questioned Harry about his whereabouts during the commotion. Harry told them that he had stayed in the common room the entire time, too afraid to go out searching for professors. He said that the Ravenclaw Tower felt more safe to him than going out. Harry chose not to share about his trip to the kitchens just yet. During his brief time there, he'd grown quite fond of the Hogwarts house elves and wished to keep their secret haven safe from being exposed. However, if questioned by any of the professors, Harry planned to be honest about his whereabouts. He had nothing to hide, and he was confident the house elves would vouch for him, serving as a reliable alibi if the situation called for it. Chapter 89, Meeting the Headmaster. The following day at Hogwarts, despite the lingering mystery from the previous night's quake, life resumed its normal rhythm. The students and faculty were preoccupied with their usual schedule of classes and homework, pushing aside any confusion left from the event. On his way to an afternoon class, Harry decided to take a detour through the library. He was curious to see its condition after the destruction it had suffered. To his relief and satisfaction, he found it fully restored, as if nothing had happened. Whether it was Dumbledore's Elder Wand or the house elves' diligent work that had repaired the damage, Harry couldn't be sure but was happy to have an intact library back. That evening, after finishing dinner and heading back to his dormitory with his friends, Professor Flitwick intercepted Harry. "Mr. Potter, a moment of your time, please," Flitwick called out. Harry motioned for his friends to go ahead without him. "Sure, Professor. What's up?" Professor Flitwick replied, "Mr. Potter, the headmaster wishes to see you in his office. The password is lemon drops." Inside, Harry felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Since the beginning of the term, he had been skillfully avoiding a direct encounter with Dumbledore, the so-called leader of light. However, this expected summons after last night's events left him no room to maneuver. Harry was well aware that Dumbledore, seizing any opportunity to justify a meeting, wouldn't pass up this chance to meet him and learn more about him. Harry responded, trying to mask his reluctance, "Of course, Professor. May I ask what this meeting is about? I'd prefer not to meet unless it's strictly concerning academic matters." "It's about last night," Flitwick explained. "The headmaster needs to discuss your whereabouts during the quake. It's part of the investigation." "Understood," Harry acknowledged. "But, Professor, will you be accompanying me as my head of house?" Flitwick offered his assistance. "If you believe you need my support, certainly." Harry thought for a moment. "No, I think I'll manage on my own." Then, Flitwick asked something that took Harry by surprise. "If you don't mind my asking, why did you choose to skip the Halloween feast?" Harry patiently explained, "Professor, you seem to overlook the fact that Halloween, or the 31st of October, isn't a day of celebration for everyone. On that day, I lost my grandparents to that monster. While I understand the rest of the wizarding community has much to celebrate on Halloween, including the festival itself and the end of the war, I prefer to spend the day in solitude, remembering my family, rather than participating in the festivities and possibly dampening the spirits of others." Flitwick's expression softened, and he responded with genuine empathy, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Potter. In our celebrations, we often overlook the sacrifices and losses others have endured. It was thoughtless of me not to consider your feelings on this matter. I'm deeply sorry for bringing up such a painful memory." "It's all right, Professor. I'll head to the headmaster's office now," Harry said, excusing himself from the conversation. With that, Harry set off toward the gargoyle corridor, ready to face whatever Dumbledore had in store for him. As Harry made his way to the headmaster's office, he couldn't stop thinking about why October 31st wasn't treated as a day to remember those who fought and lost their lives in the war against Voldemort. Harry thought it was pretty clear that this day should be a reminder of the war's cost and a call for peace. Just having a memorial in Godric's Hollow, which hardly anyone visited, didn't seem enough to honor the bravery that helped win the war. Harry could not think of any reason for why this was not the case. Why had the Wizengamot not passed such an easy resolution to commemorate the end of the war properly? Lost in these thoughts, Harry arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office, marked by the imposing stone gargoyle. "Lemon drops," he announced. The gargoyle sprang into action, moving to reveal the staircase leading up. Harry went up the stairs, ready to face Dumbledore. Unlike many, Harry had no fear of the headmaster. Thanks to the strong backers in his corner, Harry walked with the confidence of someone well protected, far removed from the caution a lone protagonist might practice in a similar situation. As Harry stepped into the spacious, circular chamber, he was immediately taken aback by its grandeur. Moonlight poured through several windows, casting a serene glow on the countless books that lined the room, while the portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses looked on from their perches with an air of silent judgment. Before Harry could fully take in his surroundings, his attention was drawn to the three figures standing before him: Albus Dumbledore, flanked by his deputy Minerva McGonagall, and the ever-imposing figure of Severus Snape. Dumbledore greeted him warmly. "Harry, welcome to the headmaster's office." However, Harry was quick to set boundaries. "Headmaster, I'd prefer if you called me Mr. Potter or Hadrian. We aren't on familiar terms." This request seemed to irk Snape and McGonagall, though they chose to keep their objections silent. "Understood, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore acquiesced gracefully. "Would you care for a lemon drop?" "Thank you, but no, Headmaster. I avoid sweets for health reasons," Harry replied, maintaining his stance on personal well-being. Dumbledore chuckled. "Ah, your morning exercises around the castle haven't gone unnoticed. I too have contemplated reducing my sweet intake for health's sake, yet find it a challenging habit to break." With the small talk out of the way, McGonagall took the lead in the questioning. "Mr. Potter, could you inform us of your whereabouts during last night's feast?" Harry explained his absence. "I didn't attend the feast. Instead, I dined in the kitchens." Snape retorted sharply. "Don't fabricate tales, Potter. How would a first year like you even know about the kitchens? I suspect you were causing trouble, much like your father in his day." Harry remained calm. "I'm not lying. The house elves in the kitchen can vouch for my presence. As for how I knew about the kitchens, it's through one of the many stories my godfather shared with me about his Hogwarts life." Snape's disdain was evident as he spat out, "Black." "We shall verify your claim," McGonagall stated, trying to bring the conversation back on track. "Yet, I'm curious. Why choose to miss the feast?" "Your absence was noted," Harry explained calmly. "I simply wasn't in the mood for celebrations last night, Professor." Before he could say more, Snape cut in sharply. "Excuses. The real reason is that you sought a special dining experience in the kitchens. Did Black tell you they serve special food in the kitchens on special days?" Feeling annoyed by Snape's attitude, which reminded Harry of dealing with a difficult teenager, he replied, "I'm being honest. And I'm pretty sure I didn't break any school rules yesterday. May I be excused now?" Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, interjected, "We believe you, Mr. Potter. However, please understand that the Halloween feast is meant to be a joyful occasion to share a meal with fellow students. I hope you'll join us next year." Harry, however, was firm. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Headmaster. I can't see myself attending the feast." Snape, barely hiding his anger, said, "You think you're too good for it, Potter. You won't get any special treatment. You'll attend all future feasts." Harry responded coolly, "I don't think so. You can't force me, Professor." McGonagall, looking puzzled, asked, "Mr. Potter, why do you not want to attend the feast?" Harry, surprised by the question, replied, "Isn't it obvious? I thought you, of all people, would understand why that day is painful for my family." The room became quiet as Harry's voice grew stronger. "For your recollection, on Halloween, many years ago, I lost my grandparents to a crazy dark wizard. I assumed that the supposed leader of the Light and his deputy would remember the significance of that day and the sacrifice of my grandmother that helped win a nearly lost war." At Harry's words, realization seemed to dawn on the others, though only McGonagall appeared truly remorseful for not remembering the night and considering Harry's feelings. Dumbledore offered an apology. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. With my advanced age, sometimes specific dates slip my mind, even the important ones." Snape, however, disagreed. "There's no need for apologies, Professor. The boy is merely seeking pity by bringing up his grandparents. He's just craving attention, as I've mentioned before." Harry, unfazed, replied sharply, "It's understandable, Professor Snape, that you'd prefer to forget that day. It must have been hard for you when you learned that the Dark Lord you once wholeheartedly served was defeated by my grandmother that day. I didn't mean to bring up such unpleasant memories for you." Snape's anger flared at being replied to in such a manner. Overcome with rage, he drew his wand and aimed it directly at Harry. Harry stood his ground fearlessly. "Go on then, attack me. But remember, one scratch on me and my godfather will have you in one of the aura holding cells before you know it. I can imagine the headlines now, former Death Eater strikes at the boy who lived's brother. A revenge for his master's defeat. Seeing the tension escalate, Dumbledore intervened to calm the situation. Professor Snape meant no harm, Mr. Potter. I apologize for any offense on his behalf, Dumbledore said, attempting to defuse the tension. Snape reluctantly lowered his wand, but his anger remained visible. Harry, feeling bored of arguing with the adults in front of him, asked, "May I go now?" Dumbledore, attempting to prolong the conversation, said, "Let's not rush, Mr. Potter. We've resolved one matter. Perhaps we can discuss another topic." Harry asked, "Is it regarding school matters?" Dumbledore shifted the subject, "Actually, I wish to speak about your parents. They deeply miss you." Harry decided to end the discussion, stating, "If it's not about school, then I should leave. My relationship with my parents has been broken beyond repair. They listened to an old man who believed he knew what was best for everyone, leading to the abandonment of their eldest son in an unhappy home." He added, "I don't wish to associate with parents who, manipulated or not, left their son and never once checked on his well-being, nearly leading to his death. So, Headmaster, if you're thinking of fixing that relationship, please don't waste your time." McGonagall, concerned, inquired, "Were you not treated well by the Dursleys, Mr. Potter?" "Albus, you assured me you had taken measures to ensure his safety." Harry, ready to leave, replied, "For more information, you should ask the headmaster. He's been made aware of the circumstances of my stay there. Sirius has shared my memories and the near-fatal situation I faced at the Dursley home." With those final words, Harry exited the room, leaving behind a mix of emotions. McGonagall appeared frustrated, Dumbledore seemed contemplative, and Snape, unexpectedly, was silent, not taking the opportunity to gloat about Harry's life. Harry felt a sense of relief as he left the headmaster's room, eager to return to the normalcy of his daily life at Hogwarts. Chapter 90, Time Skip and Holidays. Life at Hogwarts for Harry Potter found its usual pace once more after the meeting with the professors in the headmaster's office. Harry wasn't sure if Dumbledore ever identified who was responsible for the library's mess. It seemed straightforward to figure out, given that Professor Fletcher, like Harry, wasn't present at the feast. Yet, with Fletcher still teaching defense against the dark arts, Harry was left puzzled. Perhaps Dumbledore had a strategy in mind, otherwise, he surely would have involved the Aurors to detain Fletcher. Harry wasn't too bothered about what Dumbledore was up to. Perhaps Dumbledore was letting Fletcher go on with his plans, planning to step in later, or maybe he just didn't want the hassle of finding a new teacher halfway through the year. Harry decided he'd only get involved if it turned out Voldemort was behind any mischief. As for thieves and the like, Harry didn't have the time to worry about them. So, his days went on as usual, filled with classes and homework, just like any other student at Hogwarts. There was a noticeable shift, however, in how Professors McGonagall and Snape interacted with him during classes. Professor McGonagall began to pay more attention to him in class, frequently asking if he had understood the lesson and offering suggestions on what he should focus on next, acknowledging his strong performance in class exercises. Snape's behavior also showed a visible change. Instead of the extra layer of disdain he had previously reserved for Harry, likely due to Harry's connections to James Potter and Sirius Black, Snape began treating Harry like how he would any other student from Ravenclaw. This was a significant change, although it didn't mean Snape had become suddenly friendly or less strict. Harry pondered over Snape's changed attitude and realized it might be because Dumbledore shared details of Harry's challenging life with the Dursleys. Snape, having had a difficult home life himself, could perhaps empathize with Harry's struggles, prompting a shift in his behavior. Despite his feelings, Snape couldn't bring himself to treat the son of his rival any better, so he settled for treating him the same as any other student. This new development, however, put Harry in a bit of a dilemma. He had previously considered using Snape's bullying behavior as a reason to justify playing pranks on him. But with Snape showing a more neutral stance, initiating pranks against him didn't feel right anymore. It would make Harry seem like the bully instead. Harry wasn't entirely sure if Snape was the one who let Voldemort know about the prophecy in this different alternate world he was in. There was a slim chance that the events did not play out the same way they did in the books. It could be that another Death Eater was the one who spilled the beans here. And even if it was Snape who shared the prophecy, Harry wasn't convinced that blaming him was fair before knowing the whole truth. Harry needed to investigate to see if the events leading up to the prophecy's revelation were part of a larger plan orchestrated by Dumbledore to set things in motion sooner. Caught in this moral dilemma, Harry secretly hoped Snape would give him a valid reason for the pranks, like being unfair in class or mistreating his friends. That would allow Harry to retaliate without feeling guilty about it. Aside from these considerations, life at Hogwarts proceeded as usual. Despite Harry's efforts, a few bullies remained unreformed, so he continued employing pranks to keep them in check. Harry also kept up with his work, now delving into the curriculum meant for 7th-year students after having finished the courses for 6th-year students. He also occasionally kept tabs on Professor Fletcher, who, for the time being, had not caused any notable trouble. The Quidditch season had begun, and while it brought excitement all over Hogwarts, Harry quickly discovered that watching the games wasn't as thrilling for him as playing. Although he loved to play Quidditch and enjoyed the sensation of flying, sitting in the stands just didn't capture the excitement in the same way. The true action took place far above, and from the stands, it simply wasn't as engaging. After attending the first game, Harry decided it wasn't for him and chose not to go to any more matches, even though he kept up with how the teams were doing through his friends who loved Quidditch. It seemed like Gryffindor was having a strong season, showcasing impressive skills in their games, whereas Slytherin relied more on a rough and aggressive style, often pushing the boundaries of the rules to secure wins. Harry guessed that Gryffindor might be the team to take home the Quidditch Cup this year. As the Christmas break approached, Harry found himself missing the Black Castle with its sandy beaches and the calmness of the surrounding island. The rugged landscape around Hogwarts, which he had gotten used to during the term, made him long for the peaceful environment back home. He eagerly put his name down on the list of students planning to return home for the holidays. Despite being away, Harry had stayed in touch with his family and friends through letters, with Hedwig reliably delivering his messages without any sign of complaint. The excitement of going home was matched at the train station where Sirius, along with his family, was waiting for Harry. Susan's eagerness was clear as she looked forward to hearing all about Hogwarts directly from Harry. This trip also gave Harry the chance to meet the parents of his new friends, and he was relieved to see that they were ordinary, approachable people. There were no pretentious or unfriendly attitudes among them, and none of them seemed like they had any connections to former Death Eaters, which eased Harry's mind about the friendships he had formed at Hogwarts. To Harry's surprise, it wasn't just Susan who was incredibly excited to see him. Sirius was even more eager, particularly keen to hear about the pranks Harry had been part of at Hogwarts. Driven by Sirius's enthusiasm, Harry shared all the details, and they even planned more pranks for the upcoming months. The school bullies were definitely in for some surprises. The holiday season went by in a blink. Christmas was filled with the joy of giving and receiving gifts. Harry sent presents to all his Hogwarts friends and opened the ones he received from them. Most of Harry's gifts were sweets and toys, which he gladly passed on to Susan, who was delighted with the unexpected treasure trove. Right before Harry was set to return to Hogwarts, Sirius handed him a mysterious box. He explained it was his special gift to the school and provided Harry with very specific instructions on how to use it. Based on Sirius's emphasis on placing the box in front of the Great Hall and then swiftly making an exit, Harry deduced it was likely one of Sirius's pranks. Despite this, Harry was more than willing to play his part. After all, pulling pranks and spreading joy were traits Harry admired in Sirius. Over the years, Sirius's opportunities for such mischief had been limited due to his responsibilities, so Harry saw this as a perfect chance for Sirius to reconnect with his more playful side. Chapter 91, A Marauder's Spectacular Show. The journey back to Hogwarts was filled with laughter and stories, making the long train ride fly by. Upon arrival, Harry and his companions were escorted to the castle via the self-running carriages, much to the amazement of Harry's friends. Harry chose not to spoil their wonder, thinking it might be a tale for another time. The feast that evening was a grand affair, reminiscent of the start-of-term feast but without the sorting ceremonies, songs and formalities. As the end of the feast neared and Dumbledore was about to conclude the feast with his speech, Harry, feeling a mix of excitement and a bit of mischief, stood up. From his pocket, he produced the small box Sirius had given him and magically enlarged it. With a confident smile, Harry made his way to the front, aware of the curious glances following him. Professor McGonagall, ever vigilant, noticed Harry's unusual behavior. "Mr. Potter, is everything all right? What do you have there?" Harry explained, "This is a gift from my godfather, Professor. He instructed me to place it in front of the staff table as a present to Hogwarts." Upon hearing it was from Sirius, McGonagall's expression turned one of concern, likely remembering the many shenanigans Sirius had been known for during his time at Hogwarts. "Mr. Potter, perhaps it's best if you hand that over to me. We can't just place unknown items in the Great Hall," McGonagall suggested, a hint of worry in her tone. Harry, however, was determined to fulfill Sirius's request. With an apologetic yet mischievous grin, he said, "I'm really sorry, Professor," but Sirius was quite insistent. He even threatened he'd ground me this summer if I didn't go through with it. Without waiting for a response, Harry swiftly placed the box where Sirius had instructed and made a hasty retreat from the scene. McGonagall was left in a bit of a dilemma, caught between a curiosity for what mischief Sirius's gift might cause and her responsibility to maintain decorum during the feast. Before Professor McGonagall could intervene, the box suddenly burst open, revealing a howler that transformed into a black dog. The hall was instantly filled with excitement as the dog began to speak, its voice booming through the Great Hall. "Bravo! It seems Harry has perfectly executed his task. I always knew Minnie had a soft spot for me and wouldn't stand in the way of a good prank," the howler said, causing Professor McGonagall to shoot it a disapproving look, though she let the event unfold without interference. The howler, introducing itself as Padfoot, a former student and notorious prankster, announced, "Good evening, young witches and wizards. I've heard all about the pranking renaissance happening here at Hogwarts, and it's inspired me to join in from afar. Consider this my contribution to your spirited mischief and also a gift to my beloved school." With that, the magic of the box was unleashed. A catchy tune filled the air as countless firework animals, shining like Petronuses but in brilliant gold, darted playfully around the hall. The students were mesmerized, watching in delight as these glowing creatures danced in the air, leaving behind a trail of glittering light. Shortly after, 4 grander fireworks emerged, positioning themselves above each house table. The smaller firework creatures soared up and collided with these, creating a breathtaking fireworks show above, lighting up the entire hall with vibrant colors. But the magic wasn't done. As the last spark faded, students discovered their hair had transformed to match their house colors. Gryffindors had bright red, Hufflepuff's sunny yellow, Ravenclaw's rich blue, and Slytherins, much to everyone's amusement, sported pink locks. Confusion turned to laughter when a frustrated shout of "Black!" echoed through the hall. Snape's hair, too, had turned a shocking pink, prompting Harry to burst into laughter, a reaction quickly shared by the entire hall. The howler's voice returned, "I hope you've all learned a thing or two about the art of pranking. Don't worry, your hair will return to normal by morning. Though, it seems there was a slight misfire with Snape's color change. My apologies, not really. I hope this little show brings as much joy to you as Hogwarts did to me. If you're all for making this an annual thing, let Harry know. I'm ready to kick off your school year with a bang next time. Until then, have a fantastic year." With that, the howler and the box vanished in a cloud of Gryffindor red, leaving everyone in awe. As the magical display came to a close, the Great Hall erupted into applause and cheers. Many students gathered around Harry, eager to learn who had masterminded the unforgettable spectacle. Some were already expressing their hopes for a similar event next year, their voices filled with excitement. However, not everyone was amused. The Slytherin boys sent cold glares in Harry's direction, their pink hair making them stand out even more. Harry made a mental note to be cautious of potential backlash from them. On the other hand, the Slytherin girls seemed less troubled by their new hair color, taking the prank in stride. Aside from Snape, who was visibly irked by the event, and the grumbling Slytherin boys, the prank was a hit with the rest of the student body. Snape, however, wasted no time in magicking his hair back to its usual black, showcasing his skill at countering pranks. Harry couldn't help but think that Snape must have had plenty of practice dealing with pranks by the Marauders over the years. Choosing to keep his new Ravenclaw blue hair for a while, Harry didn't rush to change it back. The hall's atmosphere, now brimming with laughter and excitement, reassured him that the prank was well received. Even amidst the potential for trouble, the shared laughter made everything worthwhile. After the initial wave of excitement and laughter started to settle, Professor Flitwick, with a tone of both admiration and a touch of reprimand, remarked, "Truly, that was an impressive display of magical craftsmanship. It seems Mr. Black has continued to refine his skills in the magical arts. Nonetheless, despite the entertainment it provided, I find myself in the position of having to deduct 30 points from Ravenclaw, Mr. Potter, due to the introduction of an unauthorized magical object within the confines of Hogwarts." Seizing the moment to enact some measure of retribution, Snape, with a gleam of satisfaction, declared, and let's not overlook Gryffindor, a reduction of 30 points there as well. The mischief was masterminded by a member of Gryffindor, after all. It's only just that they share in the consequences. Snape seemed particularly pleased with this decision, anticipating the irritation it would cause Sirius upon hearing about the deduction. The Gryffindor table erupted in protest, directing their frustration towards Snape, who merely offered them a sneer, completely unfazed by their reactions. Dumbledore, adding his voice to the conversation, stated, "Indeed, what a lively start to the latter half of our term. However, Mr. Potter, I must insist that such an occurrence remain a one-time event. We shall not entertain similar celebrations in future years." His announcement was met with boos from students all around the hall, yet Dumbledore, with his characteristic twinkle, sat back down, undisturbed by the response. Harry had a feeling that this spectacular display might start a new trend at Hogwarts, with many students wanting to try their hand at creating similar or even bigger pranks. Unfortunately, he realized he'd probably have to sit out from participating in these pranks until his last year at Hogwarts. Given this night, he'd likely be the first person suspected if anything similar happened again, and he definitely didn't want to get into trouble for it. Reflecting on the prank's success, Harry felt confident Sirius would be overjoyed with how things turned out, even though the magical display went unrecorded. Sirius hadn't mentioned capturing the moment, and Harry hadn't anticipated the need to prepare a camera for such a stunning performance. Dumbledore then resumed the evening with his speech, followed by the Hogwarts school song, much to Harry's surprise, who had assumed such potentially embarrassing rituals were reserved solely for the start of the school year. With spirits lifted and excitement in the air, the students gradually dispersed, heading towards their respective dormitories. They were ready to face whatever adventures and challenges the remaining school year had in store for them. Chapter 92, Fletcher's Quest. With the new year bringing its chill to the halls of Hogwarts, life within its ancient walls quickly returned to the usual pace of magical learning and lively student interactions. Classrooms buzzed with activity, the corridors echoed with the footsteps of students moving from one class to another, and the air was often filled with the sound of laughter or the occasional gasp following a spell that didn't quite work as intended. This peaceful return to everyday school life, however, was soon disturbed by unsettling events that began to worry everyone. Students began reporting incidents where they were mysteriously found passed out in the corridors, either by themselves or in small groups. Strangely, none of them seemed to be hurt in any way. Initially, these incidents were brushed off by many as just another bold series of pranks, adding a new twist to the ongoing trend of practical jokes at Hogwarts. However, as more students became victims of these unexplained fainting episodes, what started as curiosity turned into genuine concern. The laughter and dismissive attitudes gave way to a growing sense of unease and worry among the school's community. It was noted that the majority of the affected students came from pure-blood families, with only a few half-bloods impacted and none of the Muggle-borns. This didn't go unnoticed by the school's faculty, who took swift action to investigate the matter more closely. They were particularly eager to manage the situation quietly, hoping to avoid alarming the victims' influential families. The matter was of particular concern to Dumbledore, who was keen to keep the investigation internal. The prospect of the Board of Governors or, worse, the Aurors becoming involved was something Dumbledore wished to avoid at all costs. The idea of external parties interfering or challenging his authority over Hogwarts was unacceptable. He was determined to solve this mystery without losing his grip on the school's affairs or allowing others to dictate how it should be managed. The school buzzed with speculation and whispers about the attacks. In a cozy corner of the library, during their regular get-together, Harry and his group of friends delved into discussions about the eerie incidents shaking up their school life. Why would someone go after students, especially targeting pure-bloods? Reggie voiced his confusion, his brow furrowed in thought. Alicia, always quick to analyze, chimed in with her perspective. It doesn't seem random at all, especially since no one's actually getting hurt. It's all very puzzling. Harry, who had been quietly listening, offered a piece of advice grounded in his observations: best not to wander alone for now. From what I've gathered, it seems like there's just one person behind this. Stick together in groups, at least 4 or more, and you should be fine. Nods of agreement circled among the friends, all deciding to heed Harry's suggestion for safety. Harry had his suspicions about who was behind these attacks. Professor Fletcher had caught his attention, and Harry had taken to monitoring the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher through the Marauders map. While the faculty hurried to piece together the puzzle of the attacks, Harry remained a silent observer from the margins. His careful surveillance of Professor Fletcher had already given him significant clues. Determined to confirm his suspicions, Harry resolved to shadow Fletcher in person, to catch him in the act if possible. One evening, hidden under his invisibility cloak, Harry patiently waited outside the door to Professor Fletcher's quarters. It wasn't long before Fletcher appeared, dressed entirely in black. Making sure no one was around, he started casting various spells around himself, similar to the ones Harry had used to make sure he wouldn't be seen or heard. With a final disillusionment charm on himself, Fletcher disappeared from view, blending into the air itself. Despite this, Harry, with the help of the Marauder's map, could keep an eye on Fletcher's every move. The map showed everyone in Hogwarts, making it impossible for Fletcher to truly disappear. Fletcher moved stealthily through the school's dim corridors, searching for students unaware of his presence. Harry, following silently, was curious to see what Fletcher was up to. After a while, Fletcher encountered two Hufflepuff prefects on patrol, tasked with keeping the corridors safe and looking out for any trouble, including the recent string of pranks. Harry watched on the map, as Fletcher stealthily approached the two, and then suddenly, two quick bursts of red light shot out, striking the unsuspecting pair. These were clear signs of stunning spells being cast. As soon as Fletcher cast these spells, he became visible again. Harry was quietly impressed by Fletcher's skill at casting such quick and silent stunning spells. This proved Harry's suspicion that Fletcher was indeed a powerful wizard, which meant Harry had to be cautious around him. Observing quietly, Harry saw Fletcher take a small blade, carefully making a tiny cut on one of the student's fingers to collect a drop of blood. Fletcher then pulled out an old, round object and carefully placed the drop of blood in the center of it, hoping for some kind of reaction. Fletcher stood there for a moment, watching the object closely, waiting for something to happen. But when the object showed no change, Fletcher expressed his disappointment with a muttered another failure and moved on to the other student to try the same experiment, only to be met with another failure yet again. He then proceeded to heal the wounds for them, hiding the objective of the attacks from the other professors. Watching Fletcher's actions gave Harry a clear idea of what was happening. Fletcher seemed to be on a hunt for a special kind of blood. This unique blood was needed to activate the old, round object that Fletcher had. Harry thought this object was a key to some hidden treasure, probably located in the library, a place Fletcher had already caused chaos in before. The targets of Fletcher's attacks were mainly students from pure-blood families, which hinted to Harry that Fletcher was on the lookout for blood from a specific magical family line. He figured Fletcher was betting on the close ties within pure-blood families to lead him to the lucky person whose blood would work with the antique key. After piecing this together, Harry decided to head back to his dorm quietly. The fact that students were being attacked was definitely worrying, but Harry chose not to step in and stop Fletcher. Harry thought that stopping Fletcher was something the Hogwarts faculty should handle, not him. He didn't want to be a hero. Besides, Harry was really curious about the treasure Fletcher was looking for. He decided it was best to let Fletcher figure out how to get to the treasure. That way, Harry could just come in at the end and take the treasure for himself without having to do all the hard work. Unknown to Harry, he wasn't the only one keeping an eye on Fletcher's search for the hidden treasure. Back in Dumbledore's office, Snape and Dumbledore were deep in discussion about the same issue. Snape, frustrated, said, "I can't understand why we're not stopping Fletcher. He's clearly behind the destruction in the library and these recent attacks on students." Dumbledore replied calmly, "Fletcher is after something specific. I'm curious to find out what that is. Since the students he's targeted haven't been hurt, I've decided to let him continue his search. If no one is seriously injured, it's worth seeing what secret treasure he's chasing within Hogwarts." "But we're running out of time," Snape countered. "Some of my Slytherin students have already told their parents about the attacks, and since most of the victims are purebloods, there's talk of blaming Muggle-born students and escalating this to the Ministry." Dumbledore asked Snape to keep the parents calm for the time being. "I'll allow Fletcher another month at most. We can't delay any longer without attracting the Auror's attention. Let's hope he finds what he's looking for soon. Why not just capture him and extract the information directly from his memories?" Snape suggested, looking for a quicker resolution. Dumbledore stayed quiet. He knew that capturing Fletcher and checking his memories was the simplest solution, but Dumbledore often liked to let situations unfold on their own. He preferred waiting for someone else to solve the problem, which would let him avoid getting his own hands dirty while still enjoying any positive outcomes that came from it. Despite his reluctance to intervene directly, Dumbledore couldn't deny his intrigue about what Fletcher was desperately seeking. Having been at Hogwarts for many years, he wondered what secrets the castle still hid from him and was eager to see what Fletcher might uncover. As the attacks continued without a clear resolution, the atmosphere at Hogwarts remained tense. Harry, meanwhile, kept a watchful eye on Fletcher, biding his time and waiting for the right moment to uncover the secrets that lay hidden within the walls of the ancient school. Chapter 93, The Unseen Attack. Over 2 weeks had passed, and a lot had changed at Hogwarts. Fletcher's sneak attacks were still happening, but not as much as before. In the first week, because loads of students decided it wasn't safe to be out after dark, Fletcher didn't have as many chances to do his attacks. Realizing he was running out of time to find the special blood he was after, Fletcher started trying to catch people off guard in the morning or between classes, in hallways where not many people walked. This made the attacks start up more often again, and everyone at school began to feel scared. One morning, just like any other, Harry got up early to do his exercises. He wasn't too worried about Fletcher's attacks at that moment. He figured if Fletcher didn't end up finding what he was looking for, Harry would try to get the old key from him towards the year's end. After getting the key, Harry would try to figure out the mystery of what was hidden behind the library walls himself. As Harry was about to leave the castle to head outside, he suddenly felt a sharp push against his back that made him stumble slightly, along with seeing some red flashes around him. Harry understood right away that these were signs someone was trying to use the stupefy spell on him. Right then, Harry figured out there was someone he couldn't see right behind him, trying to knock him out. Without wasting a second to think twice, Harry quickly spun around and sent a strong roundhouse kick into the air, aiming at where he guessed his hidden attacker was. Feeling his kick land and hearing a groan of pain confirmed his hit. Suddenly, the attacker was visible again, and there stood Professor Fletcher, hand clutched to his chest, looking utterly surprised that his spell had failed, and even more so when Harry's kick had made direct contact. Without pausing, Harry's wand was already out, and he quickly launched a combination of spells at Fletcher: Expelliarmus, to disarm him, and Stupefy, to stun him. Fletcher, caught off guard and still trying to regain his balance, had no chance to react before the spells hit him. Fletcher's wand flew from his grasp, and before he could even think of what to do next, he was enveloped by the red light of the stun spell and fell unconscious. Harry looked down at Fletcher, who was now unconscious on the ground, and took a moment to calm himself down from the unexpected attack. His heart was still pounding from the adrenaline rush. Everything had unfolded in mere moments. From the second Harry sensed the attack to the moment Fletcher was taken down, only a few seconds had whizzed by. Harry had always been quick to react, a skill he'd sharpened since he was little. He wasn't the type to freeze up or waste time questioning what just happened. His response was immediate, leaving Fletcher, who hadn't expected Harry to be so formidable, no chance to even wonder why his attempt to stun Harry hadn't worked. Harry was silently grateful for his habit of always being prepared, especially at Hogwarts, a place he knew was full of unexpected dangers. He had spent a good amount of his money on protective gear, including a dragon hide vest he wore all the time, even during his morning exercise routines. Harry had actually hoped to get a vest made from basilisk hide, but those were extremely rare and he hadn't been able to find one. The dragon hide vest, though, proved to be just what he needed against a simple stunning spell. The spell did hit him, but it only caused a slight pushback thanks to the magical resistance of the vest. Looking down at Fletcher, now still and silent on the floor, Harry began to think about his next steps. Fletcher had obviously targeted him, likely wanting Harry's blood to unlock the ancient key's secret. Now Harry needed to consider what to do with the professor, given that he himself had become one of the victims. Harry hadn't expected Fletcher to target anyone so early in the morning. It was a time when Harry, unlike most students and even the Quidditch team, would be out and about. It seemed Fletcher had specifically gotten up early with the intent of going after Harry. Given Fletcher's direct attack on him, Harry saw no point in simply leaving him be to terrorize the school. He levitated Fletcher's unconscious body and carried him to an empty classroom nearby, making sure to grab Fletcher's wand along the way. Harry was relieved to find no enchanted portraits along their path that could observe and report what he was doing. Once they were in the classroom, Harry secured the door behind them, ready to figure out what to do about Fletcher. First off, Harry went through Fletcher's pockets to see what he was carrying. There wasn't much on him. Harry did find a wand, which turned out to be Fletcher's main wand that he used for teaching. The wand Fletcher had tried to use on Harry was just a spare one, picked specifically for wrongdoing. It was similar to how Harry had a separate wand for playing pranks on bullies. Besides that, Harry found the old round key on Fletcher. As he held the ancient key for the first time and examined it closely, he noticed that the design was dominated by the Gryffindor emblem, making the key resemble more of a badge than a traditional key. Nevertheless, the presence of the Gryffindor emblem was a significant clue, indicating that Fletcher's quest had something to do with the Gryffindor legacy, suggesting that Gryffindor family blood might be necessary to make the key work as intended. The reason behind Fletcher's attacks on the students became clearer: he was probably trying to find someone of Gryffindor's lineage. Godric Gryffindor, unlike Salazar Slytherin, had many descendants. Over the years, those descendants mixed and mingled with other witches and wizards, so there were quite a few people in the wizarding world who could trace their roots back to the Hogwarts founder. This meant Fletcher had a fair chance of finding a student at Hogwarts who could meet the key's requirements. Being a descendant of Gryffindor wasn't considered a big deal these days. The Gryffindor family's direct line had vanished long before the Ministry of Magic was established, so there wasn't even a dedicated seat for the Gryffindors in the Wisengamot. Among those who could claim a connection to Gryffindor were the Potters, making them part of this extended family tree. Harry figured his own blood might just work with the key, considering his family background. Plus, the purification ritual he'd undergone might increase his chances of activating the key. However, figuring out the key's secrets was not the main thing on his mind at that moment. Dealing with Fletcher was Harry's immediate concern. Fletcher had made the first move by attacking Harry, which really got under Harry's skin. Harry wasn't the type to let such things slide. He believed in giving back as good as he got, if not better. Yet, he had to be cautious. Fletcher wasn't just anyone, he was a professor. And Harry didn't want to end up in trouble with Dumbledore this soon. So, he knew he needed to tread carefully and ensure nothing could be traced back to him. Chapter 94, Whispers of the Mind. Before making any moves against Fletcher, Harry thought it would be better to understand the situation and learn all the secrets by looking into Fletcher's memories first. It was also an ideal moment for Harry to get better at legilimency, the art of reading minds, something he had been cautious about for so long because he didn't want to accidentally hurt someone and cause them lasting damage. But with Fletcher, someone Harry saw as a bad guy and an enemy, lying defeated, it seemed like the perfect chance to practice without worry. Harry applied a body bind curse to Fletcher, making sure he was immobilized but conscious. For the legilimency to work, Fletcher needed to be conscious and his eyes had to be open. With a few well-placed slaps, Fletcher snapped awake, fury burning in his eyes as he glared at Harry. Anticipating nothing useful from Fletcher's verbal reactions, Harry had already cast a silencing charm on him. He wasn't in the mood to listen to any insults or curses Fletcher might hurl his way. Next, Harry got his wand ready, focused, and cast Legilimens on Fletcher. Harry wasn't yet very skilled with this spell, so he still needed his wand to help him dive into Fletcher's mind. Reading someone's memories just by looking them in the eyes was something only really expert Legilimens could do. This was Harry's initial attempt at using the spell on a person, and he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Penetrating someone's mind was more complex than he had imagined. Fletcher's mental defenses were up, presenting a challenge. Harry persisted, though, and after several attempts, he managed to break through. The first memory that unfolded before Harry was of Fletcher finding the ancient key in a dark, cluttered shop in Knockturn Alley. The shopkeeper had dismissed it as a trinket, a fake Gryffindor emblem, possibly the creation of an overenthusiastic student. Fletcher, sensing its significance, bought it for a bargain. Coming back to the present, Harry realized he still had a lot to learn about using the Legilimency spell. He couldn't get all the important memories from Fletcher at once. He needed to go back into Fletcher's thoughts a few more times to understand everything completely. On another dive into Fletcher's memories, Harry watched as Fletcher meticulously sifted through numerous ancient texts. After much research, Fletcher realized that the item he'd stumbled upon was actually a key and not just any key, but one that could unlock Gryffindor's lost treasure. During another peek into the past, Harry observed Fletcher's attempts to discover where this treasure might be hidden, using the key as his guide. However, Fletcher couldn't find the treasure's location on his own and needed more help. Harry then saw Fletcher reach out to his wide network of contacts to procure a special spell. This spell was designed to reveal the treasure's location when used in conjunction with the key. Once Fletcher cast this spell on the key, he was astonished to learn that the treasure was hidden somewhere within Hogwarts itself. In a subsequent memory, Harry watched Fletcher as he maneuvered to get himself appointed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts, teacher at Hogwarts and his reaction to being easily accepted. Fletcher had been pleasantly surprised at how smoothly he had infiltrated the school. Harry's journey through Fletcher's memories continued. He saw the moment Fletcher realized the treasure was located in the Hogwarts library. The casting of the earlier spell had guided Fletcher to a specific shelf and wall within the library. On Halloween, despite his efforts to use the key, Fletcher couldn't activate it and unlock the treasure. Determined, he then resorted to using force to access the secret behind the wall. However, no matter how powerful the spells he hurled at the wall, it remained undamaged. After several unsuccessful attempts and fearing the arrival of other professors, Fletcher retreated. Following that, Harry saw Fletcher tormented by the fear of being confronted by Dumbledore. Given Fletcher's absence during the feast, he was sure Dumbledore would suspect him of causing the library's chaos. Fletcher had even considered fleeing Hogwarts, but when no reprimand came, his confidence swelled, and he decided to stay and continue his quest for the treasure. After further research in the library, Fletcher learned that activating the key would require blood from a Gryffindor descendant. This revelation made him confident that the key would unveil Gryffindor's hidden treasure. However, acquiring the necessary blood proved challenging. Despite his brazen tactic of attacking and drawing blood from students, hoping one would unlock the key's magic, his attempts largely failed to get a reaction from the key. Only a few times did the key react, and even then, the reaction was too weak to fully activate the key. As the memories continued to unfold, Harry observed Fletcher's increasing boldness and desperation. With the Auror's involvement imminent, Fletcher's anxiety spiked. Knowing his time was running out, he became even more determined in his quest to find the right blood to unlock the treasure hidden within Hogwarts. Today, Fletcher had made a plan to target Harry. Knowing the Potters had ties to the Gryffindor family, Fletcher was keen on using Harry's blood for the Gryffindor key. He had found out that Harry had a routine of exercising outside every morning, making it an opportune time for an ambush. From Fletcher's point of view, Harry witnessed his own attack. Fletcher had positioned himself in a corridor near the castle's exit, waiting to strike with a stunning spell. The surprise Fletcher felt when his spell didn't work was almost palpable. Before he could try again, he was taken aback by a powerful kick from Harry, losing his balance and then being disarmed and stunned. Fletcher couldn't believe he had been bested by a first-year student from Hogwarts. Through repeated attempts, Harry was able to extract all the information he needed from Fletcher's memories. Each successful attempt at legilimency not only provided valuable insights but also significantly improved Harry's skill in the art. Harry was aware of the potential harm his probing could cause Fletcher's mind, but since Fletcher was an enemy, he had little concern for his well-being. The improvement in his legilimency skills was a welcome side effect, as it meant Harry could delve into someone's thoughts in the future without worrying about unintentional harm. During his exploration of Fletcher's memories, Harry stumbled upon a treasure trove of spells. These were spells of a thief and treasure hunter, perfect for tracking, stealth, and breaking through formidable defenses. Harry recognized the practicality of these spells in everyday situations at Hogwarts and anticipated they would be incredibly beneficial down the line. Realizing time was running out and needing to keep this encounter hidden from Dumbledore, Harry figured it was time to wrap things up. He erased Fletcher's recent memories with a well-controlled Obliviate charm, specifically targeting the memories involving the Gryffindor key and the memories of the past year. By doing this, Fletcher wouldn't remember anything about the key, and Dumbledore would stay in the dark about what had just happened. For his next move, Harry got both himself and Fletcher under his invisibility cloak and pulled Fletcher towards the moving staircases. Harry made sure to remove all spells from Fletcher to ensure there was no trace left behind. He then placed Fletcher's wand back in his pocket and gently nudged him down the stairs. Harry believed that falling from a great height was the best way to disguise Fletcher's loss of memories. At Hogwarts, where magic is everywhere and there is a skilled healer around, such a fall would hurt Fletcher badly, but he would probably survive. Harry wasn't too worried about Fletcher's well-being after seeing Fletcher's last thoughts of harming or even killing him after his attack on Harry failed. Fletcher knew revealing his identity as the attacker would draw the wrath of many powerful families at Hogwarts, whose children he had targeted. To protect his identity, Fletcher had decided to silence Harry completely. So, Harry didn't bother to check if Fletcher survived. Fletcher should feel lucky that Harry didn't want to deal with an Auror investigation at Hogwarts, otherwise, Harry might have taken even harsher steps. Feeling content with the outcome of his morning's unexpected events, Harry toyed with Fletcher's backup wand as he returned to his dormitory. The wand, surprisingly, had chosen him as its next owner, functioning better than the spare wand he used for mischief. Harry found it quite interesting and a bit funny how easily he had managed to get this wand to work for him, and now he had a really good backup wand. Back in his room, Harry started getting ready for his classes, his mind already thinking ahead to when he could next pursue the mystery of the Gryffindor key and the treasure it promised. Chapter 95, A treasure beckons. Hogwarts Hospital Wing. In the quiet area of Hogwarts Hospital Wing, Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore stood over the lone figure resting on a bed, the only patient currently under their care. Professor Fletcher, identified as the source of recent attacks on the students in the hallways, now lay silent, bearing the consequences of his actions. He was not immobilized with a fractured skull among other injuries. It was only due to the quick actions of the people in the portraits that Dumbledore had been promptly alerted, ensuring the fallen professor received immediate medical attention, saving his life. Dumbledore broke the silence, his voice low and concerned. Severus, have you uncovered anything? Snape shook his head, his expression grim. No, nothing at all. The portraits merely confirmed his fall from the 4th floor. However, how he ended up there so early in the morning remains a mystery. Dumbledore pondered, so, an accidental fall, perhaps. Snape considered the possibilities, it's either that or someone pushed him without the portraits witnessing the act. There's also a chance he attacked someone during a rare early morning pursuit, leading to an accident and this unfortunate outcome. Dumbledore sighed, if a student was involved, fear of repercussions might prevent them from coming forward. We'll have to wait for Barnaby, Fletcher's first name, to regain consciousness before learning the truth directly from him. However, Snape delivered more unfortunate news, there's a complication. When he briefly regained consciousness during treatment, I tried to read his memories but found nothing in his mind for the duration of the past 2 years. Madame Pomfrey believes the fall might have impacted his memory. She says she cannot say for sure if those memories will ever return. Dumbledore's disappointment was evident, then the motive behind his recent actions at Hogwarts may remain unknown. Yes, Snape agreed. I've tried to figure the motive out by searching his belongings but nothing of significance was found. Dumbledore decided on the next steps, let's wait for him to wake up. If his memories are really lost, Poppy should transfer him to St. Mungo's for further care. I will also tell the Board of Governors that he was behind the attacks. That will get them off my back. It's unfortunate, I was quite curious about what he sought to find within these walls. Bringing Dumbledore's attention to immediate concerns, Snape asked, very well. What do you plan on doing with the defense against the dark arts classes? With a sigh, Dumbledore concluded, I'll consult the Ministry. Perhaps they can provide a substitute for the remaining months. With yet another professor injured during their time at Hogwarts, Dumbledore was starting to worry about how difficult it would be to find a replacement for next year's class. Initially, he was skeptical about the rumors suggesting there was a curse on the position. However, after witnessing one incident after another, year after year, where each professor faced some misfortune, Dumbledore began to seriously consider the possibility that the position might indeed be cursed. Trying to get rid of the curse was something Dumbledore had attempted. However, finding and breaking curses wasn't exactly what Dumbledore was best at, so he didn't have any luck with it. He thought about bringing someone else in to take a look and try to fix the curse. But there was a big problem with that idea. To really check it out, they'd need to be let into the very heart of Hogwarts magic, its protective wards. Dumbledore couldn't let that happen. Those wards keep the school safe, making it one of the safest places in all of Britain. He couldn't risk making Hogwarts any less safe by letting someone mess with the wards, not even if he was watching over them the whole time. Harry was completely unaware of the discussions happening in the hospital wing and Dumbledore's disappointment in not learning about Fletcher's motives. He went about his days as usual, attending classes as if the recent events did not matter to him. A week swiftly passed, and soon the news broke out that Professor Fletcher had suffered an accident severe enough to require his transfer to St. Mungo's for specialized care. The Department of Education in the Ministry of Magic stepped in to fill the sudden vacancy, providing a retired Auror to cover the defense against the dark arts, classes for the remainder of the school year. This new teacher had his work cut out for him. Fletcher hadn't really taught the students much, relying heavily on textbook readings and assignments. However, Harry noticed the new teacher's genuine effort and kindness. He did his utmost to impart as much knowledge as he could to the students in the limited time available before their final exams. In an attempt to quell any lingering anxiety among the students about the recent disturbances, Dumbledore announced that the responsible individual had been apprehended. This announcement was met with widespread relief and cheer across the Great Hall. Harry couldn't help but reflect on the reaction of the student body. They seemed too easily pacified by the news of the perpetrator's capture, not bothering to dig deeper into the matter or even figuring out the identity of the perpetrator. It was this lack of curiosity, Harry inferred, that hindered their world from advancing as the Muggle world had. However, Harry had little time to ponder these societal shortcomings. His days were filled with the usual hustle and bustle of Hogwarts life, his studies, and various adventures. He had visited the library one night to investigate the most likely location of Gryffindor's treasure, only to find the area heavily guarded by advanced wards. To access the treasure, Harry realized he would need to figure out how to disable these wards without drawing the attention of Dumbledore or other professors. Thankfully, Fletcher's memories offered some potential solutions, but Harry needed to practice if he was to confidently bypass these magical protections. Thus, he adjusted his study schedule to accommodate this new challenge. After a month of preparation, Harry felt ready to undertake the quest for Gryffindor's treasure. Yet, he chose to wait for an optimal moment when Dumbledore was away from Hogwarts. Night after night, he consulted the Marauder's map, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The extra work did not affect his learning progress though. Harry's study progress remained on track despite the year's disturbances. He was well on his way to completing the Newt-level coursework by the end of June, according to his meticulously planned timetable. Monitoring the Marauder's map nightly, Harry finally spotted an opportunity in mid-March. Dumbledore was off to attend a meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards, leaving Hogwarts without its headmaster for a couple of days. Harry knew this was his chance to act. Armed with his invisibility cloak and the new wand he had acquired from Fletcher, Harry felt a mix of excitement and anticipation for the night ahead. The treasure hunt for Gryffindor's hidden legacy was about to begin. Chapter 96, Godric Gryffindor's Legacy. After everyone in Hogwarts had settled down for the night and the corridors had become silent, Harry made his way to the library. The library was deserted, with Madame Pants having retired to her quarters for the evening. The still library now held a secretive air. Harry, hidden under his cloak, set about the intricate task of dismantling the complex wards that had been set up by Dumbledore or the other professors near the treasure's hiding place. It was a careful and slow process, as Harry was cautious not to accidentally trigger an alarm that would alert the professors to his purpose. After about 30 minutes of careful work, Harry successfully removed all the wards without any accidents. With the security measures now disabled, Harry's focus shifted to the ancient Gryffindor key in his possession. He had spent a lot of time learning how to dismantle the wards solely based on the assumption that his blood would activate the key. There was a risk that his efforts could be in vain if his blood wasn't the right catalyst for the key. Harry had postponed testing the key's reaction to his blood, uncertain of what might happen upon activation. There was a possibility that the key might start moving on its own as soon as it was activated. If it flew straight into the wards Dumbledore had placed around the area, Harry worried he might lose his opportunity to claim the treasure. In such a case, Dumbledore might find and claim the treasure for himself before Harry could even get a closer look. Now was the moment of truth. Using a small knife, Harry made a tiny cut on his finger and applied his blood to the key. The key responded immediately, glowing brightly and transforming slowly into a shield shape. The new shield-shaped key with the Gryffindor emblem now looked collar. Harry felt a tug from the key in his hand as if the key was pulling in a specific direction, ready to guide Harry to the treasure. Ensuring he was alone, Harry released the key. It floated towards a shelf in the library and fitted perfectly into a special carving, much like a puzzle piece finding its rightful place. A soft click sounded as the shelf moved aside, revealing a hidden compartment within the wall. This secret space contained 3 distinct sections, one with a collection of books, another with an ancient sealed scroll that looked like a letter, and the third housing a magnificent sword, resembling the fabled Gryffindor sword but a little different in its design. Not wanting to linger longer than necessary in the library, Harry quickly gathered the items into his expandable storage pouch. Then he removed the key. Once the key was removed from its slot, the wall and shelf seamlessly returned to their original form, hiding the secret once again. Harry, now with the contents of the treasure safely stored away, retreated to the room of requirement to examine his harvest. The first item Harry examined was the letter, sealed with an ancient wax. Breaking the seal, Harry discovered a message from Godric Gryffindor himself, addressed to his future descendants. The letter was scripted in an old form of English, sprinkled with words like thou and thee among other rarely used terms. Harry needed a moment to mentally reorganize the sentences to grasp the full meaning of Gryffindor's message. The letter, once Harry had deciphered it, conveyed the following message. Dear descendant. It fills me with immense pride to know that you, a direct descendant of mine, have managed to uncover the treasure I left behind. I am Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your ability to discover and unlock this legacy of mine proves your worthiness and dedication. Well done on this significant achievement. This legacy came into being due to a disagreement I had with Salazar Slytherin, another founder. He created a hidden chamber within the school, home to a basilisk, claiming it would protect Hogwarts from Muggle threats. However, I've always had my doubts about his true intentions and worried about the future dangers posed by such a dangerous creature. To help you prepare for any future threats, including the basilisk, I've left behind a sword crafted by goblins and a set of my personal spells, some of which are unknown to others. These, along with the knight's inheritance, are meant to equip you to face and possibly defeat the basilisk, a beast known for its resistance to magic. But this inheritance isn't just about dealing with the basilisk. It's also about protecting Hogwarts from any form of danger, whether from inside or outside. It's up to you to wisely use what I've left for you. I trust your judgment on how best to utilize these tools and knowledge. If the basilisk turns out to be the protector Slytherin envisioned, I owe him an apology. However, if my fears are correct, then the responsibility to protect our school falls to you. I wish you the best of luck. Stand strong against adversity, guided by the values of courage and honor. The future of Gryffindor, and indeed Hogwarts, is now in your hands. With all my hope for the future. Godric Gryffindor. From this letter, Harry understood that Gryffindor's inheritance was meant to protect the school against any potential threats, be it the basilisk or witch hunters that existed during the era of the founders. Gryffindor didn't just leave behind a sword, he left a treasure trove of his own magical knowledge and spells, stuff that Harry had never come across before. Through this letter, it was clear as day to Harry how much Gryffindor cared about Hogwarts. It wasn't just a school to him, it was something he poured his heart into, more important even than his own family. Next up, Harry dived into the books he had found, which were all about how to become a knight. There was so much information, including the history of knights, what the Gryffindor family had passed down about knights, and how to fight with a sword. These books opened Harry's eyes to a whole different kind of power, nothing like the magic he was used to. Until now, Harry hadn't even thought there could be something else besides wizard magic in this world. He had always believed that this was a world just for wizards, but it looked like he might have been mistaken. Learning about knights made Harry curious about what other kinds of strength might be out there. Maybe there were things like ancient Chinese cultivation methods, samurai warriors, or other mysterious arts. If that were true, then the world was much more complicated and challenging than he had thought. Harry decided that he would look into all these different paths to power after he finished school at Hogwarts. It seemed a bit too soon for him to start exploring these possibilities right now, even if they did exist. But for now, the idea of becoming a knight really grabbed his attention. The thought of fighting with a sword and living like a knight was something totally new and exciting to Harry. In addition to the inheritance of knights, the collection also included books on battle magic, containing spells designed for war and large-scale destruction. These spells required significant magical energy, prompting Harry to postpone experimenting with them until he felt more confident in his magical reserves. Lastly, Harry inspected the sword, its craftsmanship likely the work of goblins and adorned with a ruby-encrusted silver handle. While similar to the sword of Gryffindor, this sword bore the Gryffindor family emblem instead of Godric Gryffindor's name. It was a splendid sword, not just in appearance but also in what it represented and its potential capabilities. Harry could easily envision this sword being the key to helping him slay a basilisk that had lived for over 1,000 years. Satisfied with his discoveries and eager to delve into the path of the knights, Harry carefully repacked his findings and returned to his dormitory. His thoughts were filled with anticipation for what lay ahead, but for now, rest was his priority. The knight's adventure had been fruitful, and the knowledge and tools he had acquired held the promise of future endeavors and protection for Hogwarts. Chapter 97, The Path of the Knight. The day after discovering Godric Gryffindor's treasure, Harry set out to learn more about knights, delving into the depths of the library's numerous books. The concept of knights that Godric Gryffindor had left in his inheritance seemed to be a forgotten path, lost to the sands of time. Long before the rise of wizards in the world, a mystery that remains unsolved to the Britshire wizarding world, knights were beings of immense strength. Revered for their strength and held high positions in their kingdom. They were so powerful that a single knight could face an entire army alone and come back victorious. The ranks of knighthood included apprentice knights, who were just starting their journey, followed by knights, great knights, earth knights, and the esteemed sky knights. There is said to be a holy knight about sky nugs, but no knight has ever reached that height in their cultivation in known history. The hierarchy of knights represented a form of human evolution accessible to all, not limited by the presence of a magical core. Furthermore, through rigorous training, knights could significantly extend their lifespan, with Sky Knights living beyond 150 years. Harry learned that the emergence of wizards diminished the knight's prominence. Training to become a formidable knight took decades, while wizards were born with magic and could achieve comparable power in just a few years of training. Additionally, knights found themselves vulnerable to wizard spells. When a knight tries to get close enough to a wizard to fight in close combat and kill them, they'd likely be stopped by a dangerous spell before they could even reach their target. The key to becoming a knight lay in mastering a unique breathing technique that unlocked life energy within a person's body. Through the practice of breathing method over time, not only does a person's body become stronger, but they increase the chance of awakening a seed of life in their body. Only the people who have a seed of life can be called knights. But the qualification of awakening the seed of life is rare and requires many years of training to awaken, thus most people who practice to become a knight fail to become one in their lifetime. When a knight reaches the level of a great knight, they gain the ability to create shields out of their own life energy. These shields could protect them from certain spells cast by wizards. As knights grew stronger and their life energy increased, they became even better at resisting spells. But becoming a great knight takes a lot of time, about 30 years for a knight with average talent. By the time knights reach that level, most wizards are already at their strongest. This gap between the training periods of wizards and great knights was vast, leading to the gradual dominance of wizards and the decline of knights. The decline of knights was also hastened by the personalized nature of the knight breathing exercises, many of which were tailored to specific family bloodlines. For example, the breathing method that Godric Gryffindor left behind was meant just for his family line, which meant not just anyone could learn it. The people who designed these special breathing techniques for top families were very respected individuals at that time. But during fights between wizards and knights, these creators were often targeted first. This led to the knowledge and practice of knights dwindling and eventually fading into obscurity. Today, it's not very clear if there are any knights around. But Harry found the idea of the knight breathing technique really interesting, especially because it could make him much stronger physically. Here's how the strength of knights works. A regular knight is about 5 times stronger than an average person. A great knight is 10 times stronger, an earth knight 20 times stronger, and a sky knight can be up to 50 times stronger. Harry wasn't sure if he had what it takes to be really good at this knight training, but even just becoming a regular knight and being 5 times stronger seemed pretty good to him. Having that kind of strength along with his magic would make him very powerful. Since Harry was already doing well with his magic studies and was curious about the benefits he could get from knight training, he decided to spend some of his time learning this forgotten practice. After finishing his research and making up his mind, Harry began to delve into the knight breathing technique passed down by the Gryffindor family. Harry turned to the first page of the book, ready to begin his training. The text began, "Everyone knows how to breathe from the moment they're born. But the knight breathing technique? It's special. It teaches you a way to breathe that fills your body with a type of energy called life energy. This energy follows a specific path through your body, gradually making your muscles and bones stronger. This technique wasn't simple, it demanded precise coordination. The movements, each paired with a unique pattern of breaths, were challenging for a beginner. Mastering the rhythm and motions was the first hurdle. Harry, committed to learning, started practicing the 20 distinct movements described in the technique, each associated with a particular breathing pattern. For the first step, I need to hold my breath for 35 seconds, lift my arms as high as they can go, then breathe in deeply 3 times and once shortly, followed by changing the position of my hands. Despite being in good physical shape, Harry found the sequence tough to execute. The exercises appeared straightforward, but the mix of specific movements and controlled breathing quickly drained his stamina. Completing the routine left him breathless and a bit shaky. Finishing the routine, Harry wasn't immediately sure if it made any difference. There might have been a slight improvement, but it was so minor that he couldn't really feel it. Perhaps after repeating the exercises many times, the benefits would become more noticeable. Right after, Harry felt a strong wave of hunger. It seemed the exercise not only consumed a lot of stamina but also increased his need for food. After eating well, Harry began to plan out his schedule. Considering his current energy levels and daily routine, he figured he could fit the breathing exercises in twice a day. He was cautious, though, not wanting to overdo it before confirming there weren't any adverse effects on his body from this new training. Harry planned to start slowly, seeking advice from Arcturus and Cordelia on the potential risks and rewards of continuing the exercises. In theory, becoming a knight seemed impressive, but Harry wanted to be sure of the actual benefits before fully committing to the path. Additionally, there was the matter of learning swordsmanship. Until he found Gryffindor's letter, Harry believed he could face the basilisk with the spells he knew. However, the letter made him reconsider. If, in 3 years, his magic proved ineffective against the basilisk, he'd be in real danger. Heeding Gryffindor's advice, Harry decided to also learn how to wield a sword from the books left in the inheritance. With his future path clearer, Harry returned to his daily life. The days flew by as he juggled his studies, night training, and the anticipation of learning swordplay. Hogwarts life continued, bustling and full as the academic year marched towards its close. Chapter 98, End of First Year. Months flew by, and before Harry knew it, his first year at Hogwarts was almost over. He had managed to achieve the goals he had set for himself at the start of the year. Harry had advanced his studies to the point where he felt confident enough to tackle the final NEWT exams while securing high grades, a feat not typical for a first year. One clear indication of Harry's advanced magical abilities was his mastery of the highly complex Fiend Fire Curse. Though this spell wasn't part of the Hogwarts curriculum, Harry had taken a particular liking to it. He enjoyed shaping the magical fire into various forms, playfully manipulating the dangerous flames. If any of the adults or even Sirius knew how casually he was handling Fiend Fire, they would be deeply concerned, if not outright frightened. For Harry, however, it had become a fascinating toy. In terms of night training, Harry had been diligently practicing the night breathing technique, a regimen that had begun to show tangible benefits. Over the past 3 months, he had observed an 8% increase in his strength and other physical capabilities. While this might not seem like a significant improvement, it was a positive change that Harry welcomed. However, before he decided to continue this rigorous training, he planned to have a thorough physical check-up with Cordelia and Emma. He wanted to ensure that his intense physical exercises hadn't caused any unseen damage to his body. As the school year at Hogwarts drew to a close, several memorable events marked the occasion. One of the most exciting was the final Quidditch match of the season, where Gryffindor faced off against Hufflepuff. Gryffindor emerged victorious with a resounding score of 400-60, securing the Quidditch Cup. This triumph brought immense pride and joy to both the Gryffindor team and their enthusiastic supporters, filling the Gryffindor common room with celebrations. The end-of-term exams soon followed, with Harry excelling in both the theoretical and practical components. While Harry sailed through the exams with ease, his classmates found them challenging but manageable, maintaining hopes of passing successfully. The professors, particularly those who had closely monitored Harry's progress, were astonished by his flawless theoretical papers and his adeptness in the practical tests. Even Professor Snape, who was often reluctant to award high marks to Harry, found himself unable to justify any deductions when faced with Harry's near-perfect potion concoctions. With exams out of the way, a sense of relief and celebration permeated the castle. The fear and tension that had gripped Hogwarts due to the mysterious attacks earlier in the year had dissipated, and students began to reclaim the joy and fun of their Hogwarts experience. The castle, once shadowed by anxiety, slowly buzzed back to life with laughter and light-hearted activities, allowing everyone to enjoy their newfound freedom in the pleasant weather that graced the end of the school year. When the exam results were announced, it came as no surprise that Harry topped his year. Cedric finished in second place, and Elvinia took third. The rest of Harry's study group also performed exceptionally well, appearing at the top of the list before any other students were mentioned. Thanks to Harry's last-minute tutoring, especially in practical spells, his group's performance in the practical exams outshone their peers, leading them to dominate the rankings. The group took some time to celebrate their impressive academic achievements, but not everyone in the school was happy. For instance, Warrington, the group's old friend, watched them from a distance filled with jealousy and frustration. It had been a particularly tough year for him. He was frequently the target of pranks, which caused him to miss classes and lose points, making him somewhat of an outcast within Slytherin House. He was dreading the thought of going home and narrating everything to his father. His father, Lord Warrington, had expected him to excel and increase the family's influence at Hogwarts. Instead, he had done the opposite and was now worried about his father's reaction, given that he was the family's sole heir. Warrington's attempts to disrupt the lives of the 2 Slytherin girls in Harry's group had consistently backfired. Whenever he confronted them, or even when he enlisted the help of a few older students who still associated with him, their schemes always mysteriously ended embarrassingly, turning them into the laughingstock of the school. Eventually, Warrington had no choice but to give up. He resolved to learn some protective spells over the holidays to guard against pranks before making another attempt to assert himself. He was determined to become the leader of Slytherin House in his year by the next term. Meanwhile, Harry and his group were oblivious to Warrington's troubles and thoughts. They were focused on enjoying the end-of-term feast in the Great Hall. Everyone was excited about the prospect of going home after a particularly eventful and sometimes frightening second half of the school year. Despite the challenges, they were relieved that their caution and limited outings had kept them safe from any attacks. At the Great Hall, Harry's group reluctantly dispersed to join their respective house tables. Today, the hall was adorned in the vibrant yellow and black colors of Hufflepuff to celebrate their first House Cup victory in many years. A large banner featuring the Hufflepuff badger was prominently displayed behind the high table, adding to the festive atmosphere. Hufflepuff's unexpected win was largely influenced by Harry's behind-the-scenes actions. His relentless pranking of the bullies often led them to cause disturbances, be late, or retaliate mistakenly in front of professors, resulting in significant point deductions for their houses. Since the majority of these bullies were from Slytherin and Ravenclaw, these houses saw the most point losses. Gryffindor, known for being troublemakers, regularly lost points as well. Consequently, these circumstances paved the way for Hufflepuff to clinch the House Cup. Harry was indifferent to which house won the cup. To him, the pursuit of house glory seemed trivial and detached from real-world concerns. Therefore, he continued his efforts to discipline the bullies, regardless of the potential point losses to his own house, Ravenclaw. He was actually pleased to see the often overlooked Hufflepuff house win. This year, the Hufflepuff table was a scene of jubilation, whereas the Slytherin table was marked by gloom. The Slytherins were dealing with the disappointment of breaking their 5-year winning streak, compounded by their loss of the Quidditch Cup to their arch-rival, Gryffindor. Even Snape, the head of Slytherin House, was visibly upset with his students. Meanwhile, the students at the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables seemed less concerned with the House Cup standings. The Gryffindors, in particular, were eagerly anticipating the start of the feast. Dumbledore soon made his entrance, adding to the anticipation. "Another year gone!" exclaimed Dumbledore with his usual cheerfulness. "And now, I must burden you with an old man's ramblings before we can enjoy our wonderful feast. What a year it has been!" He continued. "Now, it's time to award the House Cup, and the points are as follows: in 4th place, Gryffindor with 210 points, in 3rd, Slytherin with 242, Ravenclaw is in 2nd with 246, and Hufflepuff leads with 272 points. Congratulations to Hufflepuff for winning this year's House Cup and for bringing a new look to our decorations." A loud cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table, filling the Great Hall with noise and excitement as the students from 3 Hogwarts houses celebrated the unexpected loss of the Slytherin house. After enjoying a delightful feast, all the students returned to their dormitories, where the air was filled with the sounds of wardrobes being emptied and trunks being packed. The first-year students received a stern reminder from their professors: no magic was to be used outside the castle's walls. The next day, everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express for a long, enjoyable journey filled with laughter and shared memories of the year. As the train pulled into King's Cross Station, the atmosphere was bittersweet. Students said their goodbyes, making promises to keep in touch through letters sent by Owl. Harry found Sirius waiting for him among the crowd, a reassuring sight. After exchanging final farewells with his friends, Harry joined Sirius, and together they left the bustling station, heading towards the comfort and solitude of the Black Castle. Chapter 99, Summer Holidays Part -1. As Harry and Sirius materialized on the grounds of the Black Castle, Sirius turned to Harry with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with both joy and expectation. "Harry, there's something important I need to share with you," Sirius began, his voice filled with deep emotion. "Amelia is pregnant. I'm going to be a father." Harry's face immediately brightened with a sincere smile. "That's incredible, Sirius. Congratulations!" he cheered, giving Sirius a hearty pat on the back. "It's about time you had a child. I love the idea of having another brother or sister to play with." "Thanks, Harry," Sirius responded, his signature grin spreading across his face. They continued walking towards the castle, their conversation light and full of excitement. As they approached the grand entrance, Lord Black warmly welcomed them. A wide smile spread across Arcturus's face upon seeing Sirius and Harry. "Welcome home, Harry. And Sirius, do hurry back to Amelia. Make sure to support her and lessen her workload. I eagerly await the new joy this baby will bring to our family," Arcturus said enthusiastically, his voice echoing in the hall as he hugged them both. "Thank you, grandfather. I'll head back now. Take care, Harry." "I'll see you soon," Sirius said, already turning to leave, his steps quickening as he exited the castle grounds. Sirius and Amelia had previously lived at the Black Castle, but as Amelia's job became more demanding, often requiring her to meet with many people at home, they found the castle's secluded location less than ideal. To accommodate her professional needs better, they moved to the Bones Manor, which offered easier access for visitors and was less stringently protected than the Black Castle. Then Harry went inside the castle and freshened up. Later that evening, he and Arcturus settled into the study, where the old man expressed a keen interest in Harry's first year at Hogwarts. Arcturus leaned forward, his voice tinged with curiosity. "I heard there were quite some disturbances at Hogwarts this year. Something about the defense against the dark arts teacher attacking students and then being sent to St. Mungo's." Harry nodded, settling into his chair. "Yes, it was quite an eventful year. I was actually involved in that situation. I was the one who ended up sending him to St. Mungo's, so I know all the details." Arcturus raised an eyebrow. "I suspected as much. So, what exactly happened?" Harry then delved into the more dramatic parts of his year, starting from the destruction of the library on Halloween, and then progressing to the mysterious attacks on students. "I found out that Professor Fletcher was behind it all. I followed him one night under my invisibility cloak and discovered he was attacking students to collect their blood, which he needed to unlock a special key." "What happened next?" Arcturus asked, leaning in closer. Harry continued, "One morning, he attacked me. Thankfully, I was wearing a dragon hide vest, which deflected his attack, and then I managed to knock him out." Arcturus shook his head slightly, a mix of concern and relief in his voice. "What have I always taught you, Harry? Always be mindful of your surroundings. What if he had used a stronger spell?" Harry met Arcturus's gaze, his expression serious. "I know, grandfather. I've learned from that mistake. I'm already working on a solution that will allow me to see invisible people, so I'll be better prepared in the future." Arcturus nodded thoughtfully. "Good. What did you discover from Fletcher?" Harry leaned back slightly, his voice steady. "I found out that the key he was after required blood from the Gryffindor line to unlock it. Fletcher was desperately searching for this." Arcturus's interest piqued. "The Potters are descended from Gryffindor. So, did you manage to find the treasure? What exactly was this treasure?" Harry then explained about the knight inheritance, the battle spells, and the sword he discovered in Gryffindor's hidden vault. He carefully left out any mention of the basilisk. He didn't want to alarm Arcturus unnecessarily. The idea of a 1,000-year-old basilisk lurking in the castle might prompt Arcturus to cause a commotion or call the Aurors to kill the snake, and Harry wanted to avoid this to possibly handle the basilisk himself and claim its valuable remains. "Fascinating," Arcturus mused thoughtfully. "I've heard whispers of such a lost art, which faded into obscurity as wizards grew stronger and more prevalent. In ancient times, many kingdoms relied on knights to win wars. But that's all I know, nothing specific about the techniques or training." Arcturus looked thoughtfully at Harry. "What do you plan to do with the inheritance? It seems like it will require considerable effort, but the rewards might be relatively modest for the years of practice the night-breathing exercise demands before showing results." Harry nodded, his decision clear. "I plan to practice it. The boost in physical strength it provides is more beneficial than just continuing with my aimless daily exercises." Arcturus appeared supportive of Harry's choice. "I agree. You should definitely give it a try. The potential benefits in strength and longevity sound very promising. I would have attempted it myself if it were possible, but the requirement for a specific bloodline makes it impossible for me. However, do proceed with caution." "Yes, I've arranged a check-up with Cordelia tomorrow to ensure everything is okay," Harry confirmed. "And what about learning to wield a sword?" Arcturus inquired, showing interest in Harry's diverse skills. "I'm really interested in mastering swordsmanship," Harry confessed. "It might not be the most practical skill for dueling, but it looks cool. Plus, imagine being able to fight a dragon with a sword and being called a dragon warrior." Arcturus chuckled at the idea. "Whatever you wish, Harry. With the progress you've shown in your wizarding studies, you deserve some time to explore other interests. You'll need a proper instructor, though. I'll see who I can find." "That would be perfect," Harry responded, his appreciation evident. They then shifted the conversation to Harry's year at Hogwarts. "It's good to hear that you've made friends from different houses," Arcturus said, settling more comfortably into his armchair. "It's wise to have friends of diverse characters. Sticking to one house, as most do, can lead to problems. I experienced that myself. We Slytherins are known for being cunning and ambitious, so most people around me were trying to outdo each other. I never managed to forge true friendships during my school days. Harry nodded, understanding the value of Arcturus's advice, and then inquired about the families of his friends, particularly if any were associated with Death Eaters. He was relieved to learn that none of his friends' families were supporters of Voldemort. Pleased with their discussions, they concluded their evening. Harry was set to visit Cordelia the next day for his checkup. He really hoped all was well because he didn't want to stop practicing the night breathing exercise. It was crucial for him to gain strength quickly if he was to match Voldemort's power in the limited time before the Dark Lord's potential return. Chapter 100, Summer Holidays Part -2. The next morning, Harry sprang out of bed and immediately set off for Cordelia's cottage, accompanied by Myra. Harry made a mental note that one of his holiday goals was to learn how to apparate. He knew he couldn't always depend on Myra for transportation. As he stepped into Cordelia's cozy cottage, a wave of familiar scents, various medical herbs and brewing potions welcomed him warmly. It was a comforting reminder of his many visits here. No sooner had Harry arrived than Emma appeared, drawn by the sound of the door. Emma greeted him with a playful reproach, "Harry, it seems you still remember us. There was a time you visited every day, and now I see you only a few times a year. It seems little Harry has other priorities." Harry responded with a grin, "I had to go to Hogwarts, and it's not entirely my fault. Someone went and got married, and then got so caught up in her work she hardly had time for her younger brother. I had to find other people to hang out with." Emma retorted, "Hey! Don't put all the blame on me. If someone hadn't introduced me to Muggle medical technology, I wouldn't be so busy. So blame the person who did that." Just then, Cordelia joined the playful argument, "Okay, stop fighting. You both are important to each other. Look, Harry came to see you on the first day of his holidays." Harry, wanting to lighten the mood, chimed in, "Yes. See, I even brought you some gifts from Hogwarts." He handed Emma a collection of rare medical plants he had borrowed from the Hogwarts greenhouses. Emma's face softened, and she accepted the gifts with a smile, "Okay, I forgive you." They then walked into the house, eager to spend the day catching up. Emma shared updates about her recent activities, while Harry eagerly recounted his experiences at Hogwarts. Cordelia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So, you stumbled upon the lost night breathing exercises? I'm not sure whether to call you lucky or unlucky. Your first year at Hogwarts certainly wasn't dull, was it?" Emma, looking puzzled, chimed in, "Night breathing exercises? What are those?" Cordelia explained, "They used to be a way to become extraordinary. Those who practiced these exercises could become many times stronger than ordinary humans. However, after wizards rose to prominence and defeated the powerful knights in wars, these practices faded into obscurity. People shifted their focus to wizardry, and knights lost the stature they once held in the world." Harry added, "These exercises are also typically restricted within families. They're designed that way. So, when those families died out, their night breathing exercises became useless." Cordelia nodded, understanding the situation. "I am guessing you want to practice this." Harry confirmed, "Yes. The benefits are too good to overlook." "I thought as much," Cordelia said with a smile. "Given your constant desire to gain strength, I knew you wouldn't pass up on this." Harry expressed his motivation, "Anything to become strong enough to protect my family." Cordelia nodded approvingly. "All right. I'm guessing you've already started using the method. Let's check to see if the exercises have had any adverse effects on your body." Harry followed Cordelia into the examination room, where she began casting a series of diagnostic spells on him to assess his condition. After completing the examination, Cordelia spoke reassuringly, "There's nothing wrong with your body, so I don't foresee any problems with you continuing the practice. Just make sure to eat enough while you're training. The exercise requires a lot of energy and could cause issues if you're not well fed." Harry felt relieved to hear this news. He knew he just needed to make more frequent trips to the kitchens to keep up with the increased calorie demands. Later, Harry enjoyed dinner with Emma and Cordelia. In the middle of their conversations, he promised to go on a trip with Emma and her husband during the summer. After a pleasant evening, Harry said his goodbyes and left the cottage, onward to his next destination. Harry's next stop was the Bones Manor, where he was greeted by an enthusiastic Susan and a composed Amelia. After congratulating Amelia, Harry couldn't resist Susan's eager requests for stories from Hogwarts. Sirius joined in the fun, beaming with pride when Harry recounted the success of the prank Sirius had designed. Sirius was thrilled to learn that his alter ego, Padfoot, had garnered many fans at Hogwarts. That night, Harry returned to the Black Castle, where he shared with Arcturus the good news that the night-breathing exercises posed no health risks, provided he maintained a large diet. Arcturus, however, had some less encouraging news about Harry's interest in learning swordsmanship. "I haven't been able to find a wizard instructor for you," he explained. "In the current age, no wizard is interested in practicing sword fighting. Goblins do, but they're generally unwilling to teach wizards. The only possible option seems to be learning from muggles who pursue the art as a hobby." Harry accepted this as his best course of action and was ready to move forward. Arcturus reassured him, "Then I'll look around and find you a suitable instructor." "Thanks, Grandpa," Harry replied gratefully. "An introduction and some basic guidance will be enough to get me started. With the books Gryffindor left, I can continue to learn and improve my sword fighting skills on my own." The following day, Harry set about tackling another important task on his list. He joined forces with Sirius, and they made their way to Diagon Alley together. To keep a low profile, they altered their appearances. Sirius used some disguise spells, and Harry tapped into his metamorphosis abilities. Their goal was to visit Borgin and Burke's, the notorious antique shop located in the eerie confines of Nocturne Alley. Harry had asked Sirius's help the previous night to obtain the twin to the vanishing cabinet that Harry found in the Room of Hidden Things. By getting the cabinets and fixing them, Harry would be able to travel back and forth from Hogwarts to his home whenever he wished. Harry could have gone to the shop by himself, but his young age could have potentially drawn the wrong kind of attention, inviting trouble from the dark characters that frequented the alley. Although Harry was sure he could handle any issues that arose, he preferred to avoid loud and unnecessary disturbances, hence why he asked for Sirius's help. They traveled through the busy streets until they reached the darker, more foreboding paths that led to Nocturne Alley. Upon entering Borgin and Burke's, the pair were immediately struck by the cluttered, dimly lit interior. Shelves and tables were crowded with an assortment of dark artifacts and mysterious relics, each carrying its own whispered promise of power. Harry began to look around for the cabinet, while Sirius stood watch, his eyes roaming the shop for any undesirable or infamous criminal that might appear. After a careful search around the cluttered shop, Harry finally located the cabinet hidden in a dark corner. "Is this a vanishing cabinet? How much are you asking for it?" Harry inquired, looking intently at the cabinet. Borgin, the shopkeeper, seemed momentarily surprised before making his way over. His appearance matched the disheveled state of his shop, and he eyed his customers warily. "Ah, yes, the vanishing cabinet," he muttered, sizing them up. "Quite a rare item, that. I'm asking 1,000 galleons." Harry scoffed and stepped closer to examine the cabinet more carefully. "And where's its twin?" he asked sharply, his gaze fixed on the cabinet. Borgin shuffled uncomfortably. "Sold it years ago, I did." "You don't have its twin, then? So it's just a piece of junk?" Harry pointed out as he opened the cabinet and noticed more flaws. "Look, the channel is also broken. How can you charge 1,000 galleons for this? It's not worth more than 10 galleons." Borgin's face flushed with indignation at Harry's low offer. 10 galleons? Are you joking? It's worth at least 800 for such a rare piece." Sirius, who had been standing back, stepped forward, his presence imposing. He fixed Borgin with a stern look, and a faint shimmer of magic encircled him. "Clearly, it's not in working order. I will give you 100 galleons, no more. That's more than fair." The magic swirling subtly around Sirius was enough to change Borgin's stance. He swallowed hard, his earlier confidence evaporating under Sirius's intense glare. All right, 100 galleons then," Borgin conceded gruffly, defeated by the combination of their tough negotiation and the unspoken threats. Harry quickly signaled to Myra, who was hidden, to discreetly transport the cabinet away while Sirius distracted Borgin with the payment. It was important to Harry that Borgin did not see Myra and potentially identify him in the future. As they left the shop, Borgin watched them go, a mix of relief and irritation on his face. The pair walked back through the alleyways of Diagon Alley, pleased with their successful negotiation and the strategic gain it represented. Back at the Black Castle, Arcturus examined the newly acquired cabinet with a curious look. "Why did you buy this old thing?" he inquired. Harry explained, "I found its twin at Hogwarts. The only issue is that the twin is broken. Once I repair it, I'll be able to travel between home and Hogwarts anytime I need. Really? The Hogwarts wards don't block this? I wish I had known about such a thing when I was at school. Imagine the prank items I could have smuggled into Hogwarts, Sirius remarked with a wistful grin. Harry grinned, thanks for the tip, Sirius. Maybe you can help me stock up on some supplies. Harry then turned to Arcturus and inquired about books on repairing the vanishing cabinet. Arcturus simply directed his house elf, Varday, to fetch the necessary book for Harry. Harry felt confident about his ability to repair the cabinet. If Draco Malfoy managed to fix one in the books, it shouldn't be too hard, he mused. He planned to repair the cabinet during the holidays, and practicing on this one would surely prepare him to fix the one at Hogwarts.
Thanks for listening.